he wanted to be on the radio, and I wanted a flag.
Hey, listen. I told you to wake him up and make a call.
I did.
Don't be quick on the radio telling us that the pace car's at 11.
Oh, shucks.
That's 13. That's 13's job, not 8, 9, and 10.
I could tell him it's at 12. I could tell him the Roman's at 12. I mean, the pace car is at 12.
What?
I could tell him pace car is at 12.
Well, you don't dare.
You really think I'd do that?
We're just reminding you, don't get caught up in that mess.
Oh my God.
Don't get
Well, a very good morning to you all from trackside at Sebring International Raceway. Today is day 2, the Fall Sportscar Classic. Day 3, I suppose, if you include Friday's qualifying. This is the World Racing League. This is Eastern Region Championship Sunday. And we are DriversEye Live. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I am joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Fun day yesterday. Got our way through the 8 hours with actually a fair amount of excitement and drama that set ourselves up for what is, in my opinion, likely to be a pretty compelling Sunday here as we crown our Eastern Region champions. Dustin Ollis is on the buttons getting us set up and tracking from trackside. We'll have a couple of onboards for you throughout the day today as well. It is a day that's likely to be kind of similar to yesterday weather-wise. We're starting an hour earlier. It's a little bit cooler this morning, but the humidity's still very much up there. Not very much of a breeze first thing this morning, so we'll start off just below 70 degrees with that 92% humidity. The fog is more or less burned off, just a very low layer around the airport and the racetrack here in the open fields. And then, headed for around 87 degrees with a chance, of course, of an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. JT, we're a little bit late off the go this morning, already working the second of 2 pace laps. Why don't you take us through this, the first couple of rows of each class on the starting grid here, and we'll set ourselves up for the green flag.
Alrighty. So leading the field to the green will be the GTU class. On the front row, the 60 from Stratus on pole next to the 59 of Stratus. Row 2 is going to be the number 1 of Round 3 Racing and the 908 of Automatic Racing. Row 3 will be the 10 from Round 3 Racing and the 58 from Stratus. Row 4, Roberts Racing and the 909 from Automatic Racing. And then row 5 will be Hera Flight Racing and 4048 Competition. GTO, it's going to be the Porsche of Off-Leash Motorsports number 41, lining up alongside the 291 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta. The second row will be featuring Off-Leash Motorsports Mercedes and the Porsche Cup from Round 3 Racing number 70. Mofa Motorsports and ACP Tangerine, row 3. Row 4 is going to be Stoic Racing and Stanton Barrett Motorsports in their BMW M4. And then row 5, we're going to be seeing FPRS Motorsports alongside PMW Motorsports. And then the last row coming through shot here, Rapscallion lining up alongside 89X Motorsports in a silver Aston Martin. GP1 will be PC Racing, lining up alongside the 333 Bruce Innovations. Row 2 should be the 85 from AOA Racing and the 927 from Fast Track Racing. Row 3, Rapscallion in the 644 BMW alongside the 221 from HK Motorsports. Row 4 will be Open Throttle Racing in the 64 and the 24 from Bruce Innovations. Row 5 should be Blaze Racing, line up alongside the 38 of Palomar. And behind them, I believe, is Bruce Innovations, 555 and the 999 from Cage and Canuck Racing. GP2, your front row will be Lagunatic Racing, the 779 Subaru, lining up alongside the 167 from BSI Racing. Row 2, 83 from Palomar, hopefully having a better day today, with the 222 from Rebel Racing. Row 3, Rockwell Autosport Development, Porsche Boxster, lining up alongside the 851 AOA Racing MX5. Next row will be the 65 Open Throttle Racing and the 55 from AOA Racing. And then hopefully at the back, we'll be seeing the 146 from BRD Motorsports.
We definitely do see the 146 from BRD Motorsports that came out very late in the day yesterday just to set a grid time. There is an open throttle car directly behind them. Didn't catch a number as they rolled off the grid. Just a little too far out of my reach here. My perch at start finish. Thank you for that, JT. As we go 2x2 down the Ullman Straight and into Sunset Bend at sunrise. For the last time under this double yellow, we head towards the green for 7 hours of championship racing action on this 7-hour finale Sunday at Sebring International Raceway. We go 2x2 in the GTU field off of the final corner. The green flag waves, and it's an early jump from Heraflight off the last row of the grid, headed towards the start-finish line. In the GTU field, in the GTO field, meanwhile, the Porsche from Off-Leash Motorsports number 41 gets a great jump off the green flag there. The Mercedes goes up the inside of the Ginetta, trying to make it an Off-Leash Motorsports 1-2. See if that move gets done around the exit of turn number 1. Yes, it is. Quick lockup from the round 3 racing number 1, NPO1, which is slotted nicely into second as the general production cars take the green flag 3 wide down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. Much shorter gap between the GTO and GP1 field this morning. A couple of cars wide. Bruce Innovations 333, great start around the outside. As they sort themselves out, they're going to hang tough here into the braking zone. PC squeezes them just a little bit there to driver's right. Will hug the inside. Can Bruce get the run off of turn number 3 and into this 4-5 sequence? PC definitely has the preferred line, and no, that 333 BMW does back out of it and allows the PC Racing E46 to slot through into the race lead. A couple of wheels off there for what I think is the BRD Motorsports number 146. But all clean and green otherwise through the first sector or so. Back up to the GTU field. Stratus number 60 leads round 3, number 1. Is that the lone Stratus car on the grid, JT? I don't see any other...
Oh, there's one that goes through there.
Oh, the one at the tail end?
Yes. Almost tail end. Looks like the 909 might be at the tail end.
There's 908, Heraflight, Roberts.
Good start for Heraflight. Yeah, here comes the 58.
There it is, 58. Yep, okay. Yeah, 59 obviously had the crash damage from the incident at the exit of turn number 17 yesterday, wasn't it? Probably not likely to continue there. The 58 was the one that stopped out on track over at the exit of turn number 6. Something in the drive line there. Obviously an easier repair than the 59 was. We'll get to how all the championship facts and figures are likely to shake out through the course of the day. So just stand by for that once we get settled in here. There are a number of permutations to shake out, not just at the 3rd and 4th place positions in GTU, but also down in GP2, of course, where we're still yet to decide a Eastern region and Eastern regional champion. Lap number 1 is complete. At the front of the field, as we said, Stratus number 60 leads round 3 racing number 1 from automatic 908. Heraflight from basically shotgun on that GTU field up into P4 with Roberts Racing. Finished on the podium yesterday, is up into position number 5. GTO being led on the first lap by the number 41 Porsche. A couple of GTU cars in between them and the team car Mercedes number 40. Then the number 291 Moorhead Speedworks Janetta into P3. Hamofa Motorsport, the number 419 into P4, and P5 in that class will be the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche. A little bit further back than we typically see them at the start of these races, but obviously a fair amount of settling in to do as we get a little bit of what looks like a tire rub there from the Stanton Barrett Motorsports number 130. Sorry about this camera. I don't know what happened over there. It was perfect when I left it. Anyway, take a little bit out of focus. Artsy kind of shot from the catch fence area over there on the outside of turn number 11. Exit to turn 10 and head towards the tower turn number 13. That's not tire rub. That is center rear on that Stanton Barrett number 130, JT.
Yeah, no, that's a continuous smoke stream.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to alleviate itself over the bumps there on the exit of turn number 13. So not ideal. A good start from that Hamofa number 419, by the way. That BMW M4 GT4 hounding the back of the number 291 Moorhead Speedworks Janetta. Ended up being a fuel pump issue on that Janetta yesterday that dropped it a bunch of time early on, just a couple hours into yesterday's 8-hour enduro. Back at it today. Noticed on social media. Optimism, I think, is the word there for a better and quicker day today. Other cars that had issues yesterday as well. Heraflight number 247. You may see that car featuring some white, unpainted bodywork, primer white bodywork at the rear, both left and right rear. On that Sebico NPO1, they were able to get that bodywork sourced and replaced after what looked to be mostly cosmetic damage late in the running yesterday, but significant enough to not allow that car to make the checkered flag. Down to the production classes, JT, we go. We've got a battle for the P1 honors in GP1 at the moment. PC Racing leading
333.
The 333 there by just 0.2 of a second. I had to make sure it wasn't being sorted by fastest lap time. Such is the margin between the two cars. Down the front straightaway, good launch out of the final corner for that Bruce Innovations E46. They go side by side down the front straightaway, and a good power out of that 333 Bruce Innovations BMW. Can they swing it around the outside? They tried this on lap number 1, remember. Now that they've got some temperature and pressure into the tires, maybe the grip will be there as they head into the braking zone at turn number 3. Yes, and
Fast
the 927 Fast Track BMW going to slide through, as is the AOA number 85 BMW M2. So first to fourth in a sequence of 2 corners there for the PC Racing number 44.
Yeah, good caution. It's not a sprint race. We've still got 6 hours and 53 minutes to go. So, yeah, if you're slightly out of place here, it's fine. Just tuck in behind the cars overtaking and get back up to speed, and you've got plenty of time to get the position back.
Yeah, it is worth noting here, both in both the GTO and the GP1 classes, as things stand, as well as GP2, by the way, where BRD Motorsports has gone from last to first in 2 laps, displacing Lagunatic number 779. Number one, Sundays tend to be a fair amount cleaner than Saturdays. We've all got a little bit more experience under our belts. Generally, we have fewer cars take the start because of Saturday attrition. And I think on top of that, everybody's just kind of in protect the car and go home mode, despite it being the last round of the Eastern Region Championship. And to that end, I do kind of wonder if both the off-leash Motorsports number 41 and that Bruce Innovations 333 are a little bit more interested in finding some clear road to go and put in some quick laps and try and build a margin. Even as it was yesterday, JT, we had, I think, 2.5 hours of running, or very nearly 2.5 hours, before we saw our first full course yellow, which, you know, with a decent pace advantage, is enough time to build up enough of a margin to protect yourself against full course yellows.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep an eye on these gaps as they ebb and flow over the opening stanza of the race here. Not quite 10 minutes in. That's a slow Bruce Innovations number 555. You know, JT, I did notice that car up at turn 13 almost looked like it was crabbing a little bit on the exit of the corner. It had a very weird stance to it as it came off of the tower turn. And just wondering if either it's had some contact there or something has given way at the rear of the car. Listed as slow on the race control log, but no other details given there.
Yeah, that car did not feature much of yesterday, so I think that's a continuing problem.
Bit out wide there for the BSI Racing number 167. It's the GR86 Cup entry from a team mostly known for running MX-5 Cup entries. Battle is still on for P1 and GP1 here. That Fast Track BMW M2 has stuck with the Bruce Innovations number 333 while they built some separation together back to the 3rd and 4th place cars, that AOA M2 and the PC Racing number 44 as well. Move up the outside here perhaps for 5th in GP1. That Rapscallion number 644 thinks about it but can't quite get the move done at turn in. We'll go back in a line as they head out of turn number 7 up towards turn 10. Change for the lead in GTO, where the number 40 has all on its own now, taking control of the GT.
That's because apparently the 41 is stopped in turn 15.
Okay. All right, so yeah, that off-leash Motorsports Porsche 991 Cup, nowhere to be found. We don't have it, Dustin, you said? Okay, so where has that car ended up? Listed as stop drivers left at turn 15, which is, it's got to be way out there if our camera's not picking it up anywhere. The other difficult situation there, you see the standing yellow there in the background. The other tough situation there is it's going to have to get back across the track if it's going to be recovered back to the pit lane or the paddock. We saw this yesterday, really, really good start from that car, and then Mechanical Gremlins kind of took over as we began to work through the second or third stint. Earlier problems now for that 991 Cup entry. That's smoke out of.
That's still the 130.
Oh,
Which
back
is
out again.
Yeah, has been coming out around the GP2 field right now. It's going
Yeah.
to come back in because it's noticeably off pace here.
Yeah, good news is it doesn't seem to be dropping anything, but smoke out of the center rear is never a good thing. Now the Island J safety team pulls up over towards turn number 15 and will go hunt down the location of that number 41. Yeah, it's way out in the weeds there. Got itself out of the way. Anyway, there is your new GTO race leader. That green and black Mercedes, the team car to the number 41 is the number 40 from Off Leash Motorsports, Hamofa, and the number 419 up into second, with the Moorhead Speedworks Janetta back into third. So all change on the podium positions there in GTO. ACP Tangerine in the number 2 goes to P4 with FPRS Motorsports, and the number 91 Ford Mustang GT4 rounding out your top 5. Round 3 racing in the number 70 with what I'm assuming is a different driver strategy this morning, JT. These Sunday races do tend to offer a different or an alternative strategy option if you're going to cycle your 3 drivers through on what are essentially one driving stint each. You have a little bit more flexibility there, and we do tend to see this from round 3 racing. Pressure off for the championship as well, having already locked up the GTO Eastern Region Championship before we even got to Sebring. That battle for GP1 headed out of turn 13. Good start for that number 333 Bruce Innovations BMW, and a better start for that 927 Fast Track M2. I think we saw some flashes yesterday, JT, where that car had some pace if they wanted it, but not really sustained over multiple stints. But hanging right with the class leader this morning is a good thing. Waving yellow down there at turn 15, indicating boots on the ground. So getting that number 41 Porsche hooked up to one of the Allen J safety team trucks. Anyway, BMW pulled the drivers right there. Break the toe a little bit down that long Ullman straight. Then from third on back, it's just a single file line of GP1 machinery. Open Throttle is in there in 5th, Rapscallion to 6th, Blaze in 7th, Palomar number 38 in P8, and that'll do it for most of the bulk of that GP1 field. GP2, as it stands, maybe we can pick them up somewhere around turn 17 here, Dustin, still being led by BRD Motorsports, 4 seconds in hand at start-finish for that number 146. Rebel Racing in the number 222, yesterday's winner, and now pretty firmly in control of the GP2 championship after yesterday's finish, comes across in second. Lagunatic Racing in the 779. Is into the pit lane. AOA in the number 851 came across next. That Lagunatic BRZ is not well. Into the pits after just 14 minutes and 5 laps of racing will come to the attention of the Lagunatic Racing crew. Unfortunately here, JT, what was maybe our best championship battle coming into the weekend, with Rebel Racing having taken the win yesterday, Palomar, with what we learned in the YouTube chat this morning from Mike Anderson, 83 motor missing a lot of valves. That car did not make the start this morning, and now the trouble for that 779, it kind of leaves Rebel Racing in the 222 out in front to just nurse this thing home. They were pretty well in control yesterday, and another day like that, and it'll be smooth sailing to an Eastern Region Championship for that 222.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is endurance racing. Yeah, these are long races, and
of course,
you got to make it to the end.
Of course. That Lagunatic number 779 has been such a strong car through the balance of the season. Time and time again, just really well suited to a lot of the tracks that WRL goes to. Clean races mechanically, clean races on the race control log and the penalty sheet as well. A bad time to have a bad weekend there if you're Lagunatic. It started on Friday afternoon, with qualifying an incident over at turn number 13. Dropped a couple of laps yesterday. And then obviously the early problem this morning. Hopefully they can get that car back out there. Unfortunately, yeah, it's just a kind of a tough outcome there. Waving yellow there at turn number 17. I'm sorry, waving white at turn 17 as the safety team gets the off-leash motorsport Porsche pulled into the paddock cut there at the exit of the corner. Kind of held up your GP1 leaders a little bit. Indeed, it did. And Fast Track is able to get back on the throttle a little bit earlier, kind of set the pass up for the long run down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Shows the nose, but will fall back in line at corner exit there. Allowed that Bruce Innovations number 333 just to reestablish the car length or so margin that it had. It has also closed that pack from third on back, up to these 2 leaders just a little bit, maybe cut the margin in half. Battling GTU headed down towards turn number 1. It's a third place fight. 908 Automatic Racing and Roberts Racing number 109. Let's see if we can pick that up down there. Just leaving the shot there. Wait till they come around the corner. I think Roberts is going to have cleared that 908. Maroon ahead of white, blue, and yellow. On the brakes into turn 3. Oh, and another safety vehicle leaving turn number 1.
I believe this is for the Hera Flight GTU.
Yeah, over at turn 8.
Yeah.
The turn 8 cut, it says, which would be right about where our camera is positioned. So likely on the backside of the camera. Maybe we've got an onboard somewhere down in that region that pick that. Oh, no. The driver's
It'd be
left?
before this.
No. Yeah. It is before. You can see it in the background, I think. Just there's that little snorkel light just right there where the BMW is.
Yeah, driver's left up against the fence.
Yeah, to the right of the Rolex banner there by about... Telestrator. Thank you, Dustin. Crushing it. I got it. What? Hotelies. There we go. There we go. We got it. Right out there. Dustin gave us new buttons this morning, and I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. So before we even got going, I had already messed it up this morning. Taking away lower thirds I wasn't supposed to take away. Playing God with all the wrong tools. Do that. Humidity's down 4%. Down to a cool 88% humidity with 71 degrees. Beautiful day. Can I get rid of it too? Oh, look at that. Tremendous. 20 minutes into the Sunday 7-hour finale here at the Fall Sportscar Classic at Sebring International Raceway. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Dustin Ollis on the buttons with us as well this weekend. Appreciate you all being with us on this fine championship Sunday here from Sebring International Raceway, which should be a pretty nice day of racing. Once things settle in here, JT and I will get to the championship permutations, but we've already had some drama in that regard. If you're just joining us, the GP2 fight, which came into the weekend as maybe the most competitive, one of our championship protagonists has not started. The other, that was the Palomar number 83, as, oh my goodness, what has happened there to bring all of the GP1 cars together and 3 wide? I suppose it's the yellow flag area down at turn number 7, but it shouldn't compress the field quite like that. 927 and 85 go side by side on the exit of turn number 10, but I'm kind of burying the lead there because the Bruce Innovations 333 has dropped from first to about 7th here, JT, and doesn't appear to have the pace that it once did. How has that happened?
Chaos. Beautiful chaos. I'm really impressed to see the 85 here making a good dash for the front, and indeed they do. Ooh, then we have MP01s trying to dice up and through. Oh, PC Racing, I don't know if they got clipped or something, but they go off track here in 15.
Yep, going to slot in behind. Oh, Rapscallion car got turned there at turn number 16. JT, we just saw it begin to go around there from the apex onwards and off to driver's left up against the wall, it appears. Way off in the distance there. I think that's the Rapscallion number 644. Let's pick it up from the HK on board. It's not against the wall, but it is way out in the dirt there. I'm not sure what car it was that made the contact there. Listed as the 555, at least for the moment. 555 in that mix?
Don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think it was. It had gone to the paddock early. Unfortunately, does that mean it was actually the 333 from Bruce Innovations? It would be the team car. And I don't see the 333 in that mix there either. It comes into the pit lane.
It was... Hold on, I gotta verify this. So I think PC may have got clipped by the MP01 coming through. And then, yeah, it was the 333 going at the apex. The 644 having a wide line that was coming down onto the 333, and that's where the contact was made at the apex.
Got it, yeah. So 333 was pretty far up along the inside, and as the Rapscallion car came back towards the apex, just kind of cut itself across the nose of the 333 is what you're saying there, JT?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll let the stewards upstairs on the 4th floor work through all of that. They'll have obviously more resources than we do from just the trackside cameras. Plenty of every car is required to have a forward-facing onboard. Not necessarily live, but that data can be pulled and asked for at any time. And we should hopefully have a resolution to all that. Unfortunately, the end result is that the Rapscallion car is off in the dirt, or was off in the dirt at the exit of turn 16, and the 333 Bruce Innovations car that for most of this opening 20-minute window or so here led the GP1 class is into the pit lane. And what was a pretty snarling pack of general production cars at the front of GP1 is now beginning to string itself out a little bit here. Taking care of my other social duties here at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live on Instagram. If you're not already following us there, I invite you to do that. We get things underway this morning. Already 25 minutes gone. Waiting for a checkered flag at 3 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. Pretty moody images yesterday, JT, at the end of the race with our 5 o'clock finish post the end of daylight savings time. It was pretty neat. Dustin, I don't know if you've got any of the images from yesterday that you could just throw up in the middle of the screen there, but in particular, as I was moving around to get cameras with some of the storms off in the distance that we were dodging at the end of yesterday's 8 hour. Pretty cool stuff that we haven't had here at Sebring before. Not quite sunset racing, but did create quite the atmosphere as we got the checkered flag and tech completed and over to the podium. There it is. Over just where we had lost the braking markers at the exit of turn number 13. I'm sorry, the entrance to turn number 13. It was pretty tremendous stuff yesterday. Dustin and I saw the same thing at the same time. I took a picture. He said it was right as the camera came down. I took a picture from right behind the camera there, kind of to mark the occasion as well. Like we said, it's not quite the 12 hour. It's not quite sunset at the 12 hour, but pretty cool atmosphere nonetheless. Get ourselves back to some racing action here at the Fall Sportscar Classic, where, at least for the moment, race still being led overall and in GTO by the Stratus Racing number 60 NPO1. Round 3 racing in the number 1. Sits in second, just 8.8 seconds off the back of the race leader. Off Leash Motorsports in the number 40 now, taking command of GTO, building out a margin in the Grand Touring open category down to, well, we got to wait for that number 2 to come across the line and let that update. 22.5 seconds after 11 laps, averaging something like 2.5 seconds a lap there. Moorhead Speedworks in the 291 Ginetta, hanging with that number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. Trouble for the Homofa Motorsport number 419 as well. Had not seen that car into the pit lane, but after being up into second place after just the first few laps this morning, that car has dropped now all the way to 10th and 2 laps off the class lead. Is that because there's a penalty for that car? We've had a penalty for the 419. Yeah, pass under yellow. 2 laps over there at turn number 7. That will have been while they were recovering the Paraflight number 247 NPO1. Was caught out by a yellow flag zone there. It's the best passing opportunity on the track, but you've got to keep your eyes there to driver's right and pick up the flag station on the way in there. About done with my multitasking here.
I have a couple notes about
Yeah, make it happen, man.
Some different cars here. So I'll start with GP2. We already covered, unfortunately, the 83 from Palomar. Not making the start here. We probably won't see them today. Also, the 65 from Open Throttle. Not taking the green flag. Instead, we got the 69 from Open Throttle. So swapping out a car there.
Yeah, let's make a note of that as well, JT. That is Open Throttle Racing pulling double duty at simultaneous events this weekend and still somehow having spare cars to be able to throw at the Sunday grid. That is remarkable stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the 69 was already here with Open Throttle Team South or if it was with Team North and just moved south. But either way, yeah, they're making sure that we get 2 Open Throttle cars out here on track today. In GP1, I do not believe the 999 from Cage and Canuck Racing has started. So we're missing that black and red E36.
Yeah, that car had some problems throughout the day yesterday, JT. I think we saw it reappear briefly just from memory, but I don't believe that it made the checkered flag.
Okay. GTO, we had the 144 from Forza Motorsports yesterday. Unfortunately, come to a stop, exited turn 16. They are back today, but not in a BMW. Looks like they are in the silver Aston Martin.
Got it.
That is normally operated with 89X Motorsports.
Interesting. So it's not an 89X car. Well, it's their car, but not an entry as such.
Correct. Forza Motorsports is running in that car today.
Fascinating.
I assume with support from 89X. And then, yeah, in GTU, we did cover the 59 Stratus Racing not starting.
I do love the fact that we've got Aston Martin back in WRL racing here. We see 89X obviously from time to time. Clearly, I think this weekend either didn't have the renters or just didn't have the ability to put the team together, but did bring the car. And yeah, where I guess they had the ability to get a car onto the grid this morning in support of Forza in that number 144. Fantastic to see, A, the Forza team back on the grid, but B, thrilled to have the variety there in GTO as well. Watching traffic through turns 15 and 16 here. Stoic Racing, the number 87, second place finishers yesterday, by the time we got to the checkered flag, running sixth at the moment, just a couple of seconds in arrears of the round 3 racing number 70 Porsche that heads off into turn number 17. We'll pick them up here on corner exit. There's a GP1 battle from AOA back through Blaze. 70 from round 3 racing there. And then, side by side on the exit of 17 there with the Palomar 38 just moving that automatic 909 out a little wide there at the exit of the final corner. Clearing them down the front straightaway. Let's just scoot on up, Dustin, to that GP1 battle, starting with the number 85, headed out of the shot towards turn 5. There goes Fast Track Racing, clearly out in front at the moment, a couple of seconds in hand, over that number 85 M2. So it's an M2-1-2. Open Throttle Racing in the number 64, that green car, Hulk, I think is the name, running there in third. PC Racing number 44 in P4. Blaze Racing at the tail end of that group there in fifth. Second, third, fourth, fifth, all right in a row. With those two GTO cars just beginning to work their way through. See the round 3 Porsche around the outside of turn number 8. Stoic will follow them through a couple of car lengths in arrears. And they'll set themselves up for turn number 10. Good passing opportunity, but can't get too greedy on the way in because you kind of have to arc it in there. It's not quite the obvious, get it pointed at the apex. A couple of surface changes there as well. Actually gets none of the cars on the way into 10. Happy to sit behind them there. And that's going to allow the Stoic number 87 Supra to close up to the back of the Porsche as they work through turn 13 and head south towards 14 and 15. It's the Flying Fortress Straight, JT. I've spent all day yesterday trying to remember what the name of that straightaway was, and it just came to me. Down the Flying Fortress Straight towards turn number 15. They'll clear the PC car, or at least around 3 Porsche will, but there's a standing yellow at turn 15 because the 669 Rapscallion Ligier is stopped drivers left here at the exit of Le Mans. Do we have that on board, Dustin? See the flashing lights way out there. Oh, has that car been in the wall? At turn 16, or did it just park itself up? That is way out in the weeds. The nick in the windshield yesterday was, or the nick in the windshield you see on screen there was there yesterday as well. So that wasn't created by an impact or anything like that. We do have YouTube link for their onboard. I think that car's been in the wall. Teaming very heavily when it came to a stop over there at 16. That's a quick off and on for the automatic number 909. And we go double yellow. Yeah, that Rapscallion car did not hit the wall. It almost looks like there's a failure on that Rapscallion 669. It went to turn into turn number 16. It got like halfway through the arc into the corner and then just gave up turning. And it continued straight on. Yep, and did get it stopped before the wall. It wasn't going particularly quickly, obviously. Yeah, tough early start to the day here for that Rapscallion Ligier JS2. Our Stratus Racing number 60 is into the pit lane. Okay, tremendous. Rapscallion 644, I believe, will be the car that gets picked up by the safety car. GTU leaders pretty much across the board into the pit lane. Number 1 is in, 908 is in from Automatic Racing. So about halfway through a fuel run here. Maybe 2/3 of the way through a fuel run with 35 minutes gone. It's pretty much a no-brainer for the GTU cars. Would anticipate most of the GTO cars being in as well, but not so for off-leash number 40. An interesting call there. I wonder why we've gone full course yellow there. Maybe just a difficult recovery. Difficult recovery there at the exit of 16. Plenty of runoff, but yeah, being up against the tire wall there, even though no contact was made. We've already seen that's the second car to end up driver's left way out there at 16. So not necessarily a bad move here. Another pass under yellow penalty. This will be for the number 118. Pass car 44 over at turn number 6. That's the Blaze Racing BMW.
Yeah.
An error we don't normally see out of Blaze Racing.
Yeah, those cars would have been fighting for position in GP1.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. The full course yellow even caught me out a little bit, and that doesn't excuse a pass under yellow ever. Like, you've got to have that awareness. But given how long we had been already working on that number 669 recovery over at turn number 16, kind of anticipated they would just let it ride with the hot pull. Also possible that they realized it was going to need a flatbed and it was going to take a little bit longer to get recovered over there rather than just a flat tow back to the paddock, given the left front what appeared to be suspension failure on that car. So yeah, don't think it's a bad decision or idea by any stretch of imagination. Just one that maybe we all weren't expecting. Circumstances down there. Rapscallion is actually going to be the third car in line there with that number 644. Looks like the AOA number 851 is the first car behind the safety car now.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. What that I believe what that has done is that has allowed the 146 BRD Motorsports and the 222 Rebel Racing to effectively gain a good half lap here. They'll be lining up at the tail end of this group, with the 851 and the 167 at the front.
Really going to make me do this before I've even finished my coffee. Doesn't have to be this way. I mean, look, in GP2 there, that Rebel Racing car is not under a whole lot of pressure at the moment for... Oh, all right. Great advertisement for Kenneth Sanders facial plastic surgery, however. I mean, maybe the best sponsorship placement we've ever had on a camera in the World Racing League. Tremendous stuff. Just unfortunate it had to be this way. Running Hoosiers, I noticed on that car as well. Good profile on that Ligier JS2R as well. The 146 picks up a one-lap penalty for a pass under yellow. So that leaves Rebel Racing now out alone at the front of GP2. That BRD about to be... Ooh. Oh, it just hasn't updated yet because I don't think they've come across the line.
Not yet, no.
Okay. That'll go back to 13 laps. But still, because of the split in the field there, as you mentioned, JT, with AOA being now most of a lap down to those two class leaders, it'll kind of leave Rebel Racing out alone in front and BRD just on the tail of the rest of that GP2 pack. So still very much in contention despite the one-lap penalty there for the BRD number 146. Let's do this here while we finish up the recovery of the Rapscallion number 669. Let's step aside from the Fall Sportscar Classic here at Sebring International Raceway. Some pit stops for the GTO leaders that we'll get to in just a moment. Hamofa is in, as is the class-leading off-leash number 40 Mercedes. We'll pay a couple of bills, or a bill, and say hello to Continental Tire and be back on the other side of a quick commercial break from the Fall Sportscar Classic Sunday Championship finale.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by, like, a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the Smart Choice in Tires.
Back at Sebring International Raceway, the Sunday 7-hour finale, the Eastern Region Championship finale, rolls on here with just over 40 minutes gone under our first full course yellow of the day. A little bit early this morning, but mechanical failure at the left front corner of the Rapscallion at number 669 Ligier JS2R, taking that car out of contention in GTO. Pit stops underway in GTO as well. We mentioned both for the Hamofa number 419 and the number 40 off-leash Motorsports Mercedes. That should put the Stoic Racing number 87 Supra into the class lead. Not seeing any pit stops listed for that car. So interesting that haven't had the bulk of the GTO field in like I thought we might have. I'm not seeing a whole lot of lap history over on redmist.racing as well, which is not allowing me to confirm whether or not those cars have been in. In any case, wait for these cars to come around. We'll confirm the lineup there in GTO. GTU, it does appear that the number 60 has retained the lead by virtue of all of those cars having been into the pit lane. 908, second in line. So the 908 cars actually jumped the number 1, I think, here, JT.
Yeah, that would sound correct.
Yeah, from third up to second.
As well as the 109.
Oh, yeah. Actually, has the 109 come through?
109 is right here behind PC cart.
Yeah, lost a handful of spots there, at least some track position. The number 40 is out now behind the number 70. And there's that Hamofa Motorsport M4 GT4. The off-leash number 41 Porsche is back out, or headed down the pit lane to come back out anyway.
Nice. Looks like the 85 AOA Racing stayed out, as did the 24 from Roots Innovations.
Yeah, less surprising that GP1 cars, the majority of GP1 cars would stay out. We noticed yesterday lengths of 25, 29 laps, pushing the times out towards hour 20, hour 15, hour 20, sometimes a little bit longer even in those cases.
I also think the 85 might be one of those entries that is... they try to time their stops a bit more based on driver stints.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And this early in the running, I mean, if you're going to run pure strategy, yeah, obviously, I think come in here and top off. But if you're trying to balance those things in a shorter race where you have less opportunity to kind of make things up in terms of guaranteed driving time, yeah, you play a little bit more towards equity in terms of the rented seats. Lights are off on the safety cars. We head through turn number 17. 45 minutes gone as we head towards championships being awarded this afternoon. Lady safety car pulls in. Quick wiggle of the number 851 Mazda MX-5 there to maybe clean the tires off a little bit. Green flag waves.
The 24 is going to pit now.
That's the Bruce Innovations 235. 60 at the front. Number 1's going to go around the outside of the number 908 automatic NPO1 that had jumped it during the pit cycle there under the full course yellow. So we're right back to the way things were there in GTU. That's the Forza number 20 Aston Martin that is now at the front of the GTO field. I think it's jumped the Stoic.
It has.
Yeah, the Stoic Supra has fallen back to second now. Look a little bit deeper. Where is the next GTO car? It's the number 2 from ACP Tangerine. The Moorhead Speedworks Janetta in 4th, and the FPRS Motorsports Ford Mustang GT4 in 5th. So change again at the front of the GTO field. Really good stuff from that number 24 Motorsports Aston Martin to get the jump here. 3 wide on the way in to 7. Was that maybe a little bit of contact at the apex there?
Yeah, far inside was the 91.
Yeah, 3 wide on the way in there with that FPRS Mustang, kind of forcing the issue where maybe it didn't have to happen. Not sure if they definitely touched there, but it didn't look like there was going to be a whole lot of room by the time they all got slowed down to the apex there at the hairpin. But everybody that's here in the chat with us this morning, My Race Data, what happened? It's raining in Daytona right now. We are some hours away from Daytona, but obviously Florida is going to Florida. Beautiful morning here, all things considered. A little bit on the warm side, a little bit on the humid side, also the human side, I suppose. We'll see what the rest of the afternoon holds in store for us down in this part of the state. Morning to Mike Anderson, 644 Sotail happy. Almost got the turn 6 bridge. It's very interesting as well because I noticed the 644 is not sporting the rear wing this morning. I wonder if they've taken some aero out of that car to try and get a little bit of power back or to be able to take some weight out of it. Make it a little bit more comfortable to drive and not so heavily reliant on the aero.
ACP is caught up right to the rear bumper of that Supra. You can see exiting turn 1, heading to turn 3 here. BMW just taking a look here. Not going to be close enough.
Yeah, the 87 is leaving some of these doors open. Excuse me. It was a pretty late turn in there on the way into turn number 5, or turn number 3. To get some of that pace back through 4 and 5. But as you said, JT, down to just a couple of car lengths between the Supra and the BMW. Off-leash Motorsports in the number 40, incidentally, after coming into the pits from the class lead. Now back to P6. Round 3 Racing, the number 70, back to 8th. With the PMW Motorsports BMW now splitting those 2 cars. Oh, yep, ACP has cleared that number 87 Stoic Supra on the way into and through turn number 10. So change for second in GTO with that Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta just lurking in the background here a little bit. Clear air out in front. Time to go hunt down that Stoic Racing Toyota Supra. See a couple of more of those Supras back at Circuit of the Americas. Obviously, we typically see the AE Victory Racing number 119 here as well in a Supra. Not participating this weekend. That was all part of the plan. But we'll see Kingpin Racing back at COTA with 2, I think even 3 cars potentially there for Tyler Hoffman's squad. TCB Racing will be involved in that weekend as well. Sister teams there too. Stoic Racing run out of the same shop there in Houston. Hello to Jason Marks.
We'll also have a Toyota R&D back.
Not a GT4 Supra, but still very much a Supra.
Yep. Oh, across the line, ACP right alongside the Aston Martin.
Yeah, this is a battle for the GTO class lead, and good power out of that BMW M4 GT4 gets the move done down the front straightaway before they really even got to turn number 1. And so 1, 2, and 3 in GTO all right in a row there, stacked up behind the ACP BMW. 4th, about 5 or 6 car lengths further back in that white Ginetta. A bunch of more or less standard GT4 type cars, and then a very heavily modified Ginetta G56 out of the Moorhead stables there, up into 4th place. It's all mixed in with the GTU leaders as well. Stratus Racing number 60, generally out in front. Oh, Sarah Montgomery, I hear you. Hello, Sarah. Thanks for being with us. I thought maybe, just maybe, given that it was a weekend off for the AE Victory girls, that maybe they would just, not plug into the World Racing League. But very much with us. Congratulations on the new job there, Sarah, as well. We left Watkins Glen talking about how you lived in the D.C. area and not Louisiana, and then within like 2 days, uproot yourself, do something different. Feel a little bit lied to, honestly. This is very, very obviously about me. Off leash in the number 40. Oh, man, sideways for that number 72 BMW again. I feel like this is kind of how we left yesterday.
It's just its natural state of being.
Do we have the onboard for that car pulled up here, Dustin? Yeah, PMW. Yeah, Precision Motorworks. There we go. Watch the steering input on this car. They're going to let that Hamofa M4 GT4 up the inside. Hacksawing already. So this is not tires being burned off, I think, clearly. Right? No, it wouldn't be this early with 52 minutes gone. Head down into turn number 1. So far, so good. About half throttle there. Has to breathe out of it a little bit. This car rides the bumps through the apex and out to corner exit. Jump on the brakes. Rear end moves around a little bit on those 200 treadwear tires. Moves around a lot as they try and get it turned down to the apex. A bit more stable that time on the way out of turn number 5 and underneath Mission Foods Bridge at Big Bend. The brakes out in front of the Sebring 7 Hotel. Lowest corner on the track. No protest that time from the number 72 car, being driven by Robert Ames at the moment. Car into Cunningham up at turn number 10. Yeah, altogether more stable, I think, at the moment. Not perfectly stable, but better than it was midway through the day yesterday.
Took me a moment to look it up, but this this loose BMW reminds me a lot of another loose BMW we used to have in WRL in GP2 at the time.
Yep.
Furious Racing.
Yep, 525. That was very clearly a car that was being overdriven. I'm not convinced that that's what's happening here, but I'm not convinced that that's what's happening here. It feels a little bit like the driver just prefers not to run with traction control, and that they've just shut it off. But it's also substantially quicker than it was yesterday when this car was at its most diabolical, where it was about 10 seconds off the pace. Currently lapping pretty consistently in the 222s, which is pretty good.
That, or they just prefer a much larger anti-roll bar in the rear.
That could be. Fab0051, is that YouTuber from Daytona here? I assume that we are referring to Cameron Dass, who put up a really nice... I don't know, JT, did you see this?
I did not.
The Cameron Dass video from Daytona? So Cameron is a pretty popular YouTuber, content creator, etc. He ran the 14 hours at Daytona, the Paul Revere 14-hour back in June with Automatic Racing, and put up like an hour-long video from his perspective, not just like an onboard, but like properly edited and following him around like a vlog, like an hour-long vlog of his experience in the World Racing League. And within a couple of weeks of it going up, had 200,000 views. I mean, insanely popular. It took me a second to realize who Fab0051 was referring to, but yeah, it's definitely... I don't think Cameron is here this weekend. Did have another young driver here yesterday, however, Camden Hibbett, who has participated in a bunch of DriversEye Live covered events as part of our SCCA Super Tour coverage in Beck MX5. Was here, did a stint in the Round 3 Racing number 1 yesterday. I don't know if he was going to be back today or not. But it is really cool to see, these younger drivers that do have a presence, a digital presence in the community. I suppose we do as well at DriversEye Live, but you know what I mean. As people that have garnered real following for themselves, coming and taking part and being able to spread the word a little bit about what WRL is all about. AC McGraw 30, is there ever any video feed from onboard NPO1s? If you head over to YouTube and look up Stratus Racing, yes, we do have those. Unfortunately, we can't pull in the YouTube links here based on our production setup. So you're welcome to follow along with those in a multi-screen or gridded screen environment. Battle on for the GP1 race lead, Fast Track Racing and AOA Racing, 927 from 85.
That actually swapped recently.
Yep, still half a second to choose between them. Fast Track Racing obviously was in the race lead prior to the full course. Yeah, let's see if we can pick that up. I guess it's somewhere around 15, 16, 17. Start finish confirmed. Just came through. Margins up to 1.1. Fast Track Racing in the 927 down into the 229s. Blaze Racing is third on the road, by the way. You're just going to see it come into shot here. The black BMW E36 with yellow markings. That car received a one-lap penalty for a pass under yellow earlier and is back into P7 as a result. But as we said, still running third on the road here. PC Racing actually in third. In the number 44, but about 10 seconds, 11 seconds now off of the race lead. Good morning, Sadakal Khalsa, who joins us presumably from Chuckwalla again this morning, where I think our Ryan West is out there probably setting up camera. Maybe not yet, a little early still. Warm one out there in the Coachella Valley as well, what I hear. Open Throttle Racing, fourth place in GP1, and then another 2 seconds further back to the Palomar number 38. Battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Just like it was before the full course yellow. With the Rapscallion 644 and Bruce Innovation 333 thrown in there for good measure, those two cars, 644 and 333, battling for position, but a lap off of the race lead. Actually, so the Blaze car, then the Gap, then the 644, then the 333. Those cars are battling for seventh because they're all a lap down. They're very interesting. They've kind of kept in the same place on the road, JT, that they were prior to the full course yellow.
Yeah.
So this looks a lot like it did 15, 20 minutes into the race, but a little bit more jumbled up from where we were. Born to Eat Toast, I really appreciate the kind words in the chat. I promise everybody else, I'm not paying him. A little bit like long-form podcasting, I think, is kind of how we approach this. Did a pretty good job of staying on target yesterday, has to be said. Because we usually don't. Usually there's, enough open air that we find other things to talk about. And we will today, for sure. We did yesterday as well, but did do a pretty good job of keeping tabs on everything that was going on. I do need to take some time at some point this morning and walk our way through the championship permutations. I think, for better or for worse, some of these have kind of ironed themselves out. We haven't seen the Lagunatic Racing number 779 come back out, which is almost certainly going to wrap up the GP2 East Region Championship for the Rebel Racing number 222. They are already in the championship lead, and even if Rebel were to stop driving right now and not pick up any points on the day, they'll be well out in front. Battle for third place in GP1 has also kind of closed itself up as a result of Screaming Goat Racing not being here in the number 29. Palomar Racing in the 38 hangs on to second. PC Racing is already locked up the GP1 East Championship.
Oh no! 85.
Oh, that's a slow 85.
That is second place in GP1 at the moment. Here comes PC Racing. That is third. It looks like it's getting up a little bit more speed, but no, it's going to be slow exiting Tower Corner here to 13.
Forza Motorsport number 20 is into the pit lane, by the way. That'll be a scheduled stop under green here as a result of having not pitted under the full course yellow. But he works past that slowing number 85 M2. Face the driver's left here through turn 14.
I'm going to go wide here, let all the traffic through, tuck in behind. Yeah, it looked like going through 11 and 12, it looks like it was rocking the car back and forth, maybe a fuel pickup issue.
We are just over an hour in. It would be early.
It would. Ooh, somebody going quite wide there out of 16, throwing up a lot of dirt in the air.
Easier to do than that looks. Just need to be a little bit wide, even on corner entry. And because it transitions from off camber to flat, really difficult to get the car back to the apex. Gives the car a shake, headed down into turn number 17. I think that might have been the Rebel 222. As the 85 makes it back to the pit lane. Wide out there for the number 146. Was Rebel.
Yeah, turn 16 exit's a lot like turn 5 exit, where you have a decent amount of curb on the exit, but if I recall correctly, there's then a drop off into dirt before you get to the grass. As we see Rapscallion's GP1 entry demonstrate the dirt here at the exit of 5.
That's where Mike Anderson was saying that car was a little tail happy earlier. Try and haul it away from that exit curb to prevent yourself from dropping the wheels off. Really quite easily break traction at the rear there and set the car sideways. Easy to catch, especially if you're using that curb as kind of a berm, but also easy to overdo and spear yourself off to driver's left. I've seen that multiple times over the years. Kevin in the chat asked what the spectator experience is like here. So Green Park is open this weekend, and I got to be honest, I don't remember if Green Park has been open previously.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think it was. Yeah, I had the same thought. I don't remember being able to get up over the bridge to place cameras over there by turns 10, 3, etc. But yeah, plenty of people camped over there. Actually saw a couple of bonfires over there yesterday, which is very cool. As the sun went down. From what I understand, we also set a spectator record here yesterday, which I'm going to say the number, and it's going to sound silly, but we had about 500 people here yesterday, which is more people than we've ever had at a WRL race, according to RJ Till, which is quite cool. I guess technically more people show up to the Alabama Boat Show. However, yeah, no, really cool to see people milling around. It's not packed by any stretch of imagination, but to get people from the community to come out on a nice weather weekend, enjoy what is probably going to be the warmest weekend for the rest of the year here at Sebring, and probably the most popular spectator event until we get back around to the 12-hour in March. Yeah, is really cool stuff, and happy to and thrilled to be able to share it with you all here on YouTube, and of course to all of you who are trackside this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's not like this race is being advertised anywhere near the level of a 12-hour.
No, obviously.
So it's.
I will say though, I mean, when it comes to polish, right? Oh man, and that caused the 64 open throttle BMW to have to check up, headed under the bridge there, and the Palomar number 38 to get a run to the other side. So,
Yeah.
chances we're going to be 3 wide there underneath the Corvette bridge at Big Bend. Stays all as it was.
Tucks in behind.
Anyway, Victory Lane yesterday, the big printed banner with WRL, the WRL logo, the Sebring logo, East Region Championship, event date. I mean, all the right things to give it that kind of look and feel. And to be fair, they've done that before, back at the 24-hour in 2021. The hotel has the WRL logo stickered on the sliding doors.
Nice.
Which is very cool over at the Sebring 7.
Yeah, and I noticed the social media for the racetrack was also quite active, and
yeah,
definitely doing a bit of advertising. So yeah, no, it's been quite impressive.
I think we were anticipating even more spectators today. I will say it wasn't particularly busy first thing this morning when I got here, but it was also an hour earlier start. We're just now clearing the time we got going yesterday morning, and obviously there are other things people do on Sundays as well. So, yeah, I think altogether a pretty successful weekend here, and it's been cool to see the progression of spectators, not just here, but I mean Daytona kind of turned into an ad hoc spectator event. There were enough people locally calling and asking the track if they could come check it out, in part because of what we were doing on the stream here with DriversEye Live, that the track said, well, we're not going to open up any of the vendors, obviously, but if you want to come on by, just sign the waiver and come in. Turned into kind of a free spectator weekend, which is very, very cool.
Yeah.
It's nice. To me, I think there's an interesting discussion to be had around like what SRO does, right? And how they manage promotions and spectators, and how it's obviously very, very much about the driver experience and the VIP type experience that they provide for drivers. As we get two cars over here at turn 8. That's BSI on the left of the shot, and a Heraflight coming to rest where it did, exactly where it did a couple of laps ago on driver's left.
So that is not BSI. That is 851 from AOA Racing.
Shoot.
That is BMX5.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yep.
Unfortunately, 2 cars here on different sides of the track. This might be an issue.
We saw the number 247 pulling up there to driver's left at turn 8. So we had already sent the safety vehicle to go deal with the number 851 in GP2. Standing yellow at start here. So do we have a car at turn 1 now as well?
We do. Pit exit, that looks like
you can see the shadow, yeah. Number not yet reported.
Is it 58 or 59 maybe? Or no, the 58 or 60.
Yeah, this will almost certainly wind up being a full course yellow here. But nothing happens, and then it all happens. We do stay green for the moment, just to be clear. And now it is now confirmed it's a 58.
Okay.
And another safety vehicle to go get the Heraflight car. GTU dropping like flies here at the moment.
Yeah, that car had been chasing the 10 of Round 3 Racing for 4th, and had the 109 of Roberts Racing directly behind them.
Anyway, as compared to what SRO does, and they do get spectators at some of their events, but it doesn't really ever fill in the way top tier sports car racing weekends do. To me, this really isn't any different. The interested parties, people who like coming out and being a part of sports car racing weekends, they like camping at the track, get out in the motorhome, get out in the tents and kind of hang out with loud noises for a weekend. this provides a very similar kind of opportunity at, at a primarily, or something that's primarily centered around endurance racing rather than the sprint racing you get in those kinds of weekends. We do now go full course yellow here at start finish. We go full course yellow on timing. The pylon should follow in short order. Goes. The full course yellow number 2 on the morning. Hour and 12 minutes, or on 11 minutes gone. We're sending a tilt bed to go get at least one of these cars over here at turn number 8.
Yeah, that might be for the MX-5.
Stoic is in the number 87. Rapscallion is in the 644. This is a little bit unfortunate because I think the number 70 Porsche was in under green. As was the Forza Motorsports number 20, which had a long stop. 6 minutes 3 was the pit lap for that car. 60 is in. What we think is now the only circulating NPO1. Or Stratus NPO1 specifically.
Stratus, yeah.
Yeah. Also worth noting with regards to the Stratus cars, at the very least, Stratus number 58 was the car that came to a halt yesterday over at turn 6 in the closing hours of yesterday's Enduro. So potentially a recurrence of the similar issue. The 60's been clean and green right the way through, both yesterday and today. Now pretty wholesale pit stops. Good timing for GP1. The Aeroflight number 247 with the other door open now. Rolls around behind the safety truck. The tilt bed there is now very clearly for the 851 MX-5. Fatty Hales, one of our trackside photographers this morning, says the black car smoked like crazy going through turn 7. Probably a motor. I wonder if it popped a motor there, downshifting into turn number 7. I think, JT, you and I discussed that yesterday, didn't we? Little money shift.
It can happen.
Yeah. Going for third and grab first, going for fourth and grab second. And that would kind of jive with the tilt bed. If it was dropping fluid or oil, obviously you don't want to tow that car around, leaving that fluid on the race surface. So the safety car picks up the number 41. The 44 is the next car in line. Has this? Oh, no, Fast Track is in. Okay, I thought it was going to have split the GP1 field, but it hasn't. Fast Track has been into the pit, so that will give the GP1 race lead over to the PC Racing number 44. Do a quick rundown here while we're under full course yellow. Hour and 15 minutes in, second full course yellow of the morning. This one for 3 separate stoppages of race cars, completely unrelated. First was the 851 Mazda MX-5 from AOA Racing over at the exit of turn number 8. Second was the Aeroflight Racing number 247 parking up at driver's left at turn 8, almost exactly where it did a little earlier on. Third was the Stratus Racing number 58 NPO1 down at the end of the front straightaway, pulled up to essentially the pit out lane there on driver's right headed into the corner. The overall race leader is, at the moment, Stratus Racing number 60, was just into the pit lane, should have retained the lead over the round 3 racing number 1 NPO1, which sits second. Automatic Racing in the 908, the number 2 BMW ahead of the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes number 40. All of this is subject to be updated post pit stops here, but we want to fill some time and give everybody a quick update as to where things stand. Moorhead Speedworks in the number 291 Janetta sits third, with the FPRS Motorsports Ford Mustang in fourth. So 4 GTU cars from 4 GTO cars. As I look at the camera here on the back straightaway, just to confirm that everything has kind of stayed in that order. PC will pit here out of the... briefly out of the race lead anyway. Do want to note the Forza Motorsports number 20. There, they are the first car in GTO in line, but not in the class lead. That car has dropped now to P7 and is 1 lap off of the class leader. So behind FPRS in... well, give everybody a second here. There's a Janetta in third, should be FPRS in fourth, and then PMW Motorsports in the number 72 in fifth. I'm not having quite caught the back of the field. GP1, Fast Track, HK Motorsports, number 221, is going to inherit the lead here with the PC Racing number 44 having pitted. Fast Track number 927 has already come through into second. Palomar number 38 should inherit third here. Open Throttle number 64, the only other car on the lead lap, at least for the moment, and it looks like the PC Racing number 44 BMW will slot in there right around the back of the 38 Palomar 36. GP2 being led by Rebel Racing in the number 222, that sort of sky blue BMW ahead of BRD Motorsports in the number 146. Despite that car having a 1-lap penalty, it is still technically on the lead lap in GP2. Such was its margin earlier on when it picked up that penalty. BSI Racing in the number 167, where I did briefly give everybody a heart and throat moment there when I mentioned that car is being stopped at turn 8. It wasn't. I picked up the wrong car. That GR86 Cup runs in P3 and GP2. Open Throttle Racing number 69. Fourth, and then the Rockwell Autosport Development number 715 Porsche Boxster, having just come out of the pit lane, will run P5. Appreciate everybody being with us, whether you're trackside or with us on YouTube this morning. Happy to have your company. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy on the microphones. We flew solo yesterday with our man Ryan West being out in Southern California covering some Porsche racing. Of our Porsche Owners Club coverage out of Chuckwalla. Dustin Ollis is keeping us on the straight and narrow here. I have to say, JT, I don't know if you felt this way, but coming out of yesterday, for as tough a day as it could have been with just the two of us, I think, A, we did a good job of staying on target, but B, Dustin kind of being consistently in our ears with things from the race control log or things on camera that we weren't seeing. I feel like it really kind of kept us fully abreast of what we were going on and able to really properly tell the story of yesterday's 8-hour.
Yeah, definitely. We were able to really pay attention to all the various little bits that were going on that was helping to create a narrative as the day went on. So I think it was good as we see the MX-5 on the tow bed head its way back to the paddock here. Should also be noted, I believe Round 3 Racing with the number 70 Porsche GTOs have a problem of some sort. I believe they're still on pit road at the moment. Unfortunately, 5 laps down in the class. That was your GTO leader and winner yesterday. So unfortunately, some issues taking part there. Yes, Dominic, Forza Motorsports did change cars. The 144 yesterday did have a spin out of turn 16, and I believe did brush into the concrete wall. They are back out today in the number 20 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. I believe supplied by 89X Motorsports. So you see going through the shot here. But the important thing is drivers are okay, and they were able to hop in another car, and they're back out on track here Sunday. Looks like we'll be doing another lap under yellow here. All right, looks like PC Racing did slot back in 5th in GP1. So when we go back to green, that will be the 221 of HK Motorsports leading the class. Should have a couple car lengths back to the 927 of Fast Track Racing, which we see going through shot here. They'll have about 5 cars or so back to the 38.
Sorry, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
How did the Forza Motorsports number 20 Aston Martin lose 2 laps?
I believe that was that 6-minute pit stop you mentioned.
Good call. Yep.
Whereas most of their competitors might be at like a 330 to a 430.
Yeah.
So that would have been at least 1 there.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I'd already managed to forget about that.
Can you see the 70 still on pit road?
Ooh.
They have been there for quite a few laps.
Oh, it's being hooked up to a flat toe.
I was afraid of that.
Sorry, gave it the Gus Johnson treatment there. Yeah. No, it's there's a pair of flashing lights I can just about see around the corner of my my windows here, and yeah, stationary in the pit lane. So tough day to be a 991 Cup, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of optimism though, because we did get the 41 back out on track. So hopefully that means we'll see the 70 again.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And it's not like the round 3 crew is just going to pack up and go home. I mean, they're still supporting the other 2 NPO1s, obviously, as well. So if you're here, you might as well try and get the car back out on track. Also, Brad McCall, notoriously not a quitter.
Yeah, that's definitely not Brad.
Cole Lofsgaard, though, that guy.
Oh, definitely. Also a slouch. Yeah,
also it doesn't get enough racing in Brazil and obviously needs to watch the Brazilian Grand Prix this afternoon. Sabotage. If you're not familiar with Cole Lofsgaard here in the World Racing League, one of the drivers on the Round 3 Racing number 70 Trimtex Porsche also does a hefty amount of racing in a handful of cars in Brazil. I think most recently in LMP3. Does that sound right? Yeah, that sounds right. Very much not Brazilian. Cole Lofsgaard. Minnesotan?
Not with that attitude.
Yeah. Anyway, he does his fair share of racing. A real character as well, and will be competing in next year's Mustang Challenge, supporting IMSA. Nice. With Round 3 racing, which is very, very cool. Great to see some of our not so young anymore, but drivers that come up through the WRL ranks kind of make a name for themselves here, go get the opportunity to go do it professionally. Very cool stuff. Lights are out on the safety car as we head down the Ullman Straight once again. This is coming to complete lap number 32. Just over an hour and 25 minutes gone in the 7-hour Sunday finale here at the Fall Sportscar Classic. Kevin, just to give you some answers here regarding spectators. Race is over at 3. I think everybody's got to be clear here by the late afternoon. And yeah, parking's included. $10 for a day pass, I think was the number that we were given. Green flag waves at start finish, off leash. And that number 41 scoots out the front, a couple of laps down there. But next car in line is your overall race leader. It's Stratus Racing number 60 in that Sebico NP01. Low sling prototype there. And gets way into turn number 3. Bruce Innovations in the number 333. Third in line. That car is a lap down in GP1. So your class leader in our top production class is going to be that BMW in the middle of the road there, exiting turn number 5.
Or the 1.
HK Motorsports in that number 221. We had an onboard for them, and as they get absolutely swamped around Big Bend by a couple of GTU cars, I think we could ride on board with that car this morning here, Dustin, just to kind of embrace some of the chaos there.
Yeah, that is so the 60s leading GTU. They've got a little bit of a gap back, I believe, to the 1, to the 908, to the 109, to the 10, to the 909. All fighting for position here. You see the 109 from Roberts Motorsports directly had that maroon colored NP01.
Oh, I think it was the 10, JT. I think that was the 10 that just scooted through along with the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes number 40. That car running second in GTO, but this is your GP1 race leader. Most of that gaggle of traffic has already worked its way through. But we look in the rearview mirror there, top left corner of the screen, and I believe that is the second place car in class. So nose to tail for the GP1 lead as they work down the Flying Fortress straight. Looks to the inside there in the first of these two left-handers. HK in the 221 gives them plenty of room. They're on the left-hand side, but it's going to sit in the middle of the road in a vaguely defensive position there. And as the 91 Ford scoots up the inside of the 927 from Fast Track, gives that number 221 just a little bit of breathing room through Le Mans and down onto the Ullman Straight. 221 doesn't really seem to have the legs on the straightaway here as he gets passed by the 291 Ginetta, another GTO car. But look at the number 927 closing up in the rear view mirror on the throttle as they reach top gear. They're going to go side by side briefly, and the 927 has the move done before they get onto the brakes at turn number 17. Change for the GP1 lead. Oh, but it's a good run through the middle part of the corner there for the lighter weight BMW M3 number 221. But once again, Power's going to get the better of them down the front straightaway here. Man, that M2 being, I mean, a meaningfully heavier car just doesn't quite have it in the mid corner. But man, once you get up from fourth gear onwards, it just really starts to pull on the C46. Dominic Johnson, a little bit earlier in the chat, asked, Forza Motorsport changed cars to the number 20. What happened to the 144? I'm not sure what happened to the 144. That car have an off yesterday, JT?
Yes, it unfortunately had the concrete wall exiting of turn 16.
That's right. Yeah, driver's right. Yeah, that's right. On the exit of the corner, spun to the inside there. I did forget about that. And has been able to slot themselves into an 8.9X Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4. Get themselves on the grid for this morning. Finally settling down here after about 2 laps.
Settling down, he says.
I mean, it's all relative because that restart was pretty bonkers for about the first lap or so.
So we still have a fight for the lead in GTO between ACP and the number 40 off-leash Motorsports Mercedes. That was 0.3 of a second coming across the line. We see going through shot here, the Mustang of FPRS Motorsports leading just in front of the 291 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta. Those guys are fighting for third in GTO. Slightly further back going through shot, you had Stoic Racing's Toyota Supra being followed by the 72 of BMW Motorsports. Their BMW also fight for fifth in GTO. We continue to have a line of GTU cars coming through the shot here. The number 1 from Round 3 Racing, the 109 from Roberts Racing, and the 908 from Automatic Racing. Those are fighting second, third, and fourth in class at the moment. We were following along with HK Motorsports and the 927 Fast Track Racing, that M2 taking the lead in GP1. A little bit further in the rearview mirror from the HK Motorsports cars, you would have seen the 44 PC Racing about a second and a half back. Another 2 seconds behind them, the 64 Open Throttle Racing BMW M3. And the 38 of Palomar, just a couple seconds behind them as well. A little bit further in GP1, you do have the 85 from AOA Racing chasing the 644 Rapscallion BMW as well. GP2, the fight for second in that class, a little bit spread out. Rockwell about 5 seconds behind BRD Motorsports. That off-white colored BMW E46, I believe. But the 167 of BSI Racing, just a couple tenths behind that Porsche Boxster. So lots of fights up and down the field at this point still.
Change for the GTO race lead. JT, the number 40 Mercedes has gotten by the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. Happened on the last lap in this order across the line. And while they were nose to tail through the first part of the lap here on lap number 35, Mercedes just putting a car length or two between itself and the M4 GT4. Stratus number 58 is back into the pit lane. I say back into, meaning it was previously in the paddock, having ground to a halt over at the entry to turn number 1 to not cause our last full course caution, but be a part of our last full course caution.
Looks like the Roberts has got past the number 1 of round 3 racing, moving up into second in GTU.
Yep, there it is. Down into turn number 3. Automatic in the 908, kind of stalking them. They're from about 8 car lengths further back. Oh, Mercedes is wide there at turn 5. Under a little bit of increasing pressure there from the number 2, I had noticed on the way into turn number 3. Couldn't get the car quite back to the apex as the rear end of the car gave up. Back to into that left-hander at 5. Who will show the nose in the braking zone into turn number 7. Not quite close enough to be able to get the move done. But as they exit the safety pin and head towards the Fangio chicane, is the number 2 able to get on the throttle early enough here to draw up to the back bumper of the Mercedes? No, doesn't look like it. Still a car length, maybe 1.5 between them as they head towards turn number 10. The right-hand turn there and head under the trees between 10 and 11. This is where that Mercedes seems to be a little bit stronger, JT. Maybe the M4 quicker through the first half of the lap, where it is able to close right up onto the rear bumper of the Mercedes, and then the Mercedes pulls away down some of these longer straights between 13 and 15 and between 16 and 17. See it opening the margin out to 2, maybe 3 car lengths on the way into 15. Can't quite get the car down to the apex. Some of these medium speed corners. Time they go to tip that car in 3rd or 4th gear, it looks like it back end kind of protests a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say especially
Purpose
with the
flag
2
here at 17, by the way. Sorry, JT.
No worries. With the 2 trailing just behind, you can really see the BMW looks just a bit more composed over the bumps. Looks like it's moving around a lot less.
There is that Mercedes again building the gap around the second half, or I guess the last sector of this 3.7 mile Sebring International Raceway. And as they head towards turn number 1, this is where the number 2 was, as you said, JT, on the bumps and on the throttle, able to close the margin up last time through. Gains maybe a car length through the distance of turn number 1. The breaks into 3, shortens up the racing line there just a little bit. Leans on the TC, maybe headed through 3. Ooh, this time a little awkward for the
Very
number 2.
wide.
As the 10 GTU shows the nose a little bit. Now that's, I don't know how I feel about that move, JT. If you're in the GTU car, I mean, yes, you don't want to continue to be held up through the slower and medium speed corners by the big M4. On the other hand, what's happened there? On the other hand, you know you're not going to out-drag the GT4 down the, or the GTO car down the longer straight. You're going to get passed back anyway. What's happened with the 41 there? Why is that slipping back?
The 41 is, unfortunately, it seems to be moving around a bit too much. It did have a moment in turn 5, running a bit wide that really cut their exit speed, allowing the Mercedes to catch up. So it seems like it's struggling a bit more at the moment compared to what we saw at the very beginning of the race. Update in GP1 real quick. We did see Fast Track Racing take the lead a couple laps ago. Since then, the 44 PC Racing has moved into second, and the 64 from Open Throttle moving into third. HK Motorsports just unfortunately still running a couple seconds slower at the moment. Now under attack from the 38 at Palomar last time across the line. Yep, here's HK Motorsports, the mostly white, but with a bit of red and blue BMW Motorsport livery on it. Next behind is Blaze Racing. They are a lap down. Then directly behind that is going to be the 38 at Palomar Racing. Blaze Racing overtaking HK Motorsports. That's going to cause them to check up a bit, and Palomar is going to be directly behind now. Trying to set up here, coming out of turn 16 onto the Almond Straight. They pull in alongside now, going into 17. And Palomar moves up into 4th. Fastest lap for PC Racing at 2:28.9. Closing the gap just slightly to the Fast Track Racing BMW that is currently leading the class. About a 6.7 second gap at the moment. Then a quick update in GP2. BSI Racing did take third from Rockwell Autosport Development. A little bit further behind the 55 and the 69 Open Throttle Racing and Airway Racing. About 2.5 seconds separating those two as they fight for 5th in GP2. We do have Moorhead Speedworks getting around the Ford Mustang of FPRS Motorsports for 3rd in GTO. Coming across the line, the Mercedes Off-Leash Motorsports continues to lead in front of the 2 of ACP Tangerine.
JT, can I welcome a guest to the booth here while we've got some time under this green flag? Hopefully, what turns out to be a pretty long green flag run here.
There's literally nothing I can do to stop you. So
fantastic. Yeah. Yep, it's my show now. Everybody, watch out. For certainly the first time in my experience here in the WRL, although I have it on good authority that Ryan West has crossed paths with this gentleman before. Happy to welcome to the booth Andrew Kohlfeldt.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Well, I'm as good as can be expected on a day when the car is not running.
I mean, you do still have a smile on your face, and you did on Friday when we chatted after the drivers' meeting as well. So the demeanor is generally there. But as you say, unfortunately, it's not because you guys are fighting for a championship in GP2 at the moment.
At the moment, we're not actively fighting.
Yeah.
So our hopes are still alive. Car is in the garage for the weekend with a motor that let go late yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, and to be clear, if you're not putting those pieces together, the motor letting go, that's Palomar number 83. We had kind of kept an eye on that car, and Mike Anderson was giving us some updates in the chat yesterday as that was all happening. Obviously, motor let go yesterday and not out on track today. You were explaining it to me a little bit off the air. Like I said, you can share as much or as little of that detail as you like, but it didn't sound pretty.
Well, you know, the cruel mistress that is racing occasionally decides to weigh in on your fate, sometimes without your inputs. We've had a couple motors, well, several motors this year, and we've been able to identify a couple of situations where it was definitely driver inputs, and then a couple more situations where it's not really known or certain. In certain cases, we lack the data to pinpoint it. So it's hard. And the motor budget for this year is well and truly blown. Pun intended.
Yeah, I figured. It was well crafted the first time. I wish you didn't have to to laugh it off with a little bit of humor. I know it's a tough situation. Obviously, the Palomar 83 car was well and truly into the thick of the GP2 Eastern Championship fight, as well as the National Overall Championship fight. We had talked about that car having really consistent finishes throughout the year when we chatted on Friday evening. It feels like a slightly bitter pill to swallow, bearing that's kind of the case, or bearing in mind that that's the case. Also bearing in mind we still have a race to go out at COTA, so it's not like we're just leaving here and saying, we'll have it ready for next year. You might, but we do still have 15 hours of racing left once we leave here.
That's correct. There's always hope.
Yeah.
Hope is a strategy sometimes.
Well, and so, I mean, you and I talked a little bit about, so Palomar number 38 is, the team has learned so much with that car and getting an E36 up to speed there in GP1. Obviously, running the GP2 car as well. I have to assume that the team was kind of looking at the GP2 car as being the ever-present car, the big wiggle there out of the round 3 racing number 10, leaving turn 13, as being kind of the ever-present. Okay, we know this car works. We know it's stable. We know it's consistent. Obviously, it's consistent, or it wouldn't be fighting for a national overall championship. Budget issues notwithstanding, theoretically, that's the car that I'm sure was kind of meant to just keep plugging on, huh?
Yeah, well, the 38 car is kind of the team car, and the 83 car is the rental car.
Oh, okay.
And so I ran with Palomar last December at COTA for the first time. We kind of gelled and formed a good bond. And Andy approached me in December and January asking me if I like to join them, in part due to the relationship with Open Throttle and giving birth to Miss Piggy. There was a way to be able to afford that. And then I invited a friend who I knew from the paddock, also from Open Throttle, previously from the overnight motorsports days and the GP3 class posters.
Yeah.
And then he also invited someone he knew from Rapscallion. So it was sort of like a marriage of opportunities that were given birth through just being in position. You hang around here long enough and you make enough friends and you see enough familiar faces and you just put yourself in a situation and things come. So we had a really, really good start to the season in a car that was just, I gotta say, probably the best handling car I have ever driven. And I've been driving cars on track since 1989. And, all credit due to the guys and Andy Anderson, the owner. These guys really know how to put together not only a machine, but a program. Watch from the inside, having been with several other teams over the course of the years, and you notice that there are some things that are just done differently. Born of years of experience, not only as car owners or team support crew, but active racers themselves. Andy and Mike done quite a bit of vintage racing, and so they know it from both sides, and they see it from both sides. And it's a really, really top-notch organization, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
I like some of the things you said there, and I like some of the things you talked about on Friday evening as well. First, I suppose with regards to Palomar, I really empathize with teams that, or any individual really, that emotionally invests in things that they care about, right? It's easy to care about racing, but it's hard to turn caring about racing into results and doing things at a top level. And that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of commitment, and I'm sure a willingness to make mistakes as well and to learn from them and get better. Palomar's been at this now for a couple of seasons consistently, right? And we've watched them, take the 38 and the 83 from not mid-pack or back of pack, but bring them up into places where they can contend for race wins, contend for championships. And I have a lot of time for that kind of thing, as I know you do as well. So first off, it's been cool to see that progression, and whatever the future holds for Palomar, I hope that it continues to involve the World Racing League, because teams like that are obvious assets to what we're all doing here. Because I think there is a consistent thread across teams, supporters, vendors alike, that we all really care about this.
Well, I think you really put your finger on something there, Brent. Because I remember when Palomar first dropped on the scene, I think it was 2023, and at the time I was racing with Peter at PC Racing, and we noticed this new team coming from, of all places, San Diego, right? And at first it was like, okay, well, that's a new team, cool. And they showed up again, and then they showed up again. And this was back in the days when the cars were number 14 and 15.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And in the GP2 world, anyway, from our perspective at PC Racing, the GP1 car from Palomar was to be reckoned with. They were definitely strong competitors. It wasn't long before us as a team and the rest of the paddock began to gain some respect for a team that's willing to haul from San Diego to every race. Once they showed up, they might have shown up for a race or two and maybe skipped one, but then the following season it was every single. So that's what Andy does.
Sure.
He's a very successful businessman with Palomar Roofing and Solar. Got other business experiences in previous lives, and he brings all of that to bear, and very effective businessman and owner. I guess I might have had something more to say on that, but I've lost my train of thought, so I'm going to hand it back over to you, Brandon.
No, that's okay. I think what you were suggesting there, not just about Andy, but about the whole Palomar team, kind of jives with your general outlook as well. And from the chat you and I had earlier this weekend, putting yourself in a position to take advantage of opportunities that present themselves to you, right? And being present, I think, was the word that you used when these things come around. From the DriversEye Live side, we've been at this now for, it's our 5th season in the World Racing League. We did our first event coverage with WRL under the previous ownership back in 2017, 2018 at Circuit of the Americas. And when the ownership of the series changed hands and there was an obvious effort to further the visibility of the series and kind of present it as this in between, maybe Champ Car with some of these regional series on the one side and SRO on the other side, that our existing relationships and presence around endurance racing gave us a chance to develop a platform for ourselves and help develop the same for WRL. So I'm sure people get tired of me saying this, but I was able to leave what I was doing previously in my career and now cover amateur and grassroots racing full time, with video and commentary. And that's all just by sticking with it because it was something that I cared about and I had emotionally invested in from the time I was young. Eventually those opportunities find you. If you hang around a while, you make good impressions on people, and you make it obvious but not too obvious, I suppose, that you really do care, right? And with that comes execution, it comes learning, it comes improvement, and a willingness to make yourself better, make your platform better, and ultimately build something for yourself if it's something that you want. You've done the very same with your driving career, your racing career, but you're driving and your racing opportunities as well, right?
When I started in WRL in 2021, it was from a friend of a friend who found some guy, and he said, "You want to join me?" And I said, "Well, that's a little bit more money than I think I can afford, but sure, let's give it a go."
Yeah.
And so I was only signed up to do one race in 2020.
And that was with?
That was with Jonathan Newcomb at Jonathan Newcomb Racing, the 178 car, which was the white and black and yellow Honda.
Was that the Civic or the Accord?
The Civic.
Okay. Yep.
So,
off the exit of turn number 1 there. Is that Blaze?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to take the escape road here.
I don't know if you caught the wall there, but the smoke or the dust there to driver's right. Looks out very, very close to that tire wall. Sorry, Andrew.
No worries.
Cut you off there.
Yeah. Actually, I had been signed up to run in the Accord.
Oh, okay.
Because it was the cheaper ride. It was a GP3 car.
I
right?
wonder how that happened.
Okay. And that car ran at Mid-Ohio.
Okay.
And blew up. So by Road America time, that car didn't exist anymore. But Jonathan was gracious enough to offer me a grandfather fee for the GP2 car instead. So at the end of that weekend, I was convinced that more. We got to do this again. Is there a seat available for Daytona? So, yeah, he said there was a seat available for Daytona, and he extended me the same deal. He was sort of launching his own sort of car ownership thing. I think he was moving from TCA over to WRL.
Yep.
I think the weakness in that car came from the fact that it was really designed to be a sprint car. You know, it's a factory Honda performance development street car with a cage in it from Honda. But it just didn't have the ability to last hours. So after those two, I had a sort of year-end spontaneously appear from Overnight Motorsports, and it was just a pitch on Facebook looking for a driver, and I said, "Hey, I'm interested. This is what I've done," and they said, "Okay, come join us." Again, just being here, introduced me to the people in each of those weekends, and that circle of friends and acquaintances and familiar faces grew every weekend that I was here. So I guess the guiding principle for me this year has been, and I'm passing this along to my kids now, when you're thinking towards the future and your goals, and you're wondering how you're ever going to get there, don't think of yourself in terms of how am I ever going to get to Palomar, but how am I going to get to WRL in the first place? Yeah. And if I just go, even if I'm not driving, if I'm just hanging around, asking questions, being useful or interested or curious, the longer you spend just one step in front of the other, these things just come.
Yeah.
So that's it's been quite a journey, and I'm privileged to be a part of this organization at the moment.
It is really quite a special thing we're doing, and I don't know that it's something that we can easily convey by just some static cameras and commentary and interviews, although I hope it sounds like we care, because obviously we do care. Like, we've been invested in this now for a half decade plus. But the whole paddock is full of people that are really passionate about this. The deeper you dive into it, what becomes a kind of a silly thing that we're doing here. I mean, it's just racing, right? And it's racing at a grassroots level, but it's full of ordinary people that are really doing consistently extraordinary things. Not to any particular end. I mean, I know there are business people here. Some of them are paying bills and mortgages with what they're doing as part of the World Racing League. But in the end, we're just doing some laps here, man. We're just doing a lot of laps.
Can you imagine what the wildlife and the birds that fly around here think of us?
Or anywhere. Like,
these humans, they just love going out and making all that noise.
Yeah.
And what are they doing?
Yeah. I saw a cat behind one of the walls over at Turn 17 the other morning, and I was like, this is not the place for you for any reason. But obviously,
But it is the place for me, Brent.
Absolutely. And a place for a lot of us.
The thing that I love about this series is that the camaraderie and the family sort of feel in the paddock. Everyone is willing to help everyone, even if it's your most bitter competitor. Everybody is really concerned for everyone else's welfare, and for the most part, drivers do a great job out there of running close and trusting each other. It's just the highlight of my month.
I mean, do you think that kind of puts WRL in a sweet spot as far as amateur grassroots? I mean, amateur is maybe too strong a word, but grassroots and endurance racing goes where, okay, we're not taking this all so seriously that there's hundreds of thousands of dollars riding on the line for any one individual, but it does allow people who care and want to invest emotionally to come in and compete and give their best, but still be friendly and still walk away from a weekend saying, well, either that was amazing, let's do it again, or that sucked, let's do it again.
So my experience with other series is fairly limited. As a BMW club participant in Colorado, I've been around various forms of racing for the last 3 decades or so. Started off with a driving school with the BMW club in my own car. I discovered that racing was a thing, but for a young kid of 20-something, far too expensive. I elected instead to take a crack at motorcycle racing.
I didn't know that.
Well, there's only 2 corners to a motorcycle, not 4, right? So the cost of tires and the cost of everything is much more accessible. So I kind of got to start there. And then a lot of driving school stuff.
Oh, we've got a car heavily smoking down the back straightaway here. Is it in the cloud, or is it pulled? No, it's the one pulled. Is that the Rockwell Porsche Boxster, I think, here? Yeah, the number 715 GP2 Boxster there. Unfortunately, big cloud of white and bluish smoke. And another one there is it maybe downshifts on the way into turn 17. That car almost certainly will be into the pit lane and back to the paddock here momentarily. I'm sorry, Andrew. White smoke does get your attention.
Well, racing does take priority.
Awkward. All safe there. Anyway.
Where was I? So driving schools and stuff, and then the racing stuff was sort of, I was orbiting other people who were doing a bunch of racing, SCCA, NASA, a lot of sprint racing, a lot of energy there, a lot of sort of a different social scene, a little bit more high energy, more intense. And then, say 2016, a friend of mine built a Lemons car.
Oh, okay.
And so we did a Lemons race together. And I just loved how that format was less about ego and more about fun. It was almost as if the mechanics were there that weekend hoping that they could wrench on a car all night, right? It was, let's make this almost borderline ridiculous in terms of what we run and how we approach the thing. And I had a little bit of racing experience with Skip Barber coming into that, so I was sort of at the sharp end of the skilled field, and did a couple of those. And then coming to WRL, it was kind of like, well, that's an upgrade from Lemons.
Yeah.
It's WRL is more of a descendant of Lemons or an upgrade from Lemons than it is NASA or SCCA sprint racing.
Yeah.
Those are 2 totally different verticals. And I really love the more relaxed atmosphere here.
Strike me as a manager who's very aware of your journey and your pathway through things, both specifically in motorsports, because it's most of what we've talked about. Is there, do you see a pathway for kind of your end goal, or whatever your next couple of years of racing hold, or is this just a, hey, you know what, I'm happy doing what I'm doing, and whatever comes next, we'll let come next?
Well, enough about you. Let's talk about me. That was a twisted. That's something a friend of mine likes to say that to me. He's sort of like this pretend narcissistic ego.
I got you.
Right? Okay. So that was a throwaway. No, but the reason it came to mind was that you were asking me about what my journey is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Forza Motorsport number 20 into the pit lane, by the way. Not 89X, but still kind of 89X. Anyway.
You asked me how I view my future.
Sure.
And I would like to spin that around and turn it back.
Oh, no.
Let's talk about drivers who have maybe a future here and how they get here.
Fair discussion. I
And
like that.
here's the linchpin in that.
Yeah.
What I've noticed is that you got two kinds of drivers here. You have one, maybe three, but I'm going to focus on two. You've got one kind of driver who comes from sprint racing. 10/10s all the time. Hard on the car.
Yeah.
Hard on traffic. Hard on everything. And then you've got the high performance driver's education. HPDE, or in BMW school parlance, a driving school.
Yeah.
Who begin with the fundamentals with classroom and on track and in-car instruction and progressing through levels of skill. HPDE graduates, in my mind, are the ones in this format of racing that have the best endurance mindset, which is more focused on less about what I can do to impress everyone and outdo everyone, and more what I can do to leverage my skills as a clean, precise driver that stays off curbs when necessary, takes care of the car, has a real long view of this race, and not I have a passing opportunity that just arrived. I have to take it now in this corner. Right?
Yeah.
I actually reflected while I was in the car yesterday on a couple situations where I was doing battle with Rebel. We had several great battles with Rebel and with Lagunatics yesterday, and Rebel had been catching me, and then maybe there was a driver change, and then I was catching them. I got to a place where, okay, I've just caught you because I got a real good run out of 5.
Yeah. And
I'm going to get you by 7. But I hadn't seen this car yet.
Yeah.
So I was not really sure what to expect from this car just yet. So I thought, this is that situation where it's a long race. You don't need to take this pass right now.
Yeah.
And you need to size this guy up for a lap or so, because if you have the pace to get by him, you'll find a way.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you're going to figure that out in the next couple of laps, preventing a situation where you overstep your bounds and come into contact. So HPDE is the simplest, easiest gateway drug for this passion here. And for BMW club members, and you don't have to be a member, you don't have to own a BMW to be a BMW club member.
Crazy.
But the BMW chapters that exist across the country, there's one in Rocky Mountain, there's Golden Gate, there's Tennessee Valley, all over the country, offer driving schools for a fraction of the cost of what you would spend on a real, BMW performance driving school, right? Those cost thousands, and you play lead follow with an instructor with a radio.
Yeah.
In the BMW club format, you have classroom and you have in-car with an instructor in the passenger seat. Headsets so you can communicate. And for people who love to drive, it's just about the most fun you can have with your clothes on. And at the end of the day, you're absolutely wiped out. You've had 4 25-minute sessions and your brain is just fried.
Yeah.
And the more you do those things, less emotional and mental capacity it's required to do the basics, and the more you have left over to spend on what you're doing. So, from an HPDE student's perspective, with 20 minutes of time on a track being worn out, it's almost inconceivable that you could be in an endurance racing format like this in a car for an hour and a half.
Yeah, sure.
Or a double for 2 or 3 hours. But operate at a level that is sustainable based on your HPD training, and not have to spend so much attention on the small stuff.
If I could respond to everything that you just said, I think it would take an essay and probably 3 or 4 branches of thinking, because I do have a lot of opinions, not on the specifics of what you just said, follow on kind of tracks of thought from that. the first thing I'll say is that with regards to HPDE and the opportunities that present themselves for young drivers, new drivers, people in the peripheries of the sport that are like, well, how do I get involved? How do I get on track? The pathways into motorsports in general have changed substantially over the last, let's say, 20 to 30 years, right? For a long time, it was just your pathway in was a racing school and or SCCA, right? You go through a school, you do all your classroom stuff, your practice races, your practice starts, demonstrate competency on the track. You do a couple of races as a novice, get signed off, then you work your way up the licensing ranks, right? To where you can go race nationally or internationally. But it took a long time to get through those ranks to where you could go compete kind of freely. I don't know when HPDE really kind of took off in popularity, but I think even over the last 10 to 15 years, it's fair to say that it's grown exponentially in interest, right? Part of that is maybe racing has gotten so expensive that we needed a new affordable way for people to be involved in racing and in motorsports in general. And getting your bog standard street car out on track or a high performance street car out on track or maybe a lightly modified race car, you could now go do this for a couple of $100 and a set of tires. And a couple of days midweek or a long weekend or whatever, and go get the same kind of driving experience. Even though it wasn't necessarily wheel to wheel, you could go get the same kind of driving experience with hands-on coaching, some one-to-one coaching, maybe somebody in the passenger seat to ride along with you and give you that coaching in real time, rather than having to go spend a couple of $1,000s and go through that long process of getting yourself licensed. Along the way there, endurance racing kind of changed as well to where Lemons created really in the beginning, from 2007 onwards, a grassroots approach or a cheaper, more affordable way to get involved in endurance racing. So now you're spreading the costs out further across multiple drivers in a team. A stated vision to keep cars affordable and not being able to spend yourself into a race win or podium and consistent finishes. And it kind of, for my opinion anyway, changed the way people get into motorsports. It gave them more avenues to be involved in not just racing, but motorsports as an entire concept, right? Because we've gone double yellow here, yeah. Try and pick up where that is, somewhere out trackside.
Tower.
But now, in addition to endurance racing, we've got HPD. We've got still the sprint racing across multiple different categories: BMW, CCA, PCA, other one-make clubs. Tons of HPDE experiences, drifting, autocross, that have all kind of proliferated themselves and given people opportunities to be involved in motorsports beyond just wheel-to-wheel sprint racing. For a long time, what it was. And I think that expansion of what motorsports is seen as and how affordable it can be is something that really is what is going to make motorsports sustainable for the common man. Right, somebody that doesn't have a bunch of sponsorship or grew up, very fortunate to be able to do this stuff with consistency and invest themselves in making themselves better behind the wheel of a race car. And I'm sure that in your time instructing, you've seen people who, kind of stumble their way into it and say, you know what, I'm going to go give this a shot. I think I want to drive a car quickly. Let's see what I can learn, and actually find that, they could do something with this. Maybe not make a career out of it, but they do a lot more of this, and it becomes more affordable, more attainable, and achievable than they really might have thought it was from the very beginning. And I'm sure there's some real joy in your role as an instructor in being able to see that.
Well, becoming an instructor was never one of my goals.
Sure. Yeah.
In fact, I sort of fell into HPDE in 1989 by accident. I was shopping for a used car for my sister, and I wound up at this guy's garage, and he had a 28 M5 and a Datsun B510 SCCA race car, and I was just smitten. And at the time, I had just begun to realize that motor racing existed on TV, following NASCAR and IndyCar and Formula One.
Of course, yeah.
And he said, well, if you like to drive, you should come out to our high performance safety driving school. I said, what? You mean I can take my car on the track? He said, sure. And I'll get an instructor who drives the same kind of car you do. And so you'll be all hooked up. And this instructor was an SCCA racer in the normal SCCA season. So I went out for my very first one, and I just fell in love with it and just kind of had a little bit of a knack for it. And I was hooked. And so I was a student every school for years and years. Looked for other opportunities with Skip Barber, and came back from that thinking, well, maybe it's time to be an instructor. Petitioned the chief instructor for the role, and he said, do you have a reference? I said, sure. Previous A group instructor said, sure, he's good. So 20 minutes later, I was an instructor. So just being around it, one thing led to another. I never had aspirations or even a notion that instructor role would be a thing for me in the future. I was just a guy who liked to go fast.
Yeah, sure.
So again, just putting yourself one step closer to wherever it is you want to go, or you're sniffing out. Part of the reason I'm sitting here right now, I've thought about coming up here several times over the last couple of years, but thought, well, what do I have to say?
What does anybody have to say, man? What do I have to say?
And then we talked on Friday, and I thought, yeah, I think I'll do this. And even before coming up here today, I was like, should I or shouldn't I? Should I or shouldn't I? But no. Put yourself in position. Just go there. Just go and see what happens. So far, I think we're killing time well, don't you?
We're doing a tremendous job. Could have done with some interviews yesterday as well, but we got our way through the 8 hours, and these Sundays tend to turn into some more relaxed days, more casual kind of conversation. But no, it's been a real thrill and a pleasure having you up here, Andrew.
Well, it's a privilege to be here, Brendan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Kind of wrap things up here, look towards COTA a little bit. I know things are tough with the 83 there. We've got 4 weeks to turn stuff around. Right now, you think the 83 is going to be ready to go for Circuit of the Americas here in December?
Several things have to come together and fall into place.
Sure.
And one of those things that's getting in the way of that is Thanksgiving. 3-week turnaround.
Yes.
So regardless of whether the car makes it to the track, I certainly hope it does.
Yeah.
But regardless of whether it does or not, I'll be there.
Oh, fantastic.
I wouldn't miss it. I'll have my gear bag. You never know what might come up if you put yourself in position.
Absolutely. I mean, you listen. I don't know if you listen to Dinner with Racers, the Ryan Eversley and John Heckman podcast, but so many professional drivers got their start by just tooling around paddocks with a helmet in hand. Waiting to see whatever rides they could get in an endurance race. Maybe somebody comes down with food poisoning or gets hurt or whatever, and none of that stuff is anything you like to see. It actually spawned a lot of opportunities for guys that might not have made it otherwise, because they happen to be in the right place at the right time, or at the very least present and visible. And
you must
that goes
be
a long
present
way.
to win.
That's a really good point.
Well, the American Family Sweepstakes always said.
Do you think if somebody decided
to win,
somebody decided not to show up to the podium tonight, like first place decides, we're going to go home, I don't want to do all this, and just hand first place to the next team up?
Well, there is a
Must
concept.
be present to win.
There is sort of a concept there for the national championship at the end at COTA. Must be present to win. In fact, Chattanooga Touring Wagon lost their vehicle at Watkins Glen last year. And it was the relationship between Chattanooga Touring Wagon and Alomar that produced a car with the 369 number on it for that race at COTA. In service of securing their place in the national championship. And that's where this all began for me.
Fascinating.
Isn't that a cool sort of circular loop?
It really is.
Yeah.
Andrew Kofeld, thank you for stopping by, my friend. I really appreciate your time and taking some time away. I know today's not necessarily the day you anticipated having. Always hope it goes differently or better next time around. But appreciate you taking some really difficult time out of your day to come up in the air conditioning and chat with us here for a little while.
And thanks for you guys for what you do for us.
Absolutely. It's I said yesterday it's a labor of love, but man, we love endurance racing, and we love the friendships and relationships we've created over the last couple of years here in the World Racing League. It is a really special place, and hope it continues long into the future.
Fantastic. Good luck today, everybody.
Andrew, thank you, sir.
You bet.
And we'll see you at COTA here in a couple of weeks. JT, I think we've got confirmation that this is the 909 Automatic Racing NPO1 that's been in the tires over at turn 13.
Yeah, unfortunately. That is the bright yellow
Yeah.
one.
In looking at the race control log there, it was listed as being off the road a couple of times up at turn 10 and the minutes and laps prior to that as well. And then, maybe just overstepping the bounds of that NPO1 a touch before going off the road at turn 13. Didn't look like a particularly substantial impact into the tires over there, but obviously it did have to be pulled back away from the tire wall and then is being recovered now back to a place of safety. I do still see some flashing lights through the trees over there towards the tower turn. Oh, and of course, as Dustin says in our ear here, they are going to have to kind of rearrange the tire bundle there to driver's left as well, bearing in mind it's been rearranged slightly.
There is the recovered 909 on the flatbed.
Yeah, the back end of the car actually looks all right, but the left and the front will have been obviously the side that got into the wall over there at the exit of the tower turn. Is that like the not Pocono equivalent of the tunnel turn? Or is the tunnel turn the equivalent of the tower turn? Who could say? What we need actually, WRL at Pocono.
Boy. Coliseum or bust.
Caesar's Palace parking lot. Dallas Fair Park, 1984. Man, we've got options here. Dallas, I feel like if you're going to go down the questionable street track layout route, I feel like Dallas has over-delivered on its quota for just, well, we're going to try it. Oh, that didn't work. Let's come up with a different layout. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try it again. I think they're up to 4 total in Dallas. I think they had Fair Park, Addison Airport, another downtown or another Fair Park layout, and then a downtown layout. I think they were up to 4 total before finally giving up in the late 90s. We should just kind of quickly reset things here. I know it's been a minute. The number 20, 89, well, Forza Motorsport, but also 89X branded. Aston Martin, that silver car, towards the front end of the queue, was in to change a tire earlier. Assume it was a flat tire. In that case, the number 70 Porsche is back out on track as well. Interesting that it had to be towed, and yet is right back out there. Unique turn of events there.
Yeah, curious what was the issue that they had with that that Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, I don't know. Only there was somebody we could ask.
I also, watching Blaze racing earlier through turn 1, having to take the escape road, I couldn't tell for sure, but there may have been a tire go down mid-corner in turn 1. Sent them off track. They managed to avoid the wall before taking the escape road. So hopefully we can get confirmation on that as well. We got to watch a fantastic scrap in GTU for second with the round 3 racing number 1, the 109 from Roberts Motorsports, and the 908 from Automatic Racing, fighting back and forth quite actively up until the 4-car CLO. That has reset a bit due to the safety car. The 60 still leads that class, but now the number 1 is, I think, just a couple cars behind in the queue. I'll have to verify that in a bit as they go by. But still the top 5 in GTU all together on the same lap and relatively close together. Yeah, in fact, as they come through the shot here, 60 and directly behind, you have round 3 racing. So that's going to be a good fight as we go back to green. GTO Moorhead inherits the lead as we do the pit stop shuffle. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have 2 cars in between them and the number 2 of ACP Tangerine. So once we go back to green, that's gonna be a very small gap. The 87 Stoic Racing Supra not too far behind as well.
Well, they did just pit, JT.
Yes.
So they're going to be a little bit further back, probably towards the tail end of the queue, actually. They also took tires.
Okay.
Which, I mean, we only had a little over 2 hours of racing action under our belts here. And we're not really even remotely at the heat of the day. But I wonder if they kind of figure, well, we can get 5 hours out of a set of tires here. We're only racing till 3 o'clock. So let's get the tire change out of the way now, and we'll just nurse them the rest of the way.
Here they are right behind the Mercedes at the tail end of the queue. So that will be off-leash number 40 in 3rd, and then the 87 is Stoic 4th. Unfortunately, FPRS Motorsports, just an unfortunate location of the safety car. So they're at the front of the pack. But they're going to be, 2 minutes behind. Because Moorhead is not too far behind.
All right, JT. Potentially a little battle as well between the 419 Hamofa Motorsport M4 and the PMW Motorsports M4, number 72. Eyes out on that. That'll be up towards the front end of the queue. Let's keep the onboard handy on that 221 as well. Got absolutely swamped on the restart last time. Through up at the front of the queue again, so pretty exciting vision here as we go back to green at the Fall Sportscar Classic, the Sunday 7-hour enduro. The Blaze BMW comes back out on track directly out in front of the pack of about 35 cars. We'll try and hang on to another lap here in GP1 after it's off over at turn number 1. But resume racing action here with just over 4.5 hours remaining on the clock. GTO leader, that Moorhead Speedworks Jetta G56 ahead of the ACP Tangerine BMW M4. White car in the middle of your shot there is the Jetta G56 headed underneath the Corvette bridge. And then about a half a dozen cars further back get to that blue and sort of multicolored Tangerine M4. Up on board the PMW 72, it was 6 seconds under full course yellow. Just one car in between itself and the number 419 Hamofa Motorsport BMW just up ahead of it there on the right side of the road. PMW's got to back out of a move up the inside at turn number 9 on the Roberts Racing number 109 NPO1. BMW not really having the luck in traffic here that the Hamofa car did, and no reason to push the limits here so soon after a restart, but Kent Jones behind the wheel of that number 72.
Look, that's the number 10 of Round 3 Racing going around the outside of Roberts Motorsports into Tower Corner. That is for 3rd in GTU.
That was a good move. A little bit of traffic there as well, kind of got everybody up on their toes, and as they all tried to maneuver themselves around and find a little bit of space, did a really nice job there, did that number 10 to take the spot away. Roberts Racing not in the championship fight in the Eastern Region Championship. They're in GPU, but elsewhere in the GTU East Championship, 908, 909, 1 and 10, all with some points to be gained. The 10 is the furthest outside of that window, and actually not sure is going to be able to be involved in that fight. But if it can take points away from the 909 or the 908, particularly the 908, with the 909 having had the incident over there at turn 13, that is potentially going to help the case of the team car, the number 1 NPO1 there in the fight for 4th in GTU. Off leash and Stoic going at it as well, a little bit further back. There's the Janetta, a couple of cars further back. We get to the ACP, blue BMW. Then keep going. Wait for it. There's off leash and there's Stoic, just coming down into turn number 3. So green Mercedes, red Supra in the fight for the final podium spot there in GTO.
Slightly slow exit for the Mercedes. Looks like the Supra was looking to pass on the left. Mercedes moves to defend. Might cost them a little bit here. They're going to try to clear some traffic going into turn 7, the hairpin, getting by PC Racing, tucking in behind Rebel Racing.
The slow open throttle BMW down the front straightaway here. I think it's a 69. 64, actually in the back of the shot here. That was your battle for second in GP1 that was just entering our shot. We can flip back and forth between these battles, Dustin, if you see anything of particular interest. I just want to point out, there goes the battle for 3rd in GTO, and that is your battle for 2nd in GP1. So I don't want to lose sight of the production fights here either. Palomar right there, now creeping into that battle now as well. So a 3-car fight for the 2nd spot on the podium there in GP1. I think this Fast Track 927 just holding this duo behind them up a touch. Now that we're all into a little bit of clear air.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit slower through some of these tighter corners, but once we get onto the long back straight like Ullman, that should be a bit more of an advantage to that Fast Track Racing M2. Open throttle to the inside.
Yep, done there at turn 16. They head off down the Ullman Straight here towards turn number 17. Should be new 2nd place in GP1, open throttle number 64. We'll see if Palomar was able to take advantage of that 927 being out wide at Le Mans. No, not remotely. 10, 12 car lengths further back. There goes Hulk. Palomar closes in again at the exit of turn number 17, so maybe just a little moment there at the southeast corner of the circuit.
Is 64 Hulk or is 64 Cherry?
Oh, it might be Cherry. Does it have a red rear bumper though?
As the red banner.
Oh, then it is
on
Cherry.
The windshield.
Oh, it's the red bumper, isn't it? I actually hadn't noticed. That up from one of our cameras. Might be right, JT. It might be Cherry. Somebody help. I actually don't see a red rear bumper there. I'm going with Hulk. I'm going to say Hulk.
All right.
Mike Gorman's number.
Still
sure
good
Mike's
fight for 3rd here in GTO.
Yeah, being held up just a touch there by the Forza Aston Martin. Had the off-leash Mercedes out wide at the exit of turn number 13. Allows the Stoic Supra to maybe show the nose to drivers right at 14, but not much of a passing opportunity there. And that Mercedes has some power down some of these longer straights, so it's difficult to set the move up unless you find them really find the Mercedes out of rhythm there if you're behind the wheel of the 87 Supra. Bear in mind also that Supra's got fresh tires on it. But with 4.5 hours still on the clock, you don't want to take too much life out of them this early on in the stint if you can help it. Both get past the Forza Motorsport number 20 Aston Martin. Underneath the WeatherTech bridge here at turn number 17. At the other side, Mercedes just a little bit out there to driver's left. towards the tire wall on corner exit. So they head for start finish here. What can the Supra do with the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes? There's some of the tighter, twistier bits of this 3.7-mile layout. Pick up a couple of car lengths through turn 1 there is at least part of the answer. I think, JT, I think this 87 is a little bit quicker in terms of overall pace. It just doesn't have the right amount of pace in the right areas to be able to get the move actually set up and completed. Mike Gorman says that's Cherry, watching from Daytona. So I guess we have to trust Mike on this one. I thought Cherry had the red bumper, though, Mike. What's going on there? Also, I do appreciate the fact that Mike Gorman is at an IMSA-owned and promoted event watching WRL.
Absolutely.
Like nothing different, frankly. This battle we're watching, still the battle for third in GTO, just to make that clear. They've got past the other round 3 car, I'm sorry, not round 3 car, the other off-leash car. It's number 41 Porsche GT3 Cup, 991 type. They re-wrapped it after it crashed at Watkins Glen. Was crashed at Watkins Glen?
Are you asking?
No, I'm rephrasing what Mike said.
Oh. Yeah, I believe that was the turn 1
no,
issue.
It was the inner loop issue at the end of Sunday. I think. With an M4. Anyway. Down the back straightaway here. The Mercedes with a little bit of breathing room as they head towards Sunset Bend. Get up the inside of the Precision Motorworks number 72 M4. Yeah, probably a second, maybe second and a half to choose between the Mercedes and the Supra. GP1, meanwhile, it's still 4 cars at the head of the field. Palomar has gotten by the Fast Track Racing number 927 M2. So slide that Fast Track Racing squad back from 2 to P4 on this restart. The 70 is back into the pit lane. I did text Brad asking for an answer. He said they thought the engine let go, but it turns out it was fixable. So that's not sure how you get to those opposite ends of that spectrum. But obviously something else underlying there is continuing to plague that number 70.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mike, yeah, the M4 hit the 69 on Sunday, not the 64. Wow, I take terrible notes.
Yeah, no, I don't think the 64 went out at all Sunday.
Forcing Mike to relive Watkins Glen.
Yeah, way to go.
Appreciating it. Trying to correct what we can't remember from 3 weeks ago.
We just lost one viewer.
Right, we're just...
Unfortunately, the 333 Bruce Innovations from GP1 running a bit off pace at the moment. Doing a 241 and then a 244. That's allowed the 85 AOA Racing to move on by up in the 6th class. So we see the Mercedes get a bit of breathing room here from Stoic Racing's Toyota Supra. With a little help from PMW Motorsports.
Yeah, again, Stoic, it's quicker, just maybe not quicker than other cars in the right places. Also, I mean, there's a hefty amount of risk detection and risk management that comes with a no contact series, and got to be both decisive and predictable in the way that you set up these moves. And if you're just maybe not the most confident that the car in front is going to see you or is leaving a door open for you, yeah, you really can't risk being able to get that move done. Mike said I would move. I did say I would move the ratings. I didn't say what direction. I actually think Mike Gorman-based content is probably most of our ratings. There we go. Stoic up the inside of PMW there at turn number 7. Just as we said, JT, decisive, predictable. Pointed the car at the apex, got on the brakes late, leaned into the ABS, and got that move done.
Mm-hmm.
Put that 72 a lap behind them and go try and close that margin back up to the off-leash Motorsports number 40. GP2, by the way, the lead battle there is separated by 17.5 seconds. 222 Rebel Racing ahead of the 146 from BRD Motorsports. A little bit further down in that category, BSI Racing into third, but a lap behind. AOA Racing number 55 is a lap behind the BSI car. 2 laps further back is the Open Throttle Racing number 69. And then we get into the cars that have seen issues across the day. 715 Rockwell Autosport Development going up in a cloud of whitish, bluish smoke on the back straightaway, which we didn't love. AOA Racing number 851 coming to a halt earlier out at turn number 8. And Lunatic Racing number 779 coming down the pit lane on lap number 8 and not returning.
Yeah, you do briefly touch on something that we should elaborate on. The 146 BRD Motorsports BMW was initially issued a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow during our first full course yellow this morning. However, after video review, that has been overturned. They regained their lap back. So now they are once again fighting for that GP2 lead position. Back on the lead lap with Rebel Racing.
That's a good point, JT, because I think when we looked at that penalty and fallout from that initially, the split in the field from our very first safety car of the morning actually put that BRD car, it kept it in contention. Right? So I had just kind of assumed, having not noticed that the penalty was overturned, that it was just in that position because of how everything surrounding that safety car shook out.
I mean, it did for second at the time, because what happened was first and second got in front of the safety car. So that put basically AOA and BSI at the very front end.
That's right.
And that allowed first and second in GP2 to then join the tail ends, 2 minutes ahead basically now. But then when BRD was issued a 1-lap penalty, that basically moved them to 6th or 7th in class. But they were now within, 20 seconds of what was now becoming second in GP2 with the 851 of AOA.
Right. So it essentially just shifted them from fighting for second to now fighting for first. The removal of that 1-lap penalty. Yeah.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah, so we've basically we've moved them back to where they were earlier, continuing that fight with the 222.
Mike Anderson says it appears 644 Rapscallion has replaced the wing. Vince took it off of the 669.
Yeah, because we saw earlier the wing was missing. The supports were still there, and the car looked quite loose. So yeah, if the 644 gets the rear wing back, maybe that can help with some of their oversteer issues.
Stoic has once again caught the Mercedes of Off-Leash Motorsports, headed up towards turn number 3. Exit turn number 5 here in a moment, and underneath the Corvette bridge, and Big Bend.
Yeah, this is
Already
the
headed towards turn 7 now.
closest fight we have at the moment. For the first time today, we've actually seen most of the classes start to spread out a bit.
First time this weekend. I mean, even all through
Really,
yesterday, JT, it was at any given time there were 3 or 4 things going on. Even if, they weren't wheel to wheel on track, gaps were very obviously closing or expanding. Here, as you said, we've established the separation, and at the moment, nobody is really very obviously quicker than anybody else. I would say that Moorhead at the moment, establishing the lead out in front of GTO is probably the most interesting thing we've got going, just because I think it's the quickest pace we've seen out of that number 291. Hashtag blame Johan. 2:18.656, just a half a second off of that car's ultimate pace, which was a lap that was actually just put in 3 laps ago. But it's the first time we've seen anybody really kind of grab hold of the front of GTO since the number 41 tried to do that earlier on this morning. Before it hit its own technical issues. Other than that, yeah, it's this fight for third. In GTO is kind of what we've got our eyes on at the moment.
Yeah, we've had a relatively similar lap times between the 60 and the 1 at the front of GTU. The 10 just slightly slower at the moment.
Laguna take us back.
All right.
Headed down pit lane. Just keep a vague eye on the GTU lead battle. Round 3, number 1 did pull in about half a second last time through on the Stratus Racing number 60.
Yep.
Margin is down to 2.9 seconds. Again, that super closes in through 3, 4, and 5. Right up onto the back bumper of the number 40, but torque out of that Mercedes punches it under the Corvette bridge and margin out just a touch as they make their way into turn number 7. Very nicely splitting the gap between the bottom of our pylon and the top of the track map. Again, the Mercedes just stretches its legs here for the Fangio chicane. Track does feel noticeably emptier than I think it did even yesterday afternoon, late in the game, JT.
Yeah, we've got to that point. I mean, it is Sunday. We've already done, 10, 11 hours of racing. Sebring is not a gentle track. It does not give caresses to the car. It is quite violent. So this is usually the point, middle point of Sunday where we do start to see reliability starting to really affect the cars.
Well, on top of that, JT, this is, let's not forget the 3rd race in 7 weeks, right? Utah at the end of September, Watkins Glen in the middle of October, this one here at Sebring the beginning of November. And on top of that, we've got a 4-week turnaround with Thanksgiving in the middle, as Andrew Kofeld rightly pointed out earlier, before we head down to Circuit of the Americas for this 2025 season finale. So if you've got any kind of lingering issues with the car or issues that keep presenting themselves, are you in a big thrash to try and go chase this Eastern Region Championship and, potentially either not do more cosmetic damage to the car, but potentially more mechanical damage to the car, bearing in mind teams that have competed in all 3 events are, already having done a pretty tremendous amount of work to keep these cars running. And we've got this quick turnaround Dakota again with a holiday in the middle. I don't think I would really blame anybody for deciding, maybe we don't need to go chase this. Maybe we clean this up as best as we can and either take our time getting it repaired, do a couple of installation laps, call it a day, or just straight up call it a day. Everybody wants to compete, but there are, other concerns and things to pay attention to, given the logistics of the end of this year's calendar. Which gives us a fine opportunity, JT, to talk about next year's calendar.
Ooh.
The first time this weekend, yeah. I haven't really had the chance to share that with the viewers, listeners, or those hanging out with us trackside here. But, of course, WRL has announced its 2026 National Championship calendar. Finish up this year at Circuit of the Americas in about 4 weeks, and we've got about 2 months off before we head to Eagles Canyon Raceway to kick off the 2026 campaign. I do like that we've now kind of settled into Eagles Canyon as the season opener, JT. There were a few years there where we were bouncing around. We did, I think, MSR Houston a couple, like back in the 2019, 2020 years. Did NOLA for a few years after that, post-COVID. And when we all kind of got tired of going to NOLA in January, settled on ECR there a few years ago. It's turned out to be a pretty popular event, all things considered.
Yeah.
It's put on some really good races over the years.
Definitely. It's a very, very good track for racing. It is definitely a venue that has been improving in terms of preparing itself for endurance racing as well.
It's a track that offers a lot. So not only does it host endurance racing with what we do here in the World Racing League, and the longest single races that track hosts throughout the year. Also next year is going to play host to the SCCA Time Attack National Championship for the first time. That event had been up at Pit Race. Obviously, we don't have to talk about what's happening out at Pit Race. It's not pretty, though. They've had to seek out another host for that event, and I think Eagles Canyon Raceway fits that bill very nicely with some very technical corner combinations, flowing elevation changes. It's got some interesting kind of curb setups there as well that allows you to use a little bit of extra road at maybe the cost of stability in the car, but increase speed. I just think it's a really interesting track that lends itself to doing a lot of things, very well, whether it's single car challenges against the clock or whether it's wheel-to-wheel sprint or endurance racing. So cool stuff there. We go there February 6th, 7th, and 8th with the max track time open test on the Thursday there, of course. Barber Motorsports Park with the Alabama Boat Show, as it always is, at the end of February into the first weekend in March, February 27th, 28th, and March 1st. No longer is it the most challenging video event on the calendar. New on-site cell tower there. Looks awesome on our DriversEye live cameras, and I think it's sold out basically every year that we've been there. 60 cars around 2.3 miles. Some of the highest traffic density we see all year. One of my favorites. Maybe my favorite, actually, on the WRL calendar. Actually, and Birmingham, underrated city. Kind of into visiting Birmingham. Yeah. But we're bearing the lead a bit, because a month after that, April 3rd, 4th, and 5th, we head west of the, to the West Coast, properly to the West Coast, for the first time, where we visit Thunderhill Raceway Park. The race weekend that was historically the reserve slot for Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, instead of all, trying to stay warm out in Central Ohio, we're going to get a change for third in GTO. 927, I'm sorry, the 40 got boxed in behind the 927, allowed the Stoic Super to get on the throttle earlier and scoot up the inside, exiting turn number 17, and that was all the invitation that the Stoic Racing Super needed. See if they can establish something of a margin here, albeit with a fair amount of traffic to work through turns 3, 4, and 5, but I think this is going to be the separation they needed to get out in front and start building a margin there in this battle for third in GTO. Anyway, out to Thunderhill for the first time. As far as we know, it'll be the 3 Mile East course out at Thunderhill, and the spiritual home of Endurance Radio / DriversEye Live, obviously. Track that does lend itself really quite well to endurance racing. I'm really looking forward to seeing what that event looks like, both with our WRL National Championship contenders making the trip out west, and hopefully pulling in a handful of local teams on the West Coast there as well. Back to Road America, April 24th, 25th, and 26th. 5 weeks off before we head to Daytona in the beginning of June for what promises to be, I think, another 14-hour event there on the Saturday, just like it's been over the last couple of years. We'll take about 6-7 weeks off. I did it. And head to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, July 24th, 25th, and 26th. There at the end of July. It is kind of that one event out in the calendar where we know the weather experience doesn't match, what we'd all really love to see. I know that we've gotten Mid-Ohio out of the early April slot there, but it's another event that sells out. We put 60 cars on track around 2.5 miles. For my money, it's the best natural terrain road course in the United States. Certainly my favorite anyway. And despite the Georgia summer heat there, it's just a real Blue Ribbon weekend on the World Racing League calendar, and thrilled to go back there. The changes come in the fall, however. We leave Road Atlanta, and a month later we go up to Watkins Glen, an event that's no longer mid-October. Unfortunately, we do lose the fall foliage, but we were able to get a late August date there for Watkins Glen. So we go August 28, 29, 30, back up to the Finger Lakes, hopefully a little bit warmer, hopefully a little bit drier up there as well. And hoping we can turn that one into a proper spectator event there in late August. A month later, really resetting that cadence through the fall here. We get now a good solid 4-week stretch in between events. Leave Watkins Glen and head out west again to Burt Brothers Motor Park, formerly Utah Motorsports Campus, September 25, 26, and 27 for hopefully a repeat of what was a really, really good first event there for us this year. Oh, that is the 85 pulling off to driver's right.
Oh, no.
At the exit of turn number 1. And that is your 6th place car in GP1. It was kind of rearranging itself there in an odd fashion. It was just slow on the racing line and then made a hard right turn into the grass rather than kind of coasting up to where it got to. Did it have a spin and was maybe just collecting itself there?
Kind of curious why we're... Interesting that we're not having a flag here.
Well, it's prior to 3, so the flag would be down at turn number 1.
Yeah, but
we should have a waving green there at 3. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep, got it now. Anyway, Utah in late September there. About 4 weeks, I guess, till we head in mid-October right back here to Sebring. So this event moves up a couple of weeks from early November to mid-October, and then everybody gets about 6 weeks to reset themselves before we head down to Circuit of the Americas once again for the National Championship event in early December. That is your 2026 World Racing League calendar. 10 fantastic events. Spanning quite literally coast to coast.
Yeah, it's going to be another solid year.
Yeah, look, it is a bummer not to be able to go to Mid-Ohio. I think the entry counts that we've seen at Mid-Ohio over the years have kind of borne out the idea that maybe early April is not the right time to go to Mid-Ohio, even though it is kind of a bucket list venue. Are we all desperate to really go have that experience when there are other things to do as the weather begins to warm up in the Northeast? I think there are good alternatives there, and Thunderhill is a really exciting proposition as the series kind of nudges its way westward, and hopefully begins to pull in a more national audience with more teams from that part of the country. The 85 gets pulled behind the barriers there at the school course cutout.
So I just want to make sure. I was under the impression that while Mid-Ohio was no longer at that early date, there was still a potential we could see it later in the year.
Yeah, I don't
Is
know.
that
I don't know whether or not Mid-Ohio has confirmed any of their. I assume at this point in the year they will have confirmed all of their 2026 dates. But even in my conversations with RJ, the requested date was still smack in the middle of a couple of bigger spectator events.
Mhm.
And it was a matter of, well, we're going to make the request and hope we get it. And if we don't, we don't.
Yeah.
Right? We're not going to go chase a Mid-Ohio date, and put ourselves in a position where we're dealing with inclement weather or
snow?
short daylight hours. Yeah, any number of things there. I mean, we've been to Mid-Ohio years ago. We covered another endurance series at Mid-Ohio, and I believe that was either late October, early November, and it was both cold and dark. It didn't snow, but it wasn't pleasant. And I mean, we've had this discussion at other races and in other series as well, that, the more people are having their attention or their dollars or their time competed for, the less compelling a sort of compromised date or compromised experience becomes. What else could I be doing on the first weekend in April other than going up to Mid-Ohio? What else could I be doing? Pick your weekend, pick your weather, and venue. That being said, DriversEye Live is making a trip to Birmingham in August, so, we'll see how that goes. Not for the World Racing League, but for some of our other coverage next year. And I do think for the status of WRL as it currently stands, dates matter, weather matters, experiences matter across the board. And I do really look forward to what 2026 holds for us all. Yes, okay, it's across the country for some of our teams and drivers. But also, it's a chance to go do this type of racing at a high level at a place you wouldn't otherwise have the chance to go to in some pretty nice weather. Maybe tie that into a trip to the Bay Area, which is, I can say now from experience, a fantastic experience. Evan Darling says, I'm going to miss HPR. Yeah, so that's the other one we've lost off the calendar from this year, is High Plains Raceway. Fortunately, like we were saying, dates and experiences matter. High Plains I really like High Plains as a racetrack. I think it's run well. I think it's a really interesting venue, and it lends itself to endurance racing. The long format endurance racing we do there, have done there, tremendously well. But it's late August, and it's 40 miles from Denver. And 40 miles from anything, really. So, okay, yes, can you take the family to Denver and go have a nice weekend? Yeah. But it's still, August. And it's still kind of a tough haul out from the city. If you're not, going to go make a full weekend or a full experience of it. As the numbers unfortunately dropped away. I think it's just maybe not been as compelling an overall experience as it once was as a racing experience. What's your favorite event on the calendar, JT? Either current or past?
Ooh. I mean, I always enjoy the Road Atlanta visits. Those are some of my favorite races to cover. Great racing in general. We get lots of cars. The views are fantastic. The only downside is weather can be a bit
it's so hot.
A bit questionable. It's either hot or we have a storm passing through or whatever. I mean, Coda's always good just because it's usually relatively cool.
Yeah.
Large field in pretty much all classes. Also, having been to Coda, that's also a bit special as well.
I think it is a little bit of a bummer that COTA can't be a spectator event, right? Because it has all of the hallmarks of being a special thing for the track. It's obviously already a special thing for the series. And as Austin as a city has grown and as COTA has established itself as a part of Austin, right? It wasn't just a flash in the pan Formula One Grade 1 venue. I mean, it hosts MotoGP. It obviously hosts Formula One. The explosion of popularity of Formula One in the United States, for now, something Apple TV, has, I think, created a long-standing place for Circuit of the Americas in the cultural identity of the city of Austin. Lone Star Le Mans is a very cool thing. WEC attracts a lot of people, but what WRL does is something fundamentally different, both for motorsports culture and for car culture. And I think if that event were to be opened up to spectators by Circuit of the Americas, and we were to just say, hey, you're not going to get the Formula One experience here. We're not going to do concerts. We're not going to have all these concessions open. Bring food trucks in, for all I care. I think that's a great idea. And already a big part of what Circuit of the America, or what the city of Austin kind of has created an identity around. But open that up and let people come experience what WRL is like. Let people come experience a 90-car field at COTA, right? That does not exist any other way.
Yeah.
Right? Let them experience GT4 cars. Let them experience 30-car single-class grids and all the production cars and the NPL1s. And, every now and then we get NASCAR drivers and supercar drivers. And for what WRL's identity is and what COTA's identity is, I think it is such a cool potential marriage of the two if we were allow people to come check it out. But I suppose I get it. Gotta run the Peppermint Parkway at some point, huh? So anyway, that is all to say that COTA is still probably my favorite event on the calendar, next to Barber, I think. In February and March. But I do give Barber the slight edge only because COTA is a busy weekend for us. A lot of cars to cover. It's a busy race to cover. And it just lacks that ability to engage with a car and motorsports community the way that we do here at places like Sebring. I will say, for Sebring, and this event in particular and what it's been over the last couple of seasons, the 24-hour was awesome. It was unique. It was special. It was also a car breaker, and I realized why we're not continuing to do that year on year. Mm-hmm. The year that it fell over Halloween weekend, and we did the race car trunk or treat over in the skid pad and pulled something like 2,000 Sebring locals in to have their kids, and families come hang out, look, be a part of motorsports, check out the race cars, do the Halloween thing, but get their pictures taken in race cars and meet the drivers and meet the teams and see these cars and drivers up close was just so unique. I mean, as a platform to engage with a community that so obviously cares about motorsports the way that this area of Florida does, it is a bummer to me that didn't continue long term.
Yeah.
November date is great. The October date's going to be great. But that Halloween weekend, I think, was something really unique and special, and I do miss that.
Yeah, my only issue with Barber is also, one of the positives is, your density on track leads to 10 plus full course yellows / code 35s.
But it is code 35, JT.
It is code 35. Also, you tend to have grass fires.
Can't forget about the grass fires. Yeah, that's a good point. Totally forgot about the grass fire, actually.
Every year.
Yeah, and in some cases, it does actively make situations worse. I know Rapscallion had a really difficult weekend down there with one of their brand newly named builds anyway. I know we lit a tire wall wrapping on fire down at turn number 1 year. Yeah, and somebody in the chat did say, I wish it was a little bit later when it was green instead of brown. It would probably alleviate some of those issues, but weather-wise, it's probably as good as Birmingham's going to get, being sandwiched in between warm and humid summer and cool and humid winter.
Yeah, but the racing there's never dull, so.
Lots of chatter in the YouTube chat about VIR as well. Everybody has an opinion about VIR, right? And they vary pretty widely from person to person, from role to role, whether you're a driver or a team owner or a series representative or owner to broadcaster. I mean, everybody has had different experiences and opinions of VIR. I do not speak for WRL when I say this. I want to be very clear. We work with a number of organizations that have the experience has gotten more difficult as the years have gone on. I know the SCCA stuff was very public about, VIR required their marshals to be paid to be on corners, even though the SCCA had their own marshals. Then on top of that, the VIR corner marshals had to be corner captains, and the SCCA volunteers just decided, you know what, I'm not enjoying this, and I'm not going to come. So now there are worker shortages. The budget increases massively because you've got to pay the VIR corner marshals, despite having your own volunteers to be able to fill that same role. The costs of VIR, I know for a fact, have gone up and up and up as the years have gone on. A lot of that sort of thing gets masked by it being an exceptionally popular track for people to drive on. So when series say, you know what, this isn't sustainable for us anymore, it's gotten too expensive and we can't sell at a high enough price to justify us continuing to go back to VIR, somebody else is inevitably going to pick up that date. And it makes it seem, I think to the public eye, like, oh, well, either we couldn't get the right date or it wasn't going to work for us or whatever, when in reality, I think there are some continuing and growing frustrations with the way that place is being run and managed. It will always stay a full calendar, I think, there at VIR, just because of how popular it is to drive. And it is a really, really cool track.
Definitely.
When you see videos and pictures from, the kind of state it was in back in the early 90s, before they renovated it and got it back up to a racing venue. I mean, imagining that place in the 60s and 70s when it was just a road through the forest, pretty bonkers, right? And it maintains a lot of that same character even to now. Unfortunately, I know people's experiences there have not always been the best, and it hasn't always generated the best PR for itself. And you know what? Eventually, maybe we all get the opportunity to go back there with a series like WRL, but I don't know that that's immediately in the cards. I'd love to go to Lime Rock, but I don't know how you pull that off.
Make it a 24.
At Lime Rock, 2 12s, a GP1 12 or a GP1 212 and a GTO U12. Oh man, I think we're onto something here.
Just randomly during the race, just throw out some cones. Guess what? You're taking the chicane now. Nope, the chicane is closed after 8 p.m.
Part of the issue with Lime Rock is they have they have a late start curfew, an early end curfew, and you can't race on Sundays.
Yeah.
Right? So there are, all kinds of reasons that that is probably not going to work, but I did go up there back in April to do some camera setup before having somebody else cover an event, and that I was committed elsewhere. And you know what? Seeing that place in the flesh with cars going around it, cool spot, man.
Yeah.
Back to the racing action here at Sebring International Raceway. Not much occurring at the moment. Down in GTU, the number one has lost a chunk of time here.
Unfortunately, timing's not working fully for me to see lap history.
Yeah, same.
I can't tell if they did pit at a second or not.
I think they must have.
That is my assumption.
Yeah.
We do know that the 10 of round 3 did get promoted to second. It did have a spin in turn 13. I don't know, 5 minutes ago or so. They didn't lose a position from it. They still have a decent enough gap over Roberts Motorsports in third. We did have the 908 going a bit slow. We did see them take to pit lane, I believe, if I recall correctly. They didn't lose too much time. I believe they still have a 4-lap safety margin over the 58 of Stratus, which I believe has gone back out. But 60 continues to lead with a nice comfortable margin of 45 seconds.
All right. I'm about to start working on some GTU points here. Camera hanging up there at turn 13, which I don't love. Oh, no. Hey, all right.
Been pretty impressed with the BRD Motorsports E46 that we saw going through the turn 15 camera. That car's really been hustling. Currently your GP2 leader, I believe, after the 222 of Rebel Racing pit, which is now coming through shot here. BSI Racing running a further 38 seconds behind in third. But yeah, that BRD Motorsports car definitely hustling. Comes across the line, does a 35.4. It seems like it's just entering the corners just barely underneath the threshold of where the car's starting to skip out on it. You do see it dancing a bit around, but in control. Makes for a really good watch. On board PMW Motorsports. Currently running 6th in GTO at the moment. Should be Kent Jones behind the wheel. Getting a run out of turn 5 here, going through 6. And going around the outside of, looks to be the 644 of Rapscallion. The livery very similar to the old Mazda 6s, which we've quite enjoyed. Currently, I would say about 2 laps out of 5th in GTO. Currently held by FPRS Motorsports with their Ford Mustang GT4. GTO is still being led by the 291 of Moorhead Speedworks. The LS-powered Janetta currently running very consistently up at the front with a nice healthy gap to the number 2 of ACP Tangerine in their BMW M4 GT4. An additional 25 seconds back is the Supra of 87 Stoic Racing. And then the 40 of Off Leash, another 10.5 seconds back in their Mercedes AMG GT4. Looking at the 300 board coming into 17. Slightly later apex here. Car bouncing over the bumps.
Stratus number 60 has pitted, by the way. I think, JT, they've dropped the GTO class lead to the... GTU class lead to the round 3 racing number 10 now.
Mm-hmm. Mike Anderson reports the 44s on pit road.
Speaking of GP1, you remember yesterday morning when we had a very excited, very bubbly Scott man come up to the booth from Blaze Racing, all excited about having gotten out of the race car, how well things were going, and chasing everything in GP1. Scott man has reappeared in the DriversEye live booth looking a little bit less excited than he did about this time yesterday.
Did I happen to mention the air conditioning in this room was great?
Yeah, I think that's part of the deal. I don't blame you one bit.
And the weather is beautiful. Hey, we're in Florida. This is just a great place to be, you know. Well, when you think you got it bad, someone else has got it worse, has been our saying for today.
I mean, that is fair. So what happened over there? We did catch the car disappearing behind the school course cutout wall there at the exit of turn number 1. But
yeah, when I was driving it back there.
Oh, that was you.
That was me.
First time. A tire issue in one, or what?
No, it wasn't a tire issue. Lost a outer tie rod bolt through the knuckle. It sheared the bolt, which I've never seen before, and it's not stock, you know, O'Reilly's or after, you know, any some garbage part. I mean, it's really what I would consider to be a high-end aftermarket parts from a particular supplier that a bunch of other stuff has actually been failing. But so we will be changing that as well.
So do we think this is a supplier issue or a Sebring issue, or a bit of both?
Oh, I'm not going to say 100% on the supplier. Sebring just beats the... If you have a Sherman tank, it'll fall apart.
Yeah.
You know, and if we want to be competitive, it's, you know, you can't build a Sherman tank. It's too slow, you know. So you basically, it's the law of averages. But, you know, we're very familiar with the attrition. I mean, last year we had the same sort of ordeal, but we took a 3rd place. This year we had the same ordeal as last year, and we took a 2nd place yesterday. It's just we swapped the days. Our 3rd place came on Sunday last year, and our Saturday was miserable. Yeah. Now we have, you know, the reverse. But remember, we're not necessarily looking to win this particular race, albeit it would be very nice, but it's not going to happen today. Yesterday, our 2nd place, we were almost elated having that 2nd place because the 1st place team was not in standing for a national championship, or not, you know, at the pointy end of the stick, so to speak. So that's all we're doing, is we're essentially front loading everything we possibly can to try to make sure that we've got enough points going into COTA, which will not be well suited for our car, so that we can hopefully finish as the GP1 national champion in WRL for 2025.
That is a situation at COTA, I believe I'm correct in saying, where points are points, basically, right? National championship has no drops. Every finish counts.
Yes.
Towards the national championship, right? So you guys aren't looking at this weekend as a particularly, or today, I guess, specifically as a major setback or anything. It's just, well, we were going to have a bad day at some point.
Well, and the other way that I look at it is Sebring will also bite other teams. Now, if they happen to be the teams that are ahead of us, you know, currently making more points towards the national championship, and we'll edge up on our lead or something like that, you know, so be it. But I'm not wishing any ill will on anybody, that's for sure.
Yeah, you guys do stand 17 points ahead of the Palomar Racing number 38, which leads the class at the moment.
Yes.
So points to be picked up there. Open Throttle Racing 64, which is here. PC Racing is here as well, but they're a little bit further down. So you guys do have some wiggle room to work with here.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did very good the last few races, and we podiumed for the last 4 race weekends. Mm-hmm. You know, so that's been really good. Sorry about that.
No, that's fantastic. We don't normally get car to driver communication.
You know, it's funny because I said that once earlier on in one of the tracks. I said, you and I got to hook up, because I have a way of basically tying radio into your board, and if I was doing a stint, we're on a full course yellow, and you literally wanted to have a driver's eye view, seriously, I would be able to broadcast, and I've got the full hookup. I've got the ability to be able to do broadcast from the car to you here in the booth, and production can throw it up in the air.
You give us that in an onboard camera, and I think we could be in business here.
Yeah, you guys want us to do the onboard camera, and
of course we do.
Yeah, you know,
it's right in the name, Scott. DriversEye.
Yeah. If you guys have a spare onboard camera that you want to put in our car, that's fine. It's exciting in our car.
You don't stream your onboard camera back to your pit lane?
We do not.
Really?
We do not.
Interesting. Any particular reason for that, or just not something that was very important?
100%. So, if you were to go look at our car right now, you would be not impressed. And it's not because of the fact that it looks like it was rolled out of someone's, backwoods garage or something like that. It's naked. It is so simple, and and we did that on purpose. I mean, the whole keep it simple, stupid type situation is so important. The only extra added thing that I actually took it out of the car for a few races, and then my team actually said, no, put it back in. We really like it. We have a feedback radio. So essentially we have a secondary radio that's on the inside with the microphone sitting in front of it, so that the camera actually transmits, the camera receives audio from the microphone, which is a lapel microphone positioned directly in front of the speaker on the feedback radio, a secondary radio.
Got it.
So all radio that's coming from the pits to the driver and from the driver back to the pits again, all two-way communication is sucked in by that little tiny microphone and fed to the camera, and the ambient noise on the inside of the car as well. And so the audio on our SD memory cards, when we download them later, is great. For one thing, we do that also because of the fact that gives us relevance. We can listen to the chatter back and forth and know, oh yeah, that's just before the tie rod end failed or something like that, and it just kind of helps us out. So
is that something you review in between races then? You go back and try and optimize communications or strategy or how you interact with your driver when they're out on track?
100%. Yeah, that is actually, to me, a car is math. The driver is the art form. And so reviewing that and looking at ways of being able to have the driver do better, or not grease up the tires, a little less input corner wise, or do this, do that, as well as communication, and having the ability to be able to find out whether his or her communication, because we did have a her for a short period of time too, is being done at a poor time, or it's causing there to be longer laps. That's something that is very relevant. And so I really study kind of the psychology behind it, because I've been driving forever. I'm turning 60 in a couple of weeks, by the way. So this old guy has been doing this
70. No.
For just getting out of the car. Absolutely. I'm sure I look like it. But anyway, so it's important that we actually go through and look at that, and we all do.
It is really interesting, because I think up until maybe the last season or two, it would have been easy to say, okay, well, they're very obviously the teams at the top that are A, spending a lot of money, or B, putting a lot of effort into this, that are really trying to just optimize every possible window across what it takes to perform in an endurance race, right? And you could write off the rest of the field and saying, well, they're just here kind of like a champ car team, right? Like, they're going to go build a car and they're going to compete and they're going to do their best, but like, finding those windows to optimize what they're doing and really get the best out of their entire package of car, driver, team, strategy, etc. It kind of gets put by the wayside. And they say, well, wherever we finish, we finish.
Right.
But it does really feel like more consistently across WRL paddock now, you have teams that are investing, if not the money, certainly the time and energy into making all of those smaller elements, or those little elements of endurance racing, better, so that their whole result is better, right?
I would even take it one step further. I don't disagree at all. As a matter of fact, what's really funny is the teams that are spending more money on a pit box or on an easy up or on a toter home or something like that, and less time on the nut behind the wheel, if you will, and the strategy and all that sort of stuff. It blows me away, because it's like, wow, you have that much money that you want to go out and actually lose. And so there are some very, very talented strategists that are out there, and some smaller teams that have an incredible insight into, hey, let's do it this way and that way, and these are the reasons why, versus just get in the car and go, because there's just still a lot of that goes on. and make sure you look good doing it.
So one of my favorite comments, Facebook posts, whatever, over the last couple of seasons was in response to the success power to weight modifier that was instituted at the beginning of 2024, I think, for WRL in GTO, right? As a nominal way to create a little bit of BOP, right? Where the format is completely open, right? And you could, if you wanted to, spend yourself out into a dominant race car. The maximum modifier, I think, was 0.2 or 0.3, and people were complaining about, I can't, add any more ballast to my car. Now I got to retune, and I got to drop all this power, and the car's going to be a dog on the straight if some other, similar car is out there winning all the races. And our friend Jason Marks put up a Facebook comment that said, "What you're complaining about is either 40 horsepower or 4 horsepower or 40 pounds." You're not going to win and lose races because of 4 horsepower.
4 horsepower, right.
Or 40 pounds. So instead of complaining on Facebook about 4 horsepower, why don't you figure out your pit stops and how you can make those faster, figure out your strategy and how you can not screw yourself over with bad decision making, and shut up, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
It's brilliant.
And it really does make a big difference where, okay, like you said, the car is math.
Yep.
You come up with an optimal strategy that you think suits your package and suits your strengths and weaknesses. You make the setup as good as you can, and you put that thing on track. Everything else you invest into running the race.
Yes.
And controlling the things you can control, which are, as much as you can, your strategy, your decision making, and your drivers and your consistency.
And be ready for the inconsistency, like Mother Nature. Yeah. That's the other thing is the contingencies. That's where we got so screwed at High Plains, and unfortunately, that was my bad. There are times where I've learned at my advanced age, after doing this for so many years, that I was a complete idiot, and I'll be the first one to sit there and just go, "Oh my God!" When we had a flash rainstorm at High Plains, it was dumping, and we hadn't done defog on the inside of the windshield and had no provisions, and I was the one that was actually driving the stint. And literally could not see anything. That was a killer for us. And so, but anyway, make a long story short, yes, being ready for the known entities, but also the unknown, and running contingencies. Because how many of these teams actually really think about exactly what occurred to us? We had a suspension damage last year. We had all the backup parts and everything ready to go for the same suspension damage this year. Ironically, the one thing we did not have, but we were able to get from another team quickly. And by the way, huge, massive shout out to Palomar once again. They're
amazing.
Our go-to.
That name keeps coming up.
I know, and they're. That's why I say I wish them no ill will whatsoever, and I love the fact that we are fighting for the championship with them, but that we are so good to each other, and we truly are.
Feels a little bit like karma, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like good karma.
But that's not to sit here and toot the horn of RJ, and really that's what he continues to keep pushing, and it's lost on so many people. The goodwill that goes into this series that is completely lost or completely ignored in other series, and that's why I really think that that RJ has got a good package, and he's continuing to not necessarily weed out, but change some attitudes. And after we were up at Watkins Glen, our last set of races 5 weeks ago, I would think that would just all went right in hell in a handbasket. But yesterday, and for the most part today, things went back to normal again. You know what I mean? And so it just seems quite good. But
it's interesting you say that. I think prior to Blaze Racing coming into GP1, let's say 2021 through 21 and 22 in particular, we had this big boom in GTO, right? Where everybody went out and bought a GT4 car, got it detuned to 9-1, and put it out on track, and immediately started complaining about BOP and this officiating, and, well, that contact wasn't my fault, this, that, and the other thing, right? And like you said, eventually you kind of weed some of that out, right? People get frustrated, people get tired of it because they're not getting their way, and they leave and they go do something else.
Sure.
And spend their money some other way. The alternative to that is you stick it out. You say, okay, what am I not getting here? How can I learn? How can I make my situation better and be more competitive in a way that is in line with what WRL is trying to create.
Mhm.
And eventually, the people who are participating regularly in the series kind of coalesce around this identity that, okay, we don't need to be going 100% all the time. Driving at 99 to 100% and making risky passes and risking contact, wheel-to-wheel contact out on track is not going to help us win races at all. And the more we can all kind of adapt this identity that, you know what, there doesn't need to be massive risk, and this is already a risky thing, a dangerous thing we do with racing in general.
Yeah,
we don't
I know.
need to
I
make
almost
it,
hit a wall.
right. We don't need to make it more dangerous by creating or risking car-to-car contact. That the core group that participates in most, if not all, WRL races across the season are the type of people that get it. Break. Once you got into the series, post weeding those people out kind of 2023-ish time, you didn't come in and stamp your foot and say, well, we're not winning races, we're not getting our way, something's wrong with the rule book, what's the problem here? You took time to build up a team, build up a program into something that was, and building a car, frankly, into something that could win races, compete for races and championships.
And we came in, and we still are, but we came in also with the opposite of pretentiousness. We came in very humble, very appreciative, very willing to learn, even though we have a lot of experience, but we're very, very willing to learn. I did have a bit of issue early on with a few things that occurred, but as opposed to being dismissed, I was listened to. And the irony was even the people and things and management and so on and so forth that occurred early on that were, I can't say they were abysmal, but they were a little bit uncomfortable, so to speak, were solved immediately by RJ and Co.
Yeah, sure.
And so it was great. And that was on the WRL end of things, you know what I mean? And so I didn't sit there and just sit on my hands and not say anything. I said, hey guys, this is not right. And here are the reasons why. And they said, you know what? You're right about that. Okay, we'll work on that. You know, and so it did, by the way, happen last night again. So to give you an idea, for those people that are interested in, you know, shopping for series and they're going to something new and they're looking for something next year, WRL listens. Yesterday I had a conversation, or last night I had a conversation just before the award ceremony with RJ. And then one of my other drivers had another conversation with him on the same topic for clarification on the rules. And so both he and I brought up essentially a question where the rules did not clarify things particularly well. And RJ looked at both of us and said, you know what, you're 100% right. The explanation is not in there. It is only merely assumed. And so that needs to be clarified. So there will be some new red markings on the rules and things like that. It's not going to be a disadvantage to anybody. If anything, actually, it will be seen as much clearer so that people can run right up to the edge of the rules, staying within the margins and not necessarily have to worry about, it has to do with weight, not necessarily worried about having to throw some weight in the car before it, you know, before the end of the race or anything like that in order to be able to make weight. And so it's really, really handled very well last night. So if you're shopping for a series, I'm going to sit here and say I'm tooting my horn for WRL. And I'm also tooting my horn, 118 Blaze Racing. Power Cool Manufacturing is our #1 sponsor. We have several other teams and several other companies and people and stuff like that. But I do need to say a huge shout out. I hope she's still listening. The wife of the owner, her name is Casey, and Casey is an incredible sweetheart. And she was watching DriversEye Live when all of a sudden the camera happened to be on when I broke the part on the car and drove off and almost hit the wall. And she immediately said to Jason, "What did Scott do? Why did he just drive off the track? Where's he going? He's lost." So it was quite hysterical. But yeah, so that's us in a nutshell. We'll climb back and get as many points as we possibly can today. I may bounce back up here later on, but hopefully, hold on one second. Turning my radio back down again. I hope to have some better news by the end of the day.
We hope so. Scott, man, thank you for coming up and spending some time with us again on this Sunday afternoon. We don't see you the rest of the weekend. We'll definitely see you at Circuit of the Americas, where hopefully we've got something exciting to talk about with
Cannot
the
wait.
National Championship, man. It's going to be fun.
I have a ton of laps on that track. Unfortunately, we just don't have the car that's suited there, but it's still going to be epic to be able to drive that track again. So especially going into as the leader of the championship, which looks like that's going to happen.
No pressure, huh?
Yeah, no pressure.
Make it
Absolutely.
happen, man. Scott,
You guys
man.
have great. Thank you very much, DriverSide Live.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. JT, we have cleared halfway in the Sunday 7-hour enduro here at the Fall Sports Car Classic. And a slow car exiting turn 16 is the word from
24.
24 car.
Yep, that's Bruce Innovations. It's the metallic blue. What is it? 2 Series, 235i maybe. So we're on board HK Motorsports. Through 14, going towards 15. And then 16 onto the back straight. Keep a look to driver's right. And we see the recovery safety vehicle here. Just in front of it, yep, the 24. Unfortunately, the 24 already having issues today. Currently sitting 10th in GP1. Ooh, coming across the line here, PC Racing and Palomar fighting half second between them for a lead in GP1.
JT,
Brendan.
we quite literally had somebody walk in as Scott Man walked out earlier. This one is somebody I don't think we've ever had in the DriverSeye Live booth. Yeah, no, shake of the head says no. But it's a name and a team that I think we will have wanted an interview with for some time here. Kind of stands alone in GTU as being one of the single car teams, but arguably one of the most competitive. Shane Roberts from Roberts Motorsports.
That's correct.
Not Roberts
Motorsports.
Yeah.
You kept saying racing. It was a.
No, but it's in timing as Roberts
it
Racing.
is.
I'm not sure why it's like that, but maybe you guys can figure that one out.
But you are Roberts Motorsports, for sure.
We
Yes.
are very much Roberts Motorsports, yeah.
So I have got to figure out which direction I want to take this because I have many, many questions. So I'll start with this. Who is Roberts Motorsports?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. So when I was in high school, I was working as an auto mechanic part-time, and I got a job at this little shop, and the guy sold used cars, and then he raced Legends cars. You know, those little motorcycle engine.
Yep, absolutely.
Circle track.
Yeah.
I was like 16 years old.
Mhm.
And,
Where at?
In Bristol, Tennessee.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. And after haggling this guy for maybe like 9 or 10 months, he let me drive one of these cars. And that was kind of the beginning of all of it.
Okay.
You know? It was just like my boss let me drive his car.
Competitively or just like practice days or what?
No, like in a race, he let me practice it a little bit and let me race it, and it was like, just immediately really natural. I had never got to do it, and it's like the next year is kind of like one championship. I mean, this is a long time ago now, but like won everything and kind of got started in this like professional racing career. And then ran dirt super late model.
Okay.
And started a little machine shop.
Yep.
Started making race car parts, and we had kind of a product line like in the early 2000s. I had making race car parts and
very cool.
Racing dirt cars, and really wanted to be a Formula One driver, but when you live in Tennessee, you got to take what you can get, So then ended up with a machine shop out of that, and then 08 hit, and everything was there was no money, in 08. So all the racing stopped, and there was maybe 15 years of my life without racing.
No machine shop, no nothing?
No, still machine shop.
Oh, still machine shop.
Yeah, so you're just making parts for people and kind of doing all of that. And then finally all the businesses got going well enough to afford to race again. And we started in a Miata, 3 or 4 years ago. The 109 red Miata.
Okay. How'd you transition from circle track, dirt track racing to road racing?
We just bought a Miata.
Got it. Cool.
Heck yeah.
And came and ran WRL?
Yeah, I was actually going to run Spec Miata, and somebody told me about WRL, talking a little bit about Champ Car, and they're like, "Nah, you don't want to do that. Everybody crashes." And they were like, "WRL's a lot cleaner racing, and a little more serious." Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Okay, we'll do that." So we started in GP3 with that Miata. And, had a wonderful time. It was underpowered, you know. But we podiumed a lot just on attrition, you know. And then things went well enough business-wise to afford to throw ourselves into GTU out of the blue here, and we're having an absolutely wonderful time.
When you say business-wise, is that on the machine shop side or just taking the team as its own kind of silo, renting seats?
No, we don't rent seats or anything.
Oh, so it's a core group of guys?
Yeah, it's just like me and one guy driving right now, Randy, and then a friend of mine, Ryan Pope, runs with us. He's just ran with us twice so far, but he'll be with us at COTA.
Oh, very nice.
So just 3 guys, and people just kind of chip in on the expenses, and it's not for rent really. Just a thing for fun.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's kind of like a lifetime dream.
That's very cool. That's very cool. How'd you end up with GTU specifically? It's an interesting route to go from a Miata.
Well, maybe, you know, the cars are not so different than a dirt late model in that you can take the whole body off and they're serviceable. It's actually a race car.
Yeah.
If you hit something with it, you just kind of throw that part of the car away, and you know, it's not like a unibody.
Sure, yeah.
After the Miata, it was so frustrating. Anytime we bent something, it's forever that way.
It makes a lot of sense.
Unless you build a new car. So I kind of wanted to get back to something that was like a 2-frame chassis, purpose-built race car. And conceptually, the GTUs should be pretty low cost to operate for what they are. We've kind of found we've had kind of a struggle this season of a lot of mechanical issues that have made it not as economical as maybe it should be. But we've kind of reacted to that and done a lot of different stuff on the car now, which is, at least knock on wood, doing quite well.
Yeah, this is not wood. This is not.
Yeah,
So you look at the table. No.
Yeah, it might be on the bottom, maybe. Know, probably.
I think so.
Yeah.
No, so that's interesting. So when you look at the rest of the GTU, at least as it currently stands, I mean, Stratus Racing has a lot of resources to be able to throw at endurance racing. 3 cars, a core group of drivers that shares all 3 cars every race, right? Round 3 racing, ton of resources, rents a bunch of seats, professional, sort of looking operation. Same thing with automatic, runs an IMSA and IMSA Support Series, comes and runs these GTU cars. I mean, you guys are one of the few that are just like, you know what, we're a group of guys and we really like running the MPL1, so we're going to run the MPL1.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. And we're trying to actually improve the car quite a bit. We're here. I don't know if you've been around MPL1s very much, but...
I mean, here, but that's... Yeah.
If you looked at the back of them, they have kind of a strange... the transmission is pretty far forward in the car.
Okay.
And the axles trail back to the rear wheels at a pretty significant angle.
Interesting. Okay.
And it was a kind of a strange thing where the bell housing that they used on the car was something that already existed, and maybe it wasn't ideal. And consequently, the CV joints run at a pretty steep angle, so they've done some stuff to try to cool them and things. But you end up with a lot of axle failures on account of running the CV at a pretty steep angle. So, So before this race, we broke an axle in Daytona, and then we broke 2 axles at Road Atlanta. And we were running second when we broke the axle at Road Atlanta, so we're like, okay, we're not doing this anymore. So we redesigned the whole back of the car. We spaced the transmission back, and we had to get a longer input shaft, and we had to space the slave cylinder off of it, and we had to design new upper control arms, new lower control arms. We had new axles made, new CVs, new push rods, new wing mounts, and new water neck, new sway bar links, and I think the list goes on. So the back of our car is actually quite different than everybody else's, in that our transmission's further back and our axles are great and our CVs are a bit more robust, and it's not breaking, which is great.
How long has the car been in this configuration? Is this weekend number 1?
Yeah, since Thursday.
Oh, wow. So okay.
Just rolled in.
Very recent change.
Yeah. And in the first, we were kind of slow because the camber was not quite right, and then maybe the wing angle wasn't quite right, and the tire pressures weren't quite right, but we just kind of got everything dialed. We're pretty good right now. We're not Stratus good, but we're almost that good.
But I mean, you guys have always been consistently right there with Stratus.
Yeah.
In some cases quicker than
they are. Yeah, it's pretty rare. I mean, they're I can't say enough. I got a terrific amount of respect for the drivers that they got. They're phenomenal, and they should be. That's their job.
Of course, I mean, they have a ton, and they have a ton of seat time.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is just
yeah.
what they
should be.
do over and over.
And I'm pretty happy that we can show up and kind of keep up. And I'll get back in the car here in a minute. Where we just have 2 drivers. So.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Yeah, when I get back in, I'm gonna be in there for like, 2.5 hours at the end of this.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna do absolutely everything in my power to catch that car.
I mean, you're what, 51 seconds behind the round 3, number 10?
Yeah.
Like a lap and some change.
Yeah, that's number 2, right?
Yeah, second place is the round 3, number 10.
Yeah. How far are they from the lead?
About a lap, but I can't get the exact numbers.
So maybe we're racing for second. I don't know. We'll just have to see how it all plays out. And then there's obviously reliability things. We feel pretty good about our car, but I don't think it could go wrong. So,
I mean, I like to brag because I think WRL has
shit.
Oh, that is a backwards NPO1. Is that the 908?
I think so. So
tremendous commentary.
Real quick, the 10 is 57 seconds out of the lead.
Oh, out of the lead. Okay.
Correct.
So it's you guys are.
Well, it was. Or sorry, that's the one that spun. The one was 5 seconds behind the Roberts Motorsports NP01. So that's a bit more of a safety margin for you guys there.
Got it.
Excellent.
I like to brag because I think WRL has arguably the most open, or it's the highest profile sports car racing series that still has an open technical rulebook. Everything from here on up is homologated race cars and balance of performance.
This
GT4, GT3.
It's absolutely as good as it gets.
Yeah.
I went to the Bristol. I live in Bristol, so I went to the NASCAR race, and I was at the Busch race, and I wore my WRL
Love
shirt.
that you still call it Busch, by the way. Tremendous.
Right, I'm old. So I wore my WRL shirt, and I was walking through the pits before the race, and one of the drivers was like, WRL, and I was like, yeah, and he's like, yeah, I race NPO1, and he was like, oh, I run with round 3, and
oh, cool.
I don't know anything about NASCAR really, so, but he was here, and ironically, we had like a whole battle on track yesterday, and I mean, the vibe I kind of got is that he would rather be doing this than that, and maybe I shouldn't put words in his mouth, but
oh, I know who it is. Yeah, got it.
Yep.
Took me way longer than it needed to, but I got it now. Yeah, I mean, look, if it offers in my opinion, it offers something for everybody, right? If you really like just knocking out laps and being consistent, but trying to be quick, and you like the traffic element of it, then the on-track aspect of WRL really offers something for you. If you like the strategy aspect of it and maximizing, minimizing, your opportunities around safety cars and fuel strategies and tire strategies and stuff like that, it offers something for you. If you like developing a car from a standard street car or an existing race car platform like the NPO1, and you like tweaking and tinkering and building a better mousetrap, as it were, then obviously it offers something for you as well. And you got a big grin on your face.
I like all those things.
Yeah. So this is kind of it for you.
Yeah,
right?
it's fantastic.
So, I mean, is there a vision? But you've obviously got the natural pace and the natural talent. If you wanted to go up the racing ladder, you could go do something like that. Is there any view towards doing that in the future? Or
I have.
You're just really happy with.
I would do anything that anybody invited me to
got
do.
it. Yeah, sure.
But I'm not like I don't have like millions of dollars.
Of course.
Anywhere close. We're making stuff for the cars. The kit the modifications we did, we're kind of offering it as a kit, and I think that we might get some adoption from the other teams.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, kind of the idea is that I don't really want to win. I don't want to beat somebody because they broke. If you look at the GTU field right now, there's several people that are like 9 laps down.
Yeah.
And that's not because they were slow.
It's the way that normally
that's
goes.
because like the camber block came loose, or the axle, or the this or that. So we'd all like to be like pretty close. So we're trying to develop stuff to make the cars more reliable, and then just like offer it at a reasonable price.
Sure.
And then we get a little bit of. So we're going to try to do that and see if we can get the MPO1 to be what it's potentially could be.
Yeah.
I guess. Which is like you put brakes and tires on it and drive it. I mean, it's a 200 horsepower car.
Yeah.
Like it weighs 1,800 pounds. Like how much should you like? It shouldn't break like much ever, really.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
with a super reliable engine.
Yeah, it should be as reliable as a spec Miata. Like pretty reliable. So I think we can get it there.
Have you guys considered the 2.5?
That one
That
is,
car?
I think it vibrates a lot.
Okay.
You know, people are talking about EcoBoost. I don't know. I honestly haven't went down the engine. I haven't thought as much about the engine because it hasn't broken.
There's a standing yellow over here at turn 8. With a car stopped over there somewhere.
It is reported as your GTU leader.
60.
Oh, they broke. Imagine that.
something from the center of that car rearwards, we're going to assume here, right?
Almost.
Yeah, right. If only there were some other team that could figure out a solution to these problems.
Oh man,
Well, see,
serendipitous.
I was curious about how you were talking about. Okay, well, we're going to redesign the rear ends here. We're going to try to make it more reliable. You know, this is the whole thought process we're putting into it. Was there any back and forth with the manufacturer in terms of like, well, is this something that we could do? Is this, you know, I don't know.
I can. I'm going to say one thing about that. Everybody that has a GT car has been to our pit and spent a bunch of time looking at the car, but not one person from Stratus or the manufacturer. So that says something.
I mean,
I'm not sure how aware, you know, Sevica would be, but is there, like, do you guys have a lot of communication with them in terms of like, hey?
I would love if it were up to me. This would get adopted by. It'd be great if somebody could buy a new car with the stuff on it that we're developing where it doesn't break as much.
Yeah,
and that basically we just want the cost of operation to be lower.
Yeah, sure.
Because you typically have to people typically swap the axles of the car every race. You know, and we ran a Miata for 2 seasons and never swapped the axles.
Sure.
And the horsepower was like pretty similar.
Yeah.
You know, and the axles are not inexpensive. They're like maybe a set's almost $4,000.
Dang.
You know, and I'm not saying they put new ones on necessarily. Like
Sure.
you have 2 sets and try to but the point is just like, yeah, like we should just come out here and tires and brakes. That's what I want to put on it, and fuel.
Yeah. It's also interesting to me that you guys are looking at this as I don't want to say a sales opportunity, but it's not something you guys are keeping as proprietary. Like, oh, we figured out how to make the NPO1 more reliable. We're just going to outlast everybody else and go win races.
No, I want to make it more reliable for everybody.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it was a lot to develop it. I, you know, put my whole energy into it for like the last 2 months.
Sure.
And obviously had to work a job and everything else at the same time. But yeah, I want everybody to have this like tight race. Yesterday, it was amazing. We were back and forth trying to get on the podium for the first time, and we were in 4th, and then something happened. There was like, now we're in 3rd, but they're only a minute behind us, and we have to do one more fuel stop, but they don't.
Sure.
You know, and we came in and put like a partial can in, and it was like watching an F1 race. When we came out onto the front straight, man, he came out of turn 17, and we were rolling out of the pits.
Yeah.
We came out with a 6-second split. And then he caught up like 2 seconds and 2 seconds again. And we crossed the finish line, 2-second separation.
We saw it happen.
Like unreal, man.
Yep.
We were freaking out.
Is that your first podium?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was.
So awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was.
It was so awesome. And everybody worked really, really hard. So to put all the work into making the car better. And I mean, that happened. We got on the podium yesterday because of reliability, right? Like we weren't, the pace wasn't there.
It's still endurance racing. Like that matters.
Yeah, it matters. But today the pace is there too, you know. So, and we have some reliability. So we'll see how it goes. Are you sure the leader broke? Is that real?
It was 60. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the 58 coming through the shot here.
Yeah, so 10 leads, 109 second. I'm not going to say anything.
That's smart.
Long way to go. 3 hours, 6 minutes. Tell me more about Rocky here.
This is an Australian Shepherd. Bi-color, black and white.
Yeah.
It looks like a pander.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Track dog?
He's a fantastic animal. He actually doesn't like loud things that much, though. So I'll put him back in the trailer here in a minute.
Not his first rodeo here.
He was on the podium pick last night. Maybe he'll get to go on the podium again tonight.
You don't mind if I take a picture here, do you?
No, absolutely.
Hi. Can we put it up on the broadcast?
Yeah, absolutely.
Heck yeah.
Oh, man.
Dustin.
He's pretty photogenic.
I would say so.
Yeah. Way more than me.
Let's do it. Here, give me just a second. Get that. Here we go.
It's funny. This full course yellow is slightly out of our driver change window.
It's out of everybody's driver change window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just by like 5 minutes.
We actually noticed that yesterday with, I think it was it JT? Was it the round 3 car? No, somebody else got just out. They were just outside of the driver change window, or they had to make a green flag stop because their middle driver was at 3 hours.
Yeah.
But if they pitted under the full course yellow, they couldn't have their last driver do the go to the checkered flag. There we go. It's Rocky.
That's fantastic.
Such a good boy.
Well, guys, it was wonderful talking to you.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it, man.
Maybe I said more than I should have, but
well, I mean, you only swore once, so you know.
I was genuinely surprised.
Yeah, sure. It caught me off guard too.
Yeah.
We didn't hear anything. All good.
You are in, I will say.
I need to eat
pits.
I need to eat. Yeah, I can't get in the car now anyway.
Yeah, I got you.
They're just taking on fuel, so I'm gonna try to eat something
Yeah.
because I haven't done that, and get my brain in the space to go out and do this again, and maybe we'll win today.
Listen, I'm not saying anything. The face of the race has changed, but I will say good luck the rest of the way. Hopefully it all stays together, and you guys can go make a run at this.
Cool.
Good luck to you, Shane.
Thank you.
Shane Roberts out of Roberts Motorsports, number 109.
Yeah, as we were covering, the reason for the full course yellow is the 60 Stratus Racing, who was the leader in GTU, unfortunately come to a stop, exited turn 9 on the approach to 10, pulling off to the grass on driver's left there. What that has done is that has kind of shaken things up, definitely in GTU, where we've seen much of the day today that fight involving the second place position between both of the round 3 racing cars, Roberts Motorsports. We saw the 908 from Automatic Racing also in there as well with the 58. Unfortunately, the 908 and the 58 have had some reliability issues, so they are down the order quite a bit. But now this is basically set up a 3-horse race here between the 10 from round 3 racing, the 1 from round 3 racing, and the 109 from Roberts Motorsports.
Fascinating. You know, I think there's a potential talking point here, JT, around, you know, we've talked in the past about classic endurance racing, and WRL being kind of classic endurance racing, where, you know, your options aren't 99 or 100% in order to win. Your options are 90% or 98%, right? Driving the car at those different performance levels, right? Very rarely do teams or drivers drive their cars at 100% all race long and, not have some price to pay for doing that, right? These aren't multi-million-dollar prototypes in GT cars. It is interesting to me that the cars that are regularly driven the fastest, all 3 of them, those Stratus Racing NPO1s, have had mechanical failures at some point this weekend. Every one of those 3 cars. Not true for the round 3 cars, not true for the automatic cars, not true for the Roberts car. The Aeroflight has had issues. But the 3 cars that are pushed the farthest or the closest to their ultimate maximum have all had a price to pay this weekend mechanically for that. And I just think that's a really interesting kind of representation of a consideration in endurance racing that you don't normally have. I mean, Shane just mentioned a ton of respect for the Stratus cars, right? Those guys and girls are so quick and so consistent in the way they drive those cars. At most racetracks, there isn't necessarily a price to pay for driving that quickly or driving that, close to the ultimate performance of the car. Sebring is different, and endurance racing is different. Mm-hmm. And it's just interesting to me that team in particular has seen now issues across 3 cars that have been driven that quickly for that long. But it does set up a really fascinating battle at the front of GTU. Mm-hmm. Stratus number 58 is back out and circulating. 8 laps is the margin there.
Yep. This also does show additional favor for additional points for round 3 racing in the championship.
Yeah, it's a great point, actually. I had just done some of that kind of math as Scott walked in, and then obviously we kind of the back-to-back interviews there. So, kind of clarify on some of these drop and math issues happening all behind the Stratus number 58, who by the way, has already locked up the East Championship. Stratus number 60 has been on something of a roll as late.
Yes.
3 straight GT U class wins after a bunch of DNFs and DNSs across the middle part of the championship. I had already penciled them in with a win today as being up to 78 points total because a zero points finish would well, essentially, they're already dropping 0 points results and have more 0 point results to drop. So let's say they end up falling back to 8th, which would be only ahead of Heraflight this weekend. I'd have to see how many points they would net out of that. But they're only 4 points ahead of Automatic as things stand.
Do we know if I haven't seen, is the 909 back out on track?
The 909 is not, but the 908 is the higher points, higher place car.
Okay.
And,
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
My point is, it's 7th worst.
It may slip only behind 48 rather than behind Automatic. No, that's a good point. And I do need to find out what that points tally is for a 7th place finish, because this does change the math.
Yes,
meaningfully.
Either slightly or meaningfully, but either way, it does.
Well, what I'm saying is this whole situation surrounding the number 60 does change what we were kind of dealing with our assumptions even just an hour ago.
Lights off on the safety car. It's going to be the 927 of Fast Track Racing that will be taking us back to green here. Take a few moments for everything to get settled on timing for us to get a good, clear picture on how positions have shuffled around after the pit stops here under the full course yellow.
Green flag waves, and we go back to racing. That is the off-leash Motorsports number 40. Mercedes at the front of the queue, but the number 10 round 3 racing NP01, the car directly behind it, is your overall race leader, and of course your GTU class leader. Next car in line overall is going to be the Stoic Racing. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
40. Yeah, sorry, 40's at the head of the queue, but not leading GTO. Your GTO class leader is Stoic Racing number 87. So round 3, then Roberts, a couple of cars further back, right there, headed under the Corvette bridge.
In front of the Supra.
Maroon-colored NP01 headed through Big Bend now. That is your second place car chasing the GTU class lead, and just spoke to Shane Roberts of Roberts Motorsports. Stoic Racing in the red Supra directly behind it. That's 3rd place overall and your GTO class leader. Then back to the round 3 racing number 1 that had the spin up at turn 13 just before the full course yellow. And then we get the margin back to the 291 of Moorhead Speedworks. That Janetta was listed as in the pit lane last time through. Is it out on circuit?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Just coming across the line now. Heard it before I saw it. So it didn't quite catch the queue after a late stop there. I wonder if they came back in to do tires there. And an interesting call, bearing in mind they weren't going to be able to catch the pack. They do have clear air here, though. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Ooh, Roberts is out wide behind the Porsche there. They're going to go 3 wide up the Flying Fortress straight. Nope, Stoic backs out. Move of self-preservation before they narrow there into turn 14. The off-leash Porsche goes up the inside of the PMW. Number 72, Roberts not able to follow through at 15 and 16.
And there was also not too far behind, also the one from round 3 racing as well. That's currently 3rd in GTU. So remember, those top 3 cars, all within about 10 seconds of each other right now. Roberts Motorsports, unfortunately, looks like they're having just a little bit of problem trying to keep the Stoke Racing Super behind them here. I'm going to tuck in behind as they come into 3.
All right. So here's what I've been able to put together. Stratus number 60. This is all in the battle for second here in GTU. Stratus 59 hangs on to second at the moment with 65 points. They will not score today by virtue of having not taken the start. They'll stay on 65 points. Car number 60, by virtue of having taken the start, completed half the race, will get points.
We have a
48.
Yeah.
I think it's going to make the right-hand turn there and try and duck itself back into the cut here at the Fangio chicane. Maybe it's going to continue up the road a little bit further. Yeah, I don't see it here. Anyway, Stratus number 60 would land on 70 points if they ended up P7 and not going any further. Right? So it would inherit second place in the GTU East. So it would go Stratus 58 on 87, Stratus number 60 on 70 points, Stratus number 59 on 65 points. If the number 1 wins, maximum points number 1 can come away with is 65. So they would tie Stratus number 59 for third, depending on what happens with the 908. If the 908, who currently runs 6th and is, that's probably not going to happen, I guess, 16 laps off of the class lead, that 908 car, the maximum they can come home with is 67, right? Which would jump those, but that is not likely as things stand. So essentially, number 1 here is the car that needs to maximize points the most in this run to the checkered flag, in the hopes of getting level with Stratus number 59 to pick up third in the championship. That is where things stand. So 59 most likely to come home third in the championship. Number 1, if they win, could tie them on points, and then it would just go to wins count back, which ironically would actually end up going to the number 1 if they were to take home the win today, because 59 has 0 class wins on the season.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Yeah?
Yeah, Mid-Ohio Saturday, the 59 took the victory over the 60. To my knowledge.
Mid-Ohio's the Midwest round.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true then.
Yeah. So they tie on 59, and a win would give the round 3 the highest place result across the season in that number 1 car specifically. The number 10 is too far down the order to do any real damage there. The 909 is tied with the 1 at the moment, but obviously they've had their issues. They are back. They did come back through the pit lane. It's worth noting.
Which car did?
The 909.
909, okay.
Yeah, which, again, may change things with the number 60. I realize I'm just throwing a lot of numbers out here. But it's a lot to make sense of given the varying drop scenarios and the fact that, frankly, JT, when we do this, a lot of times the races have kind of settled into a predictable space. And you say, well, if nothing else changes, this is how it's going to go. The problem at the moment is that there really is no if nothing else changes, because everything has been so in flux all weekend in GTU specifically. The pace is in the number 10 at the moment, but that's not the car that needs it. It's the number 1. The number 1 is already behind Roberts and the team car, and the Roberts car is pulling away from it as things stand. A lot of question marks down there in GTU, which has turned into, I think, the most compelling championship battle, bearing in mind GTO is pretty much sealed up and done. GP1 is very much done. Palomar is out there circulating in the number 38 and running second, but can't catch PC. Screaming Goat in second is not here. I guess the battle would be between 38 Palomar and 221 HK. But that is already favoring the Palomar car. Blaze Racing, the 118, is 5th in the points in GP1. But their issue earlier kind of has them out of contention for picking up points on the HK car? So 909 is into the pit lane again. After being out for an installation lap earlier. Fresh white bodywork on the front of that car.
Oh boy, that's Roberts Motorsports turn 10, and it sounds like the Stoic Super was also off. I may have been contact there. That would have been really unfortunate. Neither one of those cars can really afford to lose much time at the moment. Stoic is leading GTO overall. They've got about a minute gap over the 291 from Moorhead Speedworks. However, that Ginetta is currently lapping quite quick at the moment. Last time through was a 2:17.6, just a tenth off of the fastest lap for that car. Both cars seem to be getting back up to speed. Some minor timing difficulties here. What this has done is put the one from Round 3 Racing just a handful of seconds behind Roberts Motorsports. You see the maroon MP01 going through shot here, and then our white and blue NP01 from Round 3 Racing. Moorhead comes across the line 50.6 seconds out of the GTO lead. Do also want to point out the 72 and the 419 from Mofa Motorsports. Those two BMW GT4s and GTO currently fighting for 6. Last time through less than a second. We see him come through the shot here. That change in position has already occurred. Mofa getting by the white and blue PMW Motorsports BMW. Yeah, that Roberts Motorsport MP01 once again tucked in directly behind the rear bumper of that Toyota Supra. It's clear both cars want to go as quick as possible at the moment. I'm not really seeing the benefit of the Supra holding back the NP01, which does go to the inside here. It's going to force the issue through turn 3 here. Gets it done. Wise move on the part of the 87 to not really fight it too much. best case scenario for both cars should be that the 109 can just pull a gap here, and hopefully both cars can then continue to run as quick as possible. The number 2 here in shot is a lap out of the lead in GTO. Unfortunately, losing a bit of pace to the third place off-leash motorsports Mercedes. Coming through turn 10, once again the Supra continues to harass the MP01. Again, I'm not really seeing much benefit to that, only adding additional risk. Ford Mustang puts off 2 wheels, exited turn 13 here. Number 2 is going to try to get a look here on the outside. He's going to think better of it. In fact, the Supra a bit slow out of the corner, allows the Mustang to go through. Meanwhile, at the front of GTU, it's still the number 10 around 3 race and continues to pull out a larger gap here. Been able to consistently run underneath the 220s, which unfortunately up until now has been denied for the 109. The number 1 just 4.5 seconds back from them. Still no sign of the 60 from Stratus yet. The 58 has moved up into 4th in GTU. Currently on pace in the class, but unfortunately 8 laps out of the lead. Mofa Motorsports starting to pull just a little bit of a safety gap here in front of the PMW Motorsport BMW. At about 1.5 seconds. Unfortunately, since I want to say 45 minutes ago, we had a slow 64 of open throttle racing. I don't think we've seen them come back out yet. That has allowed the 118 of Blaze Racing to move up into 7th. Meanwhile, the sister car for open throttle, the 69, still maintaining 5th in GP2 at the moment. Unfortunately, a couple laps out of the next possible position for them, but not really having to worry about anything behind. Reports of a slow PMW Motorsports 16. After being overtaken for 6th in class. On board with that car. Nothing real noticeable in terms of what would have been a cause the issue. Perhaps it just got loose in turn 16. Just lost a little bit of time there.
Loose would be standard for this car.
Yeah. Unfortunately, their last lap was a 2:49, so that is an abnormal lap for them by the tune of some 25 seconds. But it seems like it's more or less up to pace now. Yeah, car continues on as normal. Maybe just slightly bit more cautious through some of the corners here, just trying to perhaps gather up the car. Telemetry is to be believed. This should be around a 2-minute 30 lap. Yeah, getting a little nasty bump there in 17. Meanwhile, back towards the front of GTO, Moorhead continues to reel in the gap to the Supra. What was a minute and then down to 50 seconds is now down to 36 and a half, as that Ginetta continues to lap under the 220 mark. The Mercedes an additional minute and 8 seconds behind them as well.
Quickest car on track right now, JT. That Moorhead Ginetta. Including GTU cars.
Yeah,
they're getting after it.
Not too long ago, the 10 was also lapping around a 218, 219 as well. But it seems like all three of the front-running NP01s running around the 21 to 22 at the moment.
Yes, the contact between Roberts and Stoic.
Yes, that was turn 10. Both cars actually going slightly off track.
Oh. Did we happen to see it?
Yeah, Dustin caught the end of it. Yeah, unfortunately, it was just some communication issues between those two cars, running similar lap times at the moment, and
yeah, I hope that doesn't
come back to bite them.
Yeah, either one of them.
Yeah, it was.
Both those cars are in contention for respective class wins. Obviously, Stoic is leading GTO at the moment. Roberts is second in GTU.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those situations where the Supra did not want to lose any time, and the 109 was behind and not disappearing and being held up a bit. And so there's a constant back and forth jockeying for the position. You know, the MP01 would be quicker through the corners, and then we'd get to the straights, and then the Supra would come back at it, and unfortunately just some communication issues going into 10.
Yeah, all right. Still under investigation at the moment, so see where that one lands.
Yeah,
Already.
neither of those cars have come in to provide video evidence, so that will be resolved later. Reports of the 333 being slow turn 6, so that would be heading towards the hairpin. Oh yeah, that E46 definitely slow coming into turn 7.
Yeah, it is under power, technically.
It is. Does not sound healthy.
No, it really doesn't. I think it didn't use the back door there at turn 7. Yeah, it's not a happy BMW, is it?
No. Possibly, if I understand timing correctly, this is its out lap.
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think we have any closing gaps at the moment, do we?
Oh!
That 200 board has seen some things this weekend.
It's alright, we're professionals. We can draw a new one.
Right. That was an odd one. That was from the 41 this time around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Formula One race started, allegedly.
Is this where we try to trigger the algorithm by mentioning Formula One Championship?
I don't know what the official name of the Brazilian Grand Prix is, though.
I don't know, but it features such drivers like Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton. There's probably some cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. I don't know.
It's not even. It's not even technically the Brazilian Grand Prix anymore. It's the Sao Paulo GP, Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
Come on, 333, you can do it.
Has made it this far, though it does look to be going slower the further around it's gotten.
Yeah, it looks like they'll make it back so we can stay green. Thank you, 333, for your sacrifice.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We mentioned the BSI Racing GR86 Cup is up into second place in GP2.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye on this. Basically, what happened was during the last full course yellow, I want to say Rebel came onto pit lane. BSI and BRD stayed out. That was kind of big because BRD was directly behind the 222 on track, about to put them a lap down. BSI, I believe, stayed out. The gap, I want to say, was some 20 seconds back to the 222. But that Toyota has been consistently a second or so quicker each lap. So that gap is now out to 48 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not catching the BRD car at the moment, but it's very much pulling away from the Rebel 222. I mean,
yes,
consistently and in large chunks. Like elsewhere throughout the field, water has more or less found its level, at least for the current driver matchups. 2.5 hours left on the clock. Moorhead continues to close on Stoic. That margin is down to 22.7. PMW's found some pace. Down to the 223.7 last time, and they're beginning to close on Homofa Motorsport, number 419 in the battle for P6 in GTO. Last time through, it was about a second and a half quicker than the newer Gen M4 that it's chasing. There is the Homofa car here on screen. The Fangio chicane. And about half an hour since we went back to green after the last full course yellow. So roughly halfway through a fuel run through most of our teams here. JT, on timing, does it look like all of a sudden it's just started logging laps? Like the last 5 or 6 for everybody, all of a sudden we can pull up their lap history?
Yes.
Yeah. What happened?
Previously, it was only like 1 lap.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
So, yeah, sounds like it's being updated, which is always a good thing. I do like that the timing does have a link to the YouTube.
Yeah, I know. Nice touch. This Red Mist Racing live timing system was a development to kind of replace what was lost when Race Hero went away at the end of the end of the 2024 season. Okay, Motorsports is in the pit lane. That is out of 4th place in GP1.
I want to say they were about 30 seconds behind Fast Track Racing at the time. Moorhead's got that gap to Stoic down under 20 seconds now.
Yeah. Feel like a matter of time at the moment. It's funny that this is exactly where Stoic was at the end of yesterday. In the battle with the number 2. For that middle step on the GTO podium. Bearing in mind there were also fuel concerns in there, but Stoic was the chasing car for a lot of that, and even with the fuel stop, it was entirely possible that they were going to be able to catch that number 2 before the checkered flag yesterday. The 333 is being loaded onto a flatbed. You're right at start finish.
Yeah, report was it lost a tire.
Interesting. Well, I see at least 2 wheels. HK has been serviced and sent. Dustin forgot he gave me the weather lower third button on the telestrator screen. I pulled it up completely unprompted. It was expected to be a couple of degrees cooler than it was yesterday, and while we did obviously hit 90 yesterday afternoon, 85 and a half, 86 degrees is still warmer than I think we anticipated it being here in Sebring this afternoon. Humidity has stayed traditionally high. They're up at 63%. Rain chance is 0. Presumably depends on who you ask and when you ask it, but we don't really have the small pop-up showers that we did previously. It's mostly just proper rain showers and thunderstorms up to our north near the I-427 junction.
.48 competition moves up in the 6th after doing an additional lap to get past the 908 from Automatic Racing.
Uh, 644 noted as the front splitter dragging. JT, didn't this happen yesterday as well? They had to beat it off, beat the oh boy, they had to knock the splitter off with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, one of the Rapscallion cars. I can't.
Yeah, it was a 640. It was a 644.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So they tried the splitter work again, and it for whatever reason has not gone according to plan. So revert back to the fallback of getting it the heck off.
Sorry, who lost 5 seconds? Oh yeah, big chunk of time taken out of.
Fastest lap of the race from Moorhead.
When did this increase in pace come out of this Genetta car, or this Moorhead Genetta? Was that,
I believe,
when we went back to
fixed
green?
it from yesterday.
Well, I mean, this particular, like, 16, 17, 18. Here.
This has been a really good stint. They were running decently quick earlier as well. But remember, that's also when we had the 40 and the 41 running just slightly ahead of them, but also running just as quick. And then they ran into liability issues or what have you. And so now Moorhead has basically just inherited it without really losing any of that pace that we had early on.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I was kind of looking for, driver rotations. I don't think the driver that's on board this car, and I am making a giant assumption that it's Johann Schwartz, just knowing what I know about Johann. This is not something that is likely to continue through to the end of the race. As in, the driver change happened out of the previous full course yellow, where we were before the 3 hours to go mark, and with a 3 hour maximum stint time. Eventually, this is probably going to again find its level. If it's not going to continue setting fastest laps till the end of the race. I'm going to put it that way. But if it can do enough damage in this phase of the race, as it chases down that Stoic Racing number 87, down to 5 seconds at the start-finish line, 5.9. If it can do that and build the margin over maybe the next stint, the following stint, before they turn it over to the finishing driver, then, maybe there is an opportunity here to kind of hang on to that, or for this to go head-to-head through to the end, which would just be tremendous. The other concern we're going to have here, I think, JT, is going to be fuel. Right? If we don't get any more full course yellows, that previous safety car came out at 11:52. We were green about 10 minutes after that. Pit stops will have happened with about 3 hours 5 left on the clock. And to do that on 3 stints, 2 stops. Let's see. Goes your GTO race leader through the shot, PC Racing, and then Forza Motorsport, the number 20 Silver Aston Martin. Caught hand over fist out of the exit of the tower turn by the Moorhead Speedworks Janetta, who will swing to driver's right around the double apex turn 14. Get that Aston Martin move done on the brakes. Can't quite get the PC BMW overtaken in the same move. Things around the outside of that left-hand kink or sweep, I guess, between 15 and 16. Up the inside at Le Mans, and we'll use that V8 torque down this 5/8 of a mile Ullman straight. Approach to Sunset Bend, and we'll get an updated number on the gap here between 87 and 291. So not really having to deal with traffic this time around the Sebring International Raceway. Moorhead has been very efficient in dispatching that. Number 40 has crept into this here as well. I'm sorry, 41. 223 that time from Stoic, 219.9, excuse me, from the Moorhead Janetta. Cut that lead in half again, down to 2.5 seconds. Other factor to remember here, JT, as well, is that Stoic car did change tires, or has changed tires already this race, but it was with 4.5 hours remaining. It was a very early tire change. So even if you're trying to cut the race in half, or maybe you got it to 3 hours to go, in a normal strategy, Stoic went the other way and got the tire change done early under a safety car. And I just wonder if maybe 2.5 to 3 hours on those tires in the heat of the day already is just compromising that car in grip a little bit. Towards the tower turn. And pretty much nose to tail now for the GTO race lead as they jump on the brakes into turn number 13. Stoic is more or less down to the apex. It was a little bit wider on entry. Moorhead looked like it had a little bit of grip to give on the way in there, perhaps just held up ever so slightly by the Stoic Toyota Supra. Is there a move on the cards here into turn number 15? No, looks like the Moorhead car just backs out of it a little bit, falls in line with that red Supra. They'll all chase the Blaze Racing number 118 E36 through Jean de Bien Bend, through Le Mans, and onto the back straightaway. Potentially a move on here down the back. Let's wait and see. The Janetta's not a particularly heavy car, so even with the big V8 out front, doesn't make enough power to get the move done, or is it going to have to rely on a move on the brakes or through the medium speed? Turn 17, shows the nose on the way in. Again, backs out of it. We'll wait to fight another day. Get them out the other side of the WeatherTech Bridge. Oh, man, that Moorhead car just has
Gets
so
the
much
run.
more front grip on corner exit. Got back to the throttle earlier, pulled alongside the Stoic Racing Toyota Supra there at corner exit. Will it have the move done as they get on the brakes into turn number 1? Stoic will defend to the inside. Moorhead sweeps around the outside, and it looks to all the world, JT Tammy, like the move is done.
Yep. Just a bit more grip there. Bit more comfort running the outside line there. And not much that the Supra can do. It must bow before the power of the LS.
Definitely not a Ford, right? Definitely an LS?
No, definitely an LS.
Okay.
That said, the Supra would have held the position had it had an LS.
That's probably true.
Hashtag LS swap the world.
And now we approach conclusion of another hour of racing. Still 13 minutes to go here, but we're looking towards another round of pit stops here. About an hour since the last safety car kicked off. Hang on here and see if that Moorhead Speedworks G56 can establish a bit of a margin back to the Supra. It's already put in, it's 20 car lengths. They're getting the move done down at turn number 1. Battle for the GTU lead, by the way. Round 3 racing, last lap 222 flat. Roberts 109, 219.6.
Okay, that's definitely needed, but yeah, there is still that large gap.
Yeah, 43 seconds. My point is, whereas the 10 was generally outpacing the 109, with laps regularly in the 17s, 18s, and 19s, it looks like Roberts has kind of found a way to match them. And on laps where round 3 is either caught up in traffic or just generally slower, that the Roberts number 109 is able to claw some of that time back, put in some good laps of its own. It's not just ceding time away.
Yeah, we do have to keep in mind, though, this is the only lap within the last, I don't know, 7 laps or so that has been outside of a 220.
For the round 3, number 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas last 6 laps, Roberts has only twice got in the 219s.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting necessarily that it's a trend. But like I said, they're not just kind of laying down and letting the 10 run away with this. On opportunities where they have time or the ability to gain back some time, they are actually gaining back that time.
Yeah, no, pace is quite similar. There's, at the moment, the advantage to the 10, though.
There's a car missing, like misfiring down the front straight to turn 1. Sounds like an NPO1. Now, let's see. Is there an NPO1 over here at turn 3? Well, that camera's static. As we cut to it there. So what's the NPO1 coming through the shop behind Rebel here? It's the 908. Well, it's behind Rapscallion. It was behind Rebel, or ahead of Rebel when we saw it earlier. Sorry, just ahead.
Okay, so that's good confirmation that 908 came back out.
Oh, that is a backwards 40-48, or worse than that. It's a broadside 40-48 competition. Number 148.
Yeah, and the 58 having to go off track to avoid.
Yeah. Good work by everybody involved over there at the exit of turn number 5.
Mike Anderson on YouTube refers to that 908 sound as transmission unhappiness. That was
I mean, you can
an
hear it
interesting
there, right?
sound.
Yeah.
But that was the 58, wasn't that?
I don't think so. I thought that was the. No,
Okay,
that's the
yeah, no, that's
908.
908. Yeah. It sounded like it was not shifting into gear.
No, I think it's it's just cutting. Yeah, it's not at the shift point. Yeah, because then you get it to the shift point, and it'll go.
It sounds like it's blipping.
I think it's actually just cutting out, is what I heard down the front straightaway here. As it accelerated every second and a half or so, you would just hear that. It does kind of sound like an upshift. It's that kind of noise, but it's just with the car in gear and accelerating. Shift is smooth. And you heard it again there at the exit. It's got to be tremendously off-putting.
Yeah, it sounds like it's trying to audition for a Fast and Furious movie.
You know how many of... Guess how many of the Fast and Furious movies I've seen?
2.
Lower. It's 0. Seen none of the Fast and Furious movies. Is something wrong with that or nothing wrong with that? I prefer to watch Driven on repeat.
It's Days of Thunder or bust, you moron.
I mean, Days of Thunder is an iconic movie. Right? I'm totally cool with that. I like Days of Thunder. It was fine. I don't know.
Can't wait for that sequel.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I got you. Speaking into the ether there, the world can't hear Dustin, our producer, remotely. Your viewer, and also JT. Happy to welcome to the booth. Make sure I find the right mute button here. Unmute button. It's Cole Lofsgaard.
Hi.
Hello. I would say freshly out of the round 3 racing number 70 Porsche, but unfortunately, Cole, that's not happening right now.
I can't complain though, because we've had an incredible year. So
it's not even over, man. You still got another race to go.
I know, but we were honestly, we've kind of been in celebration mode this weekend.
Sure.
Like, last night we all had way too many margaritas. So it's
apparently
fine.
The motor did too.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. Well, spark plug in the motor anyway. The motor's
Sure.
okay.
Yep.
So we'll be fine. She's got like 270 hours on that thing. Don't tell Porsche North America that.
You're not running in a homologated series. It's fine.
You're fine.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not going to love the idea that teams don't have to buy or refresh motors, though. Do you put those motors through any refreshes, or you just...
No.
Wow.
No, that's
Impressive.
We've done the gearbox once.
Yep. Did it need it, or was it just an interval thing?
It needed it. We lost 4th gear in qualifying at Road Atlanta.
Oh, wow.
So we borrowed the gearbox from the black car, which we fortunately had, and then sent that gearbox in.
Right.
So but honestly, I mean, even that for running a season and a half in WRL, I mean, man, it's been impressive. So that car. I mean, I keep hearing people, being scared of the Cup car because of running costs, and I mean, I get it, because when you do need to do the gearbox for the motor,
it is expensive.
It's a big bill for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily I'm not paying it, so maybe Joe can test that a little bit more. So I get it, but
Gearbox by Trimtex.
Yeah, Brad's worried about the cost. Cole's like, yeah, I don't see the big deal.
You've heard X-Track? Try Trimtex.
yeah, my orders are to just drive that thing until they don't run no more. So, but no, it's been amazing for us. I mean, it's really, I think it's even surprised us how reliable that car's been. So a little bit of a hiccup today, but it will live. I was joking with Joe when we thought it blew up. I was joking with Joe. I said, well, you better take that motor and make a coffee table out of it. 'Cause, that thing's won us a lot of trophies. And then about 20 minutes later, it fired up and Mace is like, hey, get in the car and go do a few laps. And the thing, I felt like it made even more power than it did yesterday. So, yeah, we're good.
So it didn't have a major issue. Like, it didn't have a follow-on issue from the spark plug problem. You just went out, did a couple installation laps, and said, "Okay, we're good to go. Don't worry about it."
We want to make sure it was good. So, because the fear is that sometimes, and I'm not, I'm not very technical with this, so I'm going to totally butcher explaining this. But the problem is that when the plug breaks or whatever happened, it can potentially drop into the cylinder, and then the piston can hit it.
Right.
And that's what we thought happened.
Got it.
Because when the thing came in, it made this really bad ticking sound, but it was actually the spark plug just out of the hole, and the air from the piston.
Got it. Okay.
Creating that noise. So we thought it was bad at first. That's why we had it towed back to the paddock, because we're like, well, if the engine is fixable at all, we don't want to run it anymore.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, 20 minutes later, we're like, wow, this thing. I mean, we're already looking online, like, okay, where can we get a new motor? Should we just buy another car? I mean, the conversations were pretty funny. And then Mace got his hands dirty for once, and 5 minutes later, the thing was running. So
a couple of different ways we can take this conversation. Number one, first off, 71 Porsche Cup car is up for sale. It's an identical car to the number 70, right? I won't ask any leading questions as to what the future of the Trimtex Porsche GT3 Cup program looks like.
I actually don't entirely know myself.
Yeah, and it's also possible that Joe doesn't know, Brad doesn't know. Like, the decisions haven't been made yet. Like, we don't know there. It's been an incredible 2-year run, mostly at the front of GTO here in the World Racing League. Both cars are entered for COTA, and as we all look towards the end of 2025 and into 2026 and whatever the future holds, before I get to you, Cole Lofsgaard, it would leave something of a vacuum at the top of GTO if that 70 weren't to be back with us next year. That being said, a new 991 Cup has appeared this weekend.
Yep, and they have pace.
No kidding. Mm-hmm. Have you guys noticed?
I have.
Yeah.
I have.
So for a car that is so very obviously designed to be a WRL GTO car and to go do the GTO thing as well as you can, given the rule book and the platform in GTO as it currently exists, 41 car shows up from off-leash this weekend looking much more like your standard 991. I assume it's a .2.
It's .1.
Oh, it's a .1.
Yeah.
So you're looking more like a standard 991.1 and to pretty much immediately be on the pace here. Did it turn some heads with you guys? I'm like, oh,
it made us notice for sure. And I'm not those guys, so I don't want to speak on their behalf too much. When I was behind them yesterday, though, I think they definitely maybe have some setup work to do compared to us. We absolutely nailed the setup on our car this weekend. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's why we were so fast yesterday, is because everyone was just at least from what I could see from when I was around the other GTO cars, everyone was just really fighting the track a lot and fighting grip. Sure. And we were too, but we were just, we still maintained pretty decent lateral grip, even, after 2-3 hours on the tires. And that's why we had so much pace, particularly as the race went on yesterday.
Sure. And,
really with the Porsche, at least with our program, I think that's where we've really been good throughout the year. I mean, yeah, we can put together that 1-lap pace, but, it's not like we're driving away from the field usually at the beginning of these races. I mean, we're up front for sure. But, it's usually as the race goes on, that's where our advantage seems to come. And I think it comes from, first off, that car does very well on tire wear. It's probably one of the better cars in the field when it comes to tire wear. It just, I don't think we fall off as much as particularly at a track like this. Yeah. Some of the heavier cars that weigh, 3,500 pounds or so, I think those cars are a lot more subject to a tire fall off than we are. So that's where I think the advantage of that car is. I mean, we don't have straight line speed advantage for sure. I mean, if anything, I'd say we're almost one of the slower cars down the straightaway. So, You know, it's under braking, it's laterally through the corner. That's where that car is good. But and we've been talking about this too. I mean, yes, the car is good, but us as a team, us as a unit, we're hitting on all cylinders. I mean,
sure.
our strategy has been phenomenal. Mace has just been doing a phenomenal job this year. Our pit stops, I mean, our pit crew, JB, Sean, I mean, Martin, I mean, Gary, they're just, the tire changes are phenomenal. Fueling's phenomenal. So, we're hitting on all cylinders. I mean, I think we're rivaling the effort of a pro team. And, I really feel like we could put together an effort like this in any car.
Sure.
Or just about any car. So, yes, we have the car figured out. But, I think it's more of a symptom of, kind of the unit that we've put together as a whole.
Sure.
As much as anything. But, certainly the car's in a good place at the moment.
I got you. I understand. As you guys have kind of gone through this season, before we turn our attention to the future here, as you guys have gone through this 2025 season, you are somebody, I think, that very obviously has a vision towards, doing this as close to professionally as possible, right?
Trying to
making some amount of money and surviving off of racing and motorsports. It's not a particularly easy thing.
It's one of the hardest things to do.
I believe that. Yep. No, I believe that. Does it ever just start to feel like business? Like this is a business trip for you? Like, okay, we're going to go run the 70. Here's what we got to do. You go through all the meetings and the preparation, you get behind the wheel and do the thing? Or does it still feel like, man, this is still really hard and we're really executing here?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, yes, I would say yes to an extent. But, the thing is that, like I was just saying, we have a really good team. And with that, we've all developed great friendships as well. So, and particularly like this weekend was kind of a good example. Like even when we had our issue today, we were still all smiles. Joe started the race for us today, which was the first time he started.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah.
And he drove a hell of a stint, man. I mean, he was, only a few seconds off the top cars. And I was watching his onboards. I mean, he's, it was one of the best stints I've ever seen him drive. And so I was really proud of him, and and he was stoked. Even when we had the issue, he was proud of himself, as he should be. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm saying is that we have a really good environment around us, and that's unique. It's kind of rare to have that type of camaraderie at the level that we have.
Of course,
we're all, like I said, we've all developed really, really tight friendships over this. We go and mess around with each other on the simulator. And I mean, sure, we take it seriously. Like we're there to, better ourselves, but we enjoy it. We enjoy the process. So, for me, sometimes the weekends do kind of feel like, okay, I'm going through the motions. I got a job to do. I need to, like actually, Watkins Glen was kind of an example of that on Saturday. Like my job was to get in the car and just bring it home.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I got Tyler Hoffman up my tailpipe, hungry as ever. And that ended up being like the best battle of the year that I've had. Well, that rain battle between me and the Supra was pretty good too at Mid-Ohio. But I mean, so that was just like, I enjoyed it, but it was just stressful because I'm like, oh man, I can't lose. If I lose this race, I'm going to look like such a chump. So sorry, Tyler. I don't mean that in a bad way, but I was like, I was not going to lose that race.
Yeah, sure.
And so at that point it became like, okay, this is a job now. Like,
sure.
This isn't just, driving a race car, whoop-de-doo, yeehaw. This is, no, I got to get this done. I got to get my mind right. I got to, So but I mean, when you're trying to compete at a high level, that's going to be normal, and then the satisfaction on the other side of that is awesome, regardless of if you're doing it for fun or if you're doing it, semi-professionally or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think it's good to have kind of this light mindset, kind of this relaxed, like, hey, this is we're here to have fun, we're here to enjoy this. Let's keep the weight off our shoulders. The end of 2024 was, that got really intense, and it was
specifically the battle with the NFC Mercedes.
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely. And it was cool. I mean, that's kind of what sports is supposed to be. Was it like really fun? Did we enjoy it as much as we've enjoyed this year? No. It was more just like, hey, you know, we got a job to do, we got to go do it. And so everything was a lot more intense, right? And we've definitely had those moments this year too, but in general, I think we've had a little bit of a healthier mindset this year, and that's lightened the mood a little bit.
It does feel a little bit like maybe we're in some uncharted waters here, right? I think you kind of stand out as a prime example of somebody who, you know, kind of came up through the ranks that Round 3 Racing and WRL as a platform kind of gave you the opportunity to do. You start taking rides and, okay, I'm just going to go race wherever I can, literally, like internationally, wherever you can.
But as you.
Correct. Yes. A point of interest this weekend as well, obviously with F1. Anyway, but you go up through those ranks and you say, okay, well, you're going to continue pushing yourself. You're going to continue developing yourself, but in a series that is still kind of identifiable as a grassroots series, but in a very serious program that is, you know, being funded meaningfully by somebody who really cares about this stuff. Alongside a professional racing driver, right? And Josh Malicki. I mean, there aren't too many people who are doing what you're doing while also trying to pay bills and do the professional racing driver thing. I mean, is there anybody you can lean on and say, okay, like how do I kind of navigate this experience? How do you navigate this emotionally, bearing in mind, yes, this is still a grassroots series, but as you said, you have jobs to do, right? There's an expectation that's placed on your shoulders.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the pressure, and this is so cliche, I hate when drivers say this, what I'm about to say, but I put a lot of the pressure on myself, you know, as much as like the pressure doesn't come from Brad, it doesn't come from Joe, it doesn't come from Josh. I mean, you know, the pressure I put on is on myself. And, you know, I have a bit of a unique advantage compared to many other drivers trying to do what I'm doing or in my shoes. You know, I don't rely on racing to make a living. You know, I do. It's a nice kind of side hustle for me with, you know, mostly from coaching and things like that. But the real reason I'm here is because I love this, and you know, I do want to make this, you know, my full-time gig, whatever that may look like, whether it's, you know, professional endurance racing or, you know, I actually at this point I really have my eye on Stock Car Brazil one day.
Do you really?
Dude, I do.
Yes. Huh.
It's such a cool series. I mean, there's you know, Rubens Barrichello runs it, Felipe Massa, Nelson Piquet. There's a couple guys I compete with in the LMP3 Ligier right now that race at the you know, they're up front in Stock Car. And so I think I can do it. You know, I think I can, you know, if I had some seat time in the car, I think I could be competitive, and if I was in the right program. And I tell you what, like the guys in Stock Car, like they are, I mean, they are adored by the, like it's like the Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon of, you know, of Brazil, right? Like they're big. So, so that'd be cool, you know, if I could do that. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, you know, racing, I think the ultimate dream for me would be to be like in a WEC ride or something like that. Yeah, IMSA would be cool too, but you know, I really love that endurance format. But you know, the nice thing for me is that I don't rely on this. You know, I've got a job outside of this, which is actually pretty serious now too, because over the years, you know, I've become a lot more involved in my dad's small little business, and we've been kind of growing it, and it's been challenging for me trying to, you know, do what I need to do to execute at the level I need to in racing, and then also, you know, basically be a general manager for my dad's company now. That's been hard, really hard actually at times. But you know, it's grown me a lot as a person. And you know, the crazy thing about this, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that can relate to this, like what makes you successful in business and what makes you successful in racing, there's so many similarities there. And a lot of it is the people you surround yourself with, and you know, the relationships you cultivate, and your work ethic. And you know, those are really the big things in place. And if you have those areas covered, almost no matter what, you're going to be successful, I think. So a little bit of luck helps too.
We were up here with Andrew Kofelt earlier on, who obviously has a lot of friendships and relationships down in the paddock. And you know, his kind of takeaway from just his experience in racing in general was that you know, a lot of it is just being present and invested, right? And 100%. If you show yourself up to be a decent person who cares about the thing that, you know, you're involved in, and you're around when the opportunities come to you for you to take advantage of, that there are going to be opportunities for you there to do the things that you love to do. And it's been cool to watch your progression, obviously, up to the round 3 side, up into the what is now the top class of WRL with the Trimtex Porsche program. You obviously, for those who don't know, the viewers and listeners that don't know, do a hefty amount of racing in Brazil in what is now a proper LMP3 car. Am I right?
Yeah, it's actually, so we're actually faster than the LMP2 cars in the WEC series, because in the LMP3 stuff in Brazil, there's very little rules. So we have our LMP3 Ligier is not powered by the typical Nissan V8 that's in those cars.
Sure.
We have this like 650 horse built LS7. That car is freaky fast.
Yeah.
Like it is so fast. I mean, we also.
Do those cars have TC?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank God.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so, but I couldn't remember.
Now, typically, so I believe in the Europe spec, they're not allowed to run ABS.
Yeah.
But again, since Brazil doesn't have many rules, we can run ABS, at least in Endurance Brazil in the series we race it in. And I mean, it's nuts. So there's GT3 cars that race alongside of us. You know, there's a brand new Porsche GT3R, a couple Mercedes. There used to be a Huracan GT3. Dude, the LMP3s are relatively similar in most other championships with GT3s.
Yeah,
we absolutely smoke them.
Big aero, big power.
Oh yeah, but I mean down the straightaway, I mean it's insane how much faster we are than the GT3. So it's been a great experience for me because it's by far the most ridiculous race car I've ever driven, and it's the tracks in Brazil. I always tell people this, that ask me about it. I say, I understand now why so many Brazilian race car drivers that come here to the States just come and kick everyone's butt, because the tracks there are so brutal. They're so rough. I mean, your car control has to be really good to get the most out of the car. And if you make a mistake, you're going to end up in the forest, because there's no, these are not like, besides Interlagos, these are not FIA grade tracks. So, you literally have like a berm of grass that literally launches it. The last race, GT3 Mercedes went off and literally hit this berm and like launched it up in the air, and he almost cleared the fence. I mean, it was brutal. And so, but anyway, so my point is that it's high stakes, it's very difficult. And so, drivers coming over from that to back, I mean, like even Sebring, I love Sebring. This track is smooth compared to the tracks in Brazil, seriously. And so people say respect the bumps here. I'm like, go run one race in Santa Cruz do Sul in the south of Brazil, and you'll see what bumps actually are. So but it's a great experience for me. I am so lucky to have gotten that opportunity. And to be doing what I'm doing out there now is, I kind of have to pinch myself sometimes. It's very surreal for sure.
So will that continue into next season?
Yeah. So the Ligier program will continue. The Lambo program, because I run a Gallardo GT3 out there too, in a separate championship. That is
like a first gen GT3 car.
Yeah, right? It's a 2011. It's a one of the original like LP 600 GT3s. Yep. But it doesn't have a V10 in it. It's got a Ford Coyote V8 in it.
All right.
Yeah. So anyway, so that program, it's not confirmed yet, but it sounds like I'll be doing it. I don't know. I'm just kind of waiting and seeing.
Sure. So on top of that, it was recently announced on Facebook, because Round 3 are looking for the potential for some second seat drivers there. You're going to run a full season of the Mustang Challenge in support of IMSA weekends.
Yes, sir.
Single make, single car, sprint racing.
Super excited for that. Gonna be.
You ready to go get your butt kicked by Robert Noaker, like everybody else in that field?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do my best to not let that happen.
Yeah,
but, no, there's gonna be competition there.
Absolutely,
for sure.
Yeah,
I expect there to be. I'm already doing a lot of prep for it.
How do you prep for it? I mean, I can't jump on iRacing into the Mustang Challenge.
I've been on the Mustang GT4 quite a bit.
Yeah, you can do that.
You're right. Yeah, good
and
point.
It's a pretty nice one too.
Throw weight and power at it, or you just run the GT4?
I run it. I run the the Falcon Tire GT4 series that they have on iRace, whatever they call it. I forget what they call it on the iRacing official room, but so I do that, and I actually recently got a kart, and I know a kart and a Mustang are like the two totally opposite things. But I am a real believer, and apparently Max Verstappen disagrees with me because I just saw an interview where he said, karting is useless for cars. But I personally think I got back into karting quite a bit this year, and I really feel like it's helped me in cars because in a go-kart, the window to drive that thing on the limit is so small.
Yeah, sure.
And you go from feeling like the tires just on the limit to sliding in an instant. In a car, that window's a lot broader.
Yeah,
the car, you feel the suspension, compressing, you feel the tire flexing a little bit more into the sidewall, right? In a kart, though, you really have to have this mental fortitude that is really beyond what you need even in a car. And so I think, doing some karting has, it's helped me physically, certainly, but it's also, it's also helped me just kind of hone that craft of, trying to drive a tire on the limit all the time. So yeah, that and, iRacing and just, trying to check all the boxes I can. I've been watching a lot of onboards, there's a few guys, actually Noe Aker posted his onboard from Le Mans when he was there. So I've been studying. Thanks, Robert. If you're listening, I appreciate. I know I've watched your video like 100 times already, and so just trying to. I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself to be successful in that, and I don't want to look back and say that I wasn't successful because I didn't prep enough.
Of course.
So that's whatever happens, but I just want to make sure that I'm doing everything I need to on my side to facilitate the best result.
Within the Round 3 racing stables, some frequently told stories of our friend Mo Dadka.
Oh yeah,
leaving the WRL paddock to go spend money in some greener pastures with another single make series, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and finding out that the grass is not always greener. I realize that Mustang Challenge is built from the ground up to very specifically not be the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. However, have you had those discussions with Mo? Are you concerned at all that, okay, well, you've done grassroots endurance racing here. You've done some kind of mid to high tier endurance racing in Brazil. And now you're going to go join the circus. In a single make class or a single make championship where everybody's running the same car, where everybody thinks the drivers are the only thing that make the difference, and you have to perform because everybody knows that it's you who determines the lap time because everything else is equal. It's obviously not that way, but that's the way. Yeah, exactly. Right. Do you have any concerns going into next season that maybe this isn't going to be all I've cracked it up to be, or are you just eyes forward, you know what, I'm just going to drive whatever I can, however fast I can, and go do the best job that I can?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm just trying to control all the variables that I can. And so, it's definitely, IMSA is the IMSA paddock is definitely a different circus than the other circuses out there. And, there's going to be, there's going to be challenges unique to that. One thing about me is that I actually don't have that much sprint racing experience.
Sure.
I did some SCCA stuff, obviously when I did Trofeo for four races. And actually when I did, I remember in VIR in 2023, I was racing with Andy Lee and Mark Miller and Johannes, whatever his name is, the ex-Porsche factory driver. Van Overbeck, yeah. And those guys, their aggression level, they showed me how aggressive I need to be. And I've always been, because WRL, credit to WRL, they've always cultivated this culture of, be patient, be smooth, don't put yourself in compromising positions, don't put yourself in a position where you can make contact with other cars. And that served me well in WRL. It did not serve me well initially when I went to a sprint racing situation. And so that is one thing. And I'm actually working on that in iRacing, because on iRacing, I've always been a little bit more like, oh man, I need to level up my safety rating.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, but now I've been a little bit more aggressive, trying to, defend and also make passes and things. And so, that's one thing I've been kind of building in myself. And actually, that battle that I had with Tyler at Watkins, that was, both of us were going for it. And, and I was I was proud of myself at some of the moves because I did some moves there that were pretty aggressive, and I'm not sure.
Tyler agreed.
Oh, I know he did. We had some discussions about it afterwards. And I'm not the guy that makes people mad. Like I think I've maybe had 3 people upset at me in all my 10 years of racing, and I mean Tyler, like we were good. We were good, but. Like he definitely wanted to talk to me about a few things. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm doing what I got to do. Like, you know, I have to do it.
In WRL,
even in WRL,
yeah. No, I get it.
And but hey, both cars came back without a scratch on them. So I mean, he made a really aggressive move in the bus stop. I made an aggressive move into 11. So the way I look at it, it's even is even. But anyway. So that's something that going to Mustang, I'm definitely going to have to grow myself from WRL for sure. Because WRL, and rightfully so to WRL. We don't need to be banging fenders, in 8-hour races here. So but just switching that mindset to a sprint racing mindset is that's going to be something that I need to think about for sure.
Last question here, and I'll let you go and get back in the heat. Obviously,
can't wait.
You have a lot of runway here to going into next season. From the time I found out about it to when you guys start your season, I think it was 6 months. So it's obviously been in the works quite a bit longer than that, which I'm sure gives you plenty of time to think about what it is, what it could be, how to prepare yourself. How do you make yourself better across the balance of the season? With that, I'm sure comes the question of, well, what does success look like? What does this going well look like? If you don't have an answer to that question, you genuinely haven't put yourself in that place, I don't blame you, because I don't know that I wouldn't want expectations for myself going into something like that. But I know how you are as a competitor. Have you given that any thought? Do you have a definition for yourself of like, you know what, this will have been worth it if... outcome.
At the risk of this sounding kind of bad, winning races and competing for the championship at minimum. Anything short of that is probably not going to be successful, because I'm 31 years old. I'll be 32 at the end of next year. Not saying that I'm old, but I'm going to be competing against kids that are 19, 20, 21.
Yeah. And
so if I want a manufacturer like Ford to have a serious look at me, I need to beat them. It's simple as that. Like if they're able to run with me, or if they're able to beat me, why would Ford not choose the up and coming 20-year-old, unless they just really love me for my personality, But
that up and coming 20-year-old is clipping this broadcast and saying that you need to beat them, and that's going to be their motivation.
Yep, for sure. And just like how I'm looking at them and being like, okay, boy, you got your whole career ahead of you. I need to beat you. You know. So, but hey, that's sport. That's competition.
Well,
so.
and maybe this is a little bit too honest, but I think I know how I would look at it. Robert Nowiger has kicked absolute tail over there for the last 2 seasons. And it's not obvious that Robert is a generational talent. He's obviously very talented and very good at what he does.
Good, man.
Right,
he's
right.
Pretty good.
But my point is the gap between himself and most of the rest of that field has been such that it feels like there is a window there.
Yes.
Above the most of the balance of that Mustang Challenge field, for somebody to come in with some talent and some experience and some motivation, and either fill that gap or just directly take the fight to the now 2-time reigning champion, right?
Yep.
And why not you?
Yeah, that's how I view it. And and there's Sam Paley is another very good driver in that.
Yeah,
series.
sure.
I heard I'm friends with him on Facebook. I don't think he's going to run it next year, unfortunately. But so I mean, it's there's going to be talent there. There's going to be competition there, and but I just I kind of need to have this mindset. Like my best performances always come when my back is against the wall. Historically.
Sure.
And, I've noticed that whenever I've kind of had this, whatever happens attitude, like I suck, so I definitely need to have this,
You need the challenge. You need to rise to the occasion.
Exactly.
The carrot.
Exactly. Like I almost need to have, metaphorically speaking, emphasis on metaphorically, I kind of need to have this kill or be killed attitude. And that's when I perform my best.
Yeah, sure.
So, that's how I'm going into it. Obviously, I need to take care of the car. I can't afford to damage it.
Good luck with that.
Brad won't be happy either if I do that. So, I need to take care of the car. But,
I can't be scared of Brad, man. Buzz? But Brad can't be scared.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Well, I don't know. When Brad gets fired up, man, he gets fired up.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, he walked into the booth 5 minutes before both his cars conked out at Utah. He didn't even get a word in. He left. We didn't see him again the rest of the weekend. It's like I had to leave.
Speaking of both of our cars, man, I keep looking at the leaderboard.
I know.
I'm like nervous for him, but I'm also super happy for him because they need this result so bad, man. I would love nothing more than to see both of our GTU cars finally on the podium.
We had the discussion earlier that, for as hard as the Stratus cars generally get thrashed over the balance of a race weekend, this is the one place that, like, if there was going to be a price to pay for driving that hard, it was going to be here, right? And now all three of those cars have seen issues, and it's left both of the round 3 cars and the Roberts Racing 109. All three of them would be thoroughly deserving winners.
Roberts Motorsports.
Motorsports. Yep. Sorry, I don't know why. Did it again. Roberts Motorsports. Anyway, it's shaping up to be a pretty tremendous scrap to the end here.
Yep.
17.6 seconds. You gonna have a hand in that? Just kind of stay plugged in over there, or are you just gonna enjoy it for them?
I'm gonna watch and just be a very interested observer, and I'll get my pom-poms out and maybe put a mini skirt on.
Don't do that. No, nobody needs that.
No one wants to see that.
No, I don't think so.
No, but I'll be their biggest cheerleader. So, but I'm excited for them. That's a long time coming for them. They deserve it. So, let's see what happens here in the next 90 minutes.
Very good. Cole Ofsgaard, thanks for coming by.
Thank you guys
Appreciate
so much.
your time. And we'll see you at COTA.
See you
Very good.
So, somewhat relevant development as we started the interview with Cole here. After further review, it was found that the number 2 and subsequently the number 91 did not pass under yellow flag conditions earlier in the race. Those laps have been restored. So what that has done in GTO is that has put the number 2 currently within 39 seconds of our leader, which is Moorhead Speedworks. It was a much closer gap a bit ago, but clearly advantage to Moorhead at the moment. That Janetta's just lapping like lightning. But that has put the BMW into second place here, ahead of Off-Leash Motorsports Mercedes, which they themselves have been running away from the Supra. But that has definitely shaken up the podium a bit here. As we alluded to in the fight for GTU, currently still led by the 10 of Round 3 Racing. As you see going through a shot here, some 15 seconds back, the number 109 of Roberts Motorsports. And then still in the lead lap, an additional minute and 13 seconds. We have the blue and white Round 3 Racing, the number 1 running in third. We also did feature the onboard for a bit here of the number 669 Rapscallion Ligier, which has gone back out on track. Unfortunately, their start to the day was not so good. They had a problem heading into turn 15, mechanical issue that forced the car off track, which had to be recovered. That has since been repaired. The car's back out and circulating appropriately. Bit more recently, we've had pit stops in GP2. BRD Motorsports continues to lead. They've got about a 73-second lead over BSI Racing at the moment. That said, I believe advantage goes to BSI at the moment, consistently lapping several seconds quicker, having been able to do 234 and 35s.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Sorry, JT. This is this... If you're going to make a run, like, you got to start now.
Yep. This is
minute 13.
It's the point where you should have your final driver in the car now.
Dustin, can we go to the turn 1 camera? Turn 1 entry? That is the BRD car, isn't it?
Yes.
It doesn't sound well. Well, tough to tell, actually. Let's see if we can pick it up as it comes through turn 3 here. It was...
This might be a newer driver that was put in the
No,
car.
just hang on a sec. Wait till it comes under the Corvette bridge here. It sounds very grunty. Very low rev. Maybe it's just a different engine in that car than it ran yesterday. I hadn't really noticed it yet today. But given the differential in pace at the moment, lapping in the 237s, well, I guess it's not that far off of where it's been. It was in the 234s and 35s earlier on this morning. No, I guess it's in line with where it ought to be.
Some poor team on the pit wall panicking, like, what?
No, it just sits low in the rev range, I guess.
Yeah.
Whereas some of those BMW straight sixes are pretty wound up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just doesn't have quite that same yell to it, I guess. Hearing from Dustin, the PMW number 72 has gone behind the wall.
Yeah, we did see them, 15 minutes ago or so? Going from the onboard, they were hitting pit lane. Not sure if we saw them after that.
I obviously was chatting with Cole, so I didn't quite catch that happening in real time. Palomar number 38 is in from second in GP1.
Okay.
I think they've already gone, actually. Back around. Roberts Motorsports gets the gap down under 15 seconds for the first time. I love that this has been able to play out over the last hour and a half without a safety car.
Mm-hmm.
We literally had Shane Roberts up here in the booth as that was happening and, gearing himself up for this final stint. We know he's the one in the car now. Was pretty motivated to go get after it, and for it to be able to play out without the influence of safety cars, at least to this point, is pretty cool. Gap went out a little bit as, the driver that was in the car then and the car in the 10 from round 3 racing kind of matched up against each other, now beginning to come back consistently the other way. Yeah, really just like that it's been a kind of a clean and fair fight between these two so far. And it really is just these 3 cars left in the fight for the GTU podium. Round 3, number 10, Roberts 109. And round 3, number 1, Stratus 58 is still circulating, but 7 laps behind the second round 3 NPO1. 4048 also circulating, but 21 laps off the back of the Stratus car. So they have kind of separated themselves out there as the only ones really left in contention here. Takes out another 2 seconds. Elsewhere in GTO, I hadn't really looked at this very much lately, obviously, with the interview we've had. There's the Moorhead Speedworks Janetta G56 rounding Big Bend as we speak. Number 2 is just exiting start-finish here. So for the Moorhead car having... did it take the lead on track, JT? From Stoic?
Yes.
Was it on track? Yeah. Stoic has obviously pitted since then, right? Yeah.
Yes, everybody has pitted since. What you're seeing is the 2 got their lap back after their 1-lap penalty for passenger yellow was overturned.
Got it.
So once that was readdressed, the gap was, I think, 9 seconds or something like that. And that's been corrected. That is now just it's shaking up the podium a bit.
Yeah, so there's another layer to that there where I think Stoic may have done another set of tires. I wonder if they did tires early because they knew they were going to go 3 sets for the day. rather than just the 2. Their last stop was 4 minutes 30. So either they had something else they had to do, or they decided to do a third set of tires, I guess, technically, on that Toyota Supra, but it dropped them from that battle for battling with the Moorhead car head-to-head to being now behind the off-leash Motorsports number 40 Mercedes, who's since jumped them as a result of that pit stop, or that longer stop from the Stoic car. In addition to the number 2 having been put back into second place here.
Yeah, a bit of smoke here on the front straight.
Yeah. Oh, it's oh boy, it's an NPO1 that is now currently coated. Yeah, it's coated in extinguishant, and that is the 40-48 competition entry in GTU. Second weekend in a row, we've seen a little pit lane fire there with those NPO1s. Remember, Heraflate had one back at Watkins Glen. Like everybody's okay down there. Safety is already with that car, and a lot of cleanup work to be done down there at the pit entry end of things. Roberts Motorsports presses on there in the number 109, down to 11.2 seconds. So they take out about 1.8 last time through. ACP took a little bit out of Moorhead that time as well. About half a second. The margin is 42.2 up there at the front of GTO.
And BSI put in their fastest lap of the day.
Yeah. Like we said, that march, if you're going to go try and chase down the class leader, that march is going to have to start somewhere. And minute 13 seemed like a big mountain to climb, especially with an hour and a half remaining at the time. But it's already down to a minute 1. So with quick math here. What is probably going to be about 31, 32 laps left to go. 60 seconds to get there. Yeah, 2 seconds a lap will do it. Definitely in the cards. That GP2 battle. Also worth noting that in GP2, in particular, probably within the window now where one more stop will get you through to the end. Both cars were in at 111, 112, so probably not
They'll need
close
a
enough
splash.
to the end. Yeah, both cars equally, I think, should need a splash there.
Yeah. Yeah, keep in mind those two cars were on more or less the similar pit strategy when both stayed out in Rebel pit under full course yellow earlier.
Yeah. Goes your race leader, car number... Is that still the overall race leader? Yes, it is. Car number 10. Another layer to this here. We're actually the 3 cars that we've just seen. There goes the 10. Include the Rapscallion 644. But then the Roberts Motorsports 109 and the Moorhead Janetta there. 1, 2, and 3 overall on the same lap. That Roberts car, I think, just having overhauled the Moorhead car on the last lap for that second place overall. Warning given back at 1 o'clock to the car number 2. The ACP Tangerine car for visor up during a pit stop. So it's kind of taken their mulligan out of play.
Yeah, quite a few of our cars have gotten the warning for visor during the last couple stops or so.
Yeah, I mean, you've made probably, what, 13, 14 pit stops over the course of the weekend by this point?
Yeah.
would not be surprising for a little bit of fatigue to be setting in there. That's not something we talk about often. I mean, the drivers, regularly do 2 and 3 hour stints in the World Racing League, and we do talk about, you've got to have some level of both mental and physical fitness to be able to, push through those stints, get out, and potentially have to get in and do another one, depending on how many drivers you've got. But I mean, start to finish, these weekends do take a toll on crew members as well, and especially if you're fighting for top positions in class, or for that matter, if you're just trying to extract the best out of yourself and your team. It takes a lot of focus. It can take some long nights if there are parts that have to be replaced or repaired. And yeah, by the end of 13 or 14 pit stops where you're trying to make, minimize mistakes, no penalties, make sure you've got that kind of mental checklist done times 14. Mistakes do creep in every now and then, just like they do with the drivers. Same goes for the crews, the mechanics, pit lane, team and staff, strategists, across the board. These are, they do ask a lot of people. So, not really a surprise to see some of those beginning to creep up in the pit log here at the end of 15 hours of racing. Mike Anderson says 419, big moment, 3 off at turn 5. I'm going to assume that's either meant to be 4 off or kept the left front on the road somehow. Roberts Motorsports swings that NPO1 into Le Mans curve. Car number 16 heads down the back straightaway in chase of car number 10. Frees out of the throttle into that long 180-degree right-hander. That bend here at the end of lap number 136. 20.5 that time for the number 10. Next lap for the 109. 219.1. Another about a second and a half there, and it's down to 7.6. Mike just did keep the left front on, that Mofa BMW over there. I can picture this happening in my head exactly the way Mike is describing it. Physics make complete sense. Definitely feels thinner around the 3.7 mile Sebring International Raceway here, late in the Fall Sportscar Classic. As Sebring events tend to be, definitely some attrition throughout the weekend. And the later it gets in the weekend, the less likely it is we see some of those cars that have hit problems, less likely we see them reappear. Ooh. Bit of an awkward moment there for the open throttle BMW at the apex of turn 13. Roberts Motorsports 109 has to come out of the throttle there on corner exit. Able to pull alongside down the Flying Fortress straight. May actually give a little bit of time back to the number 10 here as a result. Ask Cole if you knew who was in the number 10 here in the run to the finish. No Carter Peace typically is on board the number 1. GP2 lead battle, keeping an eye on that. That's down to 50 seconds, 5-0. With the BSI car having done a 2:35.4, BRD having done a 2:38 flat. Oh, where's Robert's car? Pit lane? Yep, it is in the pits. Hour and 14 minutes, so it's definitely going to be a splash for that car before that car number 109 gets to the end of this 7 hours. NPO1s definitely can't go an hour and 15. Barely go an hour under normal circumstances. The equivalent stop is for the number 10. Last in at 117.
Yeah, same with the 1.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so about 2 laps later than the Roberts car last time through. And that was a 25-lap stint for the round 3 car. Roberts this time around only 22 laps. No. Math. Yeah, 22 lap stint. So going considerably shorter on fuel. That number 109. Maybe that's just a margins thing, not willing to push it quite so close. Mm-hmm. But it does. I don't know. I mean, if the round 3 cars are able to go 3 laps longer.
It can also be a matter of like a crossover period between using an extra jug or not.
Yeah, that's also true.
So if you need to shortchange it, it's not necessarily a horrible thing if you're doing just a couple laps short when that doesn't look like it's going to be a massive difference to the end. It's not like we're borderline of making it to the end or doing an extra.
That's true, right? Do you go put in the last 2 gallons or whatever in the extra jug if it's going to take you 7 or 8 seconds to get that fuel in?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Because 3 laps is quite a big spread for cars that are fundamentally the same. Some minor differences there, but it's number 10. Roberts has already left the pit lane, obviously. Anyway, point was going to be there. Roberts is definitely going to need a splash, and if the difference in terms of fuel range is 3 laps, that means round 3 in that number 10 car has got potentially another 4 or 5 laps here, which does get it down to that hour window. And does make you just wonder here if that number 10 can potentially save the splash. You know, the other thing, JT, and this kind of goes back to a conversation that we had early on yesterday, specifically with Scott Mann from Blaze Racing and the number 118 squad. This is the kind of track, maybe the only track in the country, that never really makes you feel confident that your car is going to make it through to the end without an issue. Mm-hmm. Right? And these lightweight NPO1s in particular do have to be, you know, they can't be thrashed within an inch of their life, lap after lap after lap. And I'm sure all 3 of the cars that are circulating in this sort of lead grouping here are aware of that. But even though they've had solid days thus far, there really isn't an obvious guarantee that what have proven to be some of the more fragile cars on the grid in this GTU class in particular are good to go here to the end, just because of how rough and how demanding this place is.
Mm-hmm. Quick math shows 25 laps averaging a 220 gets you just over 58 minutes of running.
So they'd have to go to not quite an hour then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another 12 minutes from here, which is, yeah, probably about 4 or 5 laps. It's close, man. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Bearing in mind, at least, if I go back to that round 3, number 10, in at 92, and that was a stop under yellow, or what their longest green flag run of the day was. That was it. 51 and 77, but with 3 laps of yellow in there. So, yeah, this will be the first true green-to-green run for that car today, where they made a pit stop under green, and without the influence of the full course yellow, came in for an ensuing stop. So we're predicting in at 142 for that car. So 3 more laps here for the GTU race leader, we think. Yeah, which would not get it to the 58-minute mark, JT. You're absolutely right. Pit stop for number 2, ACP Tangerine. Heard from Mike Anderson there in the chat. Car had a 4 off just a couple of laps ago over at turn 5. Now I suspect that car was probably doing anyway, as it was. Last in at 118. Able to go, about 20 laps there. Maybe shorter than we would have anticipated, but right around the hour mark. No, that is short. Where is the number 2 here? Off Leash has taken the position. They're second place in GTO, so that's swapped as a result of the pit stop. Off Leash number 40 ahead of ACP Tangerine number 2. It was actually quite a long in lap for ACP as well. Hamofa is in. Over here to my left. So is that number 2 out there circulating at the moment? Yeah, Dustin says he's not seeing him on the multi-view here. I'm not seeing anything out the window through the first handful of corners here. So, does this throw another little wrinkle into things in one of our podium battles, this time in GTO? Here it comes. Across the start-finish line, lap time is 4:07, which is kind of weirdly in between a normal fuel stop and a tire stop. Kind of too long for just fuel, too short for just tires. I'm sorry. Too long for just fuel, too short for tires and fuel. .419 has been released.
That's an MP01. Is that the 908? That's either the 908 or the 1. Dustin, enhance. That can have some implications here. The 1 was 10 seconds behind the 109 Roberts Motorsports entry after the 109 had pit. So that is currently 3rd in GTU at the moment. Confirmation as the 908 comes past. Yep, so that would be the one. See if they can. Looks like they are cycling ignition here. Lights come back on. See if we can. Yep, they start crawling forward very carefully here. Oh, just as I believe we go full course yellow.
Yeah. Saw the lights flick on there in the background. That car was in a bad spot for as long as you could feasibly leave it there, unfortunately. 10 seconds earlier, and it might have been all right, but you couldn't let that one just sit there any longer, unfortunately.
Looked like the lights went back off. That was weird.
I do want to welcome to the booth here. While we have what I assume is going to be a moment. JT, I am going to ask you to keep an eye on some things in the pit lane here, particularly to see if we get any of those splashes in GTU or GTO here with cars trying to stretch this through to the end, because this does...
Yeah, let me look out my window here.
No, well, I'm going to look out the window, but I want you to keep an eye on timing just to see if any of those main protagonists, particularly the 10 and the 109 here, decide to jump and stretch this out, because this could be pivotal in that GTU battle in particular. I would think so. But I do want to welcome to the booth one more guest from Palomar. This time it's Andrew Gardner. Out of, was the 38 yesterday?
Yes.
Today it was
the nothing.
Not any car in particular. But you got some time here before you begin to wrap the weekend up. So first off, you'd rather have the 83 out there today. But
For sure.
On the whole weekend, okay? Coming away from this actually pretty bummed. Where were you guys at as a team?
I think as a team, I mean, we're in the hunt on the 38 today, so
yeah.
Can't complain about that. Certainly would have liked a better outcome yesterday. So we're later in the day today and looking great. So very grateful for that. I'd say that's a big mood boost for sure. Finishing the day yesterday was not a good spot, having the 83 just completely out. And then 38 having been in contention and then not being able to close there. So better day today.
You guys focused on just kind of eyes forward with that number 83, or have you decided to just table that and focus on the 38 through the rest of the day today?
Yeah, I mean, it's we got one race left, and one GP2 championship there has been the focus, and I think I haven't done the numbers, but that looks pretty solid. So
for the national,
for
next time out, okay.
So yeah, I mean that was a huge goal. Obviously, we're going after the national in both cars. Better position on the 83 than the 38, but still pushing. That's where we're out. We're pushing.
Yeah. So we were chatting offline earlier. You've had maybe not a unique experience this weekend, but it's one that we don't necessarily talk about very often on the broadcast side of things, where we're more interested in seeing the things that happen on a track, calling strategies, calling kind of these pivotal moments. There is a certain continuity to what goes on behind the wheel. Obviously, we're just out there trying to click off laps, make good decisions. Things do happen from time to time that need to be resolved for various reasons. You've had a handful of calls upstairs, the steward's office, right? I don't know if they were all this weekend, but just throughout overtime, sure, yeah. But in cases where you're being asked to provide video or an explanation, and maybe where you're on the other side of that, share your kind of experience going through what the WRL stewarding experience is like, and kind of what you've been able to learn from that, and does it have application to the way you approach races here in the future?
Oh, for sure. A couple quick points of context. Just coming in as a guy that does a lot of coaching, been coaching for a while. A lot of coaches down in the pits. Some are driving, some are coaching today. A couple of my mentors included. And the steward, I believe his name was Randy, has also been coaching for a long
Randy
time.
Buck. Yep.
And so right off the bat, that's okay, we speak the same language. We have a similar approach to things. The way that I would coach somebody to get into an endurance race is looking for someone to come into the steward's office, have that mentality of, looking for the checkered flag, not raced into the next corner.
Sure.
And I've dealt with stewards in multiple race organizations, starting to the ultra low budget endurance race type series and sprint racing and different challenges, and you got different personalities. And really only been up in the steward's booth, I think, twice in the few seasons I've been here. And I think it's
pretty good record.
Complimentary is the way I would describe my experience with, particularly yesterday with Randy. Really a great discussion. I'll quote Kevin Madsen, who's down in the Rapscallion pit right now. There's always more. I can come into this race and say I've got some experience under my belt, but
Yeah.
I came into that steward's office and I learned some things yesterday. Really pinpointing. I was on the receiving end of some contact.
Yeah.
And we were able to spend a good few minutes breaking down what that looked like from my in-car video. We had an ABS failure yesterday, so
we noticed.
Everybody 10 cars behind me after that restart saw all my struggles were. So there was kind of some opportunities presented. I got freight trained. I got passed by a whole bunch of GP1 cars. Very frustrating, but dealing with it. Took me a few laps to kind of find my footing again.
Yeah.
But what all those people also noticed was I wasn't locking up and going off track. I was locking up and getting the correct racing line.
Yep.
Maybe some folks that were farther back were having less time to notice that or whatever. And so somebody took an opportunity that they saw the brake lock up. They saw maybe there was a window and there really wasn't. And
yeah.
It wasn't terrible contact. And the point of that is not so much just what happened, but it's also more the learning opportunity and the great experience. Office, it can kind of feel like you're getting called up to the principal and you're going to get sent home from school, and you're going to be on timeout when you get home. But just a really great conversation, and kind of aside from the fact that I heard time out of my day, really appreciate that I was able to go up there and have that opportunity to learn and really watch that in-car video from that other car, because it's great. It's one thing to be mad at somebody, but it's another to we're able to watch their perspective and see what looks like maybe a window, even if you know it's going to close or whatever. Know that, if I was in that car, I see some brake lock up. I see that as an opportunity. I'm not going to let every opportunity to go to waste, even if I am in an endurance mine. Really great. So just again, something that's great for everybody out here. I'd encourage everybody, if you ever have an opportunity, to watch in-car video of passes from somebody in another class than what you normally drive. Whether you're in a GTO car and you're looking back at a GP2, if you're in a GP2 car and you're looking at a GTO or a GTU, you're getting freight trained all the time, getting dive bombed, and people are taking away your apexes, and that's frustrating. But then you see it from the eye of the driver that's got a huge head of steam, and it's like, well, going through. And so it's really great to, I think that built a lot more perspective into me. That's the first time I had just happened to see some video, and it was eye-opening.
Yeah. I know Randy Buck has been a new addition to the stewarding team here at WRL, and in particular, as WRL events have clashed with IMSA events, there have been some NHSR events, there have been some changes throughout the season. But I've been really impressed with Randy and the stories I've heard of people who have had the chance to go talk to him. The opportunity for growth. Go chat to Randy upstairs. For sure. But one of the things that really strikes me about racing at this level, and one of the things I think WRL does particularly well. So when you look at professional stewards, chief stewards, people that are entrusted with the power to make race-altering decisions, sometimes they can use that kind of power as a weapon or as a tool to further what they want. And I'm not saying they would manipulate the race, but I think sometimes they lose track of what it is they're there to do, which in a grassroots motorsport series is potentially a little bit different. It's not just about, okay, we need to make sure everything is fair and consistent. It does need to be that, but also there needs to be a certain amount of coaching there, a certain amount of learning, and a certain amount of personable attitude that is brought to things, so where you can sit there and have a conversation as maybe not somebody who's equal on experience, but somebody who's equal in terms of respect. You respect him, he respects what you're doing out there on track and how difficult this can be at times. And it sounds like, based on all of the experiences I've heard with Randy and with the whole stewarding team here, whether it's Casey Carden, whether it's Jimmy Davis, that there is a real consistency that WRL has across its stewarding team, that those people are there to help you grow and get better as a racing driver, be more consistent, be more predictable, be safer. I appreciate you sharing the story there, because it really does sound like that's what they've created here over the last couple of years.
For sure. Yeah. Really, again, talking to Randy coach to coach is great. I love talking shop. That's one of my low cost endurance racing is great, but you often end up team with people that you can't really talk shop with as much. And you're up here at the pinnacle of amateur, touching on pro-am racing. Yeah, really great group of people to work with and learn from here, and that ends throughout the staff. Randy is best examples of probably the best steward.
It's interesting too. I think when I look back on what my experience in the WRL has been like, never on track, to be clear, but with regards to watching these races, how they're officiated and how they're handled across the board. I think one of the things that sets WRL apart from just being a grassroots series, it's not just the type of cars that race here, right? It's not just having GT4 cars and these little NPO1 prototypes. It's the fact that there is real consistency and real professionalism brought to the way that they're executed, right? Whether that's from a scheduling standpoint and a race flow standpoint, or whether it's an actual decision-making and officiating standpoint. It really does kind of set it apart from the series that are below it. And in some cases, I've even heard opinions that it helps it mirror the series that are above it in the pecking order. Like you look at what SRO does, that WRL does actually hold a candle to what those types of series do because of the professionalism of the people that are involved upstairs, which has been very, very cool. We are about to get back to green here, Andrew. I know you've got about 55 minutes to get things squared away here. Goals for the number 38 this weekend? I know we got less than an hour here to go, but what's the target here?
One word, execute.
All right. Got a little over a lap to go up to that PC racing car. Tall order, but anything can happen. Long way to go. Appreciate you stopping by, spending some time with us. See you at COTA?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Andrew Gardner, thank you very much. Out of the Palomar Racing 38 and 83 stables.
So some interesting calls here. Naturally, the 10 did pit. They were due to pit. Full course yellow timing was good for them. They pit. The 109 Roberts Motorsports stayed out, which gave them track position here. Unfortunately, they are fighting with Homova for some reason. And that has given them the lead in GTU at the moment. However, not sure they're going to be able to make it to the end without a splash. Now that we've gone green, in theory, the 10 is completely topped off and should be good to go from here. So we see some sand kicked up out of the hairpin. Unfortunately, the 167 did pick up a penalty on pit lane, their second pit lane violation, which docks them a lap, which has unfortunately removed them out of the fight with BRD Motorsports for the lead in that class, and instead plants them just 5 seconds ahead of the 222 of Rebel Racing as we went back to green. Full course yellow was quite timely for off-leash Motorsports in the Mercedes, as we see going through the shot here. They are now 2 seconds ahead of the BMW from ACP Tangerine, also going through the shot just behind. And behind them, the Stoic Racing Supra, another half second behind. So we have a lot to fight for in terms of the podium on GTO. However, Moorhead Speedworks have what looks like to be almost a lap on them. Yeah, you see it just right behind the Supra here. So they've got about a 2-minute and 20-second advantage. And unfortunately in GP1, I believe Palomar with the 38 were relying on a green flag finish. They last pit, I want to say, around an hour and a half remaining, which would be good enough to get them to the end of the race. PC Racing, not as fuel efficient. I believe they were waiting on them to make another stop, but unfortunately, due to the yellow coming out with about an hour to go, PC Racing did pit and should be good to go to make it to the end at this point. See Roberts Motorsports going through the shot here. Here comes the 10 from round 3 racing. Just passing by now. So that is about a 10-second gap. See the one clearing the 87 without much of a fight here. Unfortunately, they did lose a total of 4 laps, I believe, from their off track in turn 1. One of the safety vehicles on pit lane here with flashing lights. Can't quite see what is the issue. Goes the 10, attempting to get around the team car. The one running to the inside, helping to facilitate that overtake. Tucks in behind. Excellent teamwork there.
All right. Settle back into this now. JT, I assume you have covered the GTU pit stop situation.
Yes, to some of my confusion.
So, okay. Do we need explanations there, or we think we're good?
I mean, I can cover it again. Basically,
no, I want to make sure that we're all, you and I are on the same page here as we move forward. I had to step away there very briefly following the interview.
The 10 needed the pit. That was perfectly timed for them.
Yes, but they had to wait until, or chose to wait until the field was already gathered up.
Yes, which was odd.
Partially, I think, due to the number 1 also being in.
Okay.
I don't know if they didn't want to worry about having the pit stall blocked, but I agree with you. I thought they would have been in immediately, and they were not.
No, so they waited behind for lap. I expected the 109 to go onto pit road with them to top off.
Same.
So that they would be nose to tail with, 55 minutes to go, and, whichever car's quickest would decide the winner. However, they decided to stay out, I assume for track position. Unfortunately, that hasn't really gone their way here, as Hamofa and now Off Leash have gotten by, and now here comes Stratus Racing. So they had about a 10-second gap in front of the 10, which is expanded just a bit here to 12. However, it is a bit of a gamble in terms of fuel.
Yeah, I like you, JT. I thought when the yellow came out, they would have come in, topped off, thrown 4 or 5 gallons or whatever at it, and then been on their way. They were so far outside of what I anticipated their window to be, and maybe they still were when the yellow came out. It's possible that there was no way they were going to make it without a splash, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. So they just decided to send it.
Yeah, go try and push out in front of the field and see if they could build the margin. The problem is there's under an hour, and you're trying to build up a margin that's probably going to be 40 or probably 50 seconds. Yeah, I think I'm with you there, JT. I would have just tried to play equal footing with the number 10. They were obviously already the quicker car. I mean, no question about it. Over the last 2 hours or so, hour 45, I mean, they've proven to be the quicker of the two. But if there's some fuel management to be done, or they're going to owe us a stop where the number 10 doesn't, there may be a price to pay for that decision. We'll wait to see. Stoic puts in a personal best. from fourth place in GTO, 2:19.969. Still almost a second slower than the ACP car in front of it. Off leash, meanwhile, puts in a 17.8.
Yeah. So all the cars in GTO, with the exception of Moorhead, I should say, the second, third, and fourth are running pretty quick. The problem is they're all also expanding in terms of the gap between each other.
Yeah. Yeah, off leash is quicker than Moorhead the last time through, but also most of a lap down there.
Yeah, Moorhead, you can see on screen here, they're not really trying to get around the Supra.
Yeah.
They don't need to. They've got, you know, a bit over 2 minutes in hand over second place.
That is the off-leash car there in P2, just up ahead of race-leading Roberts Motorsports number 109. Yeah, this GTU battle, JT, is not unlike what we saw at the end of yesterday in GTO with Stoic and ACP, 87 and number 2. Remember, the 87 car from Stoic chose not to pit, decided to stay out in front of the field and just, the phrase I use is go like hell, try and build a gap in the last hour and some change rather than try and save fuel, being they were right on the outside of being able to make it without a stop. They, rather than try and save 2 or 3 laps worth, decided to push, build a margin, and just kind of figure whatever happened. So in that way, this is a little bit similar for that number 109. The differences being, number one, the 109 isn't as much quicker than the 10 as the 87 was against the 2 yesterday. Right, 87 was outpacing 2 by a good 2.5, 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
At the time, we thought it was because the 87 was not saving, whereas the 2 was. And number 2, the likelihood that the number 2 yesterday was going to need a stop was actually still quite high. Whereas I think in this case, the number 109 is at a marked fuel disadvantage relative to the 10, who is on the outside of being able to make it. They can go further, and they were in more recently. Right, so I understand the vision and the strategy here. But I think the specific circumstances surrounding this are actually meaningfully different than they were than the GTO battle, podium battle yesterday afternoon. And that it may result in a different outcome than we saw, particularly if the number 10 isn't able to make it, or is able to make it through to the end without a stop.
Yeah.
Elsewhere up and down the field, I don't think we have very much else going on. Doesn't seem to be anybody obviously quicker than the cars ahead of them.
At GP2, BSI is pulling away from third place.
Yeah, but no longer catching the BRD number 146. What's happened there?
That happened due to their second pit lane violation regarding the fire bottle.
Yep.
So they lost a lap there.
That'll do it.
Yep.
I think that's been split as well, because instead of being under a minute, it's now 2 laps. So I think they've lost 1 in a bad safety car split and then lost the second one.
It's also positioning on track. So you'll see BSI come across the line relatively soon. They'll go back down under a lap and then, wait another 30 seconds and it will be back to 2 laps. So it's like a lap and a half or so.
That's kind of my point, is I think that started out as being, without the penalty, it would still be most of a lap. Like, I think they were partially done in by the safety car split. Mm-hmm. And now it looks even worse because they've added that lap penalty on top of it. So instead of being most of a lap, it's actually now most of 2 laps. Which is unfortunate. I suppose it does make it a little easier to swallow, bearing in mind it would likely have happened this way with the safety car anyway. But it did take away a really interesting scrap that we were setting up for in the final 2 hours here. Roberts Racing pulls out another 1.3 there on the round 3, number 10. It's up to 15.7. So they are getting there to the tune of a second or so on average per lap, occasionally more than that. Also has the very minor benefit of a bit of slipstream from the bigger GTO cars ahead. The minor detractor of being stuck behind them through corners where it ought to be quicker. .109's balked there badly, not but just by the Hamofa car, who's very sideways on the exit of the 13, but they were all bottled up behind the AOA Racing number 55. They're at the exit of the tower turn. Hamofa's just a little wide there again. Does this allow 109 up? Yeah, let them both up the inside, both Roberts and the Stratus number 58. One of those NPO1s, I'm not... Actually, it might be the Mercedes as well. One of these three cars is really kind of chittering the tires on corner entry. Not sure if it's the big heavy Mercedes or just one of those NPO1s trying to get the maximum amount of mechanical grip out of these 200 treadwear tires, but definitely some squealing and kind of chattering there across the surface. Margins out to 15 point, down to 15.1. Excuse me. That time, round 3 only able to pull in, or is able to pull in, but it's only about 6/10. For what it's worth, with regards to that number 109, we think their fuel window is about 22 laps. What they've shown us so far. Last in at 137, it would make them due in at 159, so just about 8 laps from now. Be nowhere close to getting that car to the finish. 8 laps worth about 20 minutes, so yeah, 15, 16 minutes short. If you've been with us here trackside this weekend, camping out in the warm Florida sunshine, appreciate y'all being with us as part of this Fall Sports Car Classic weekend here at National Raceway. Conclusion to the Eastern Region Championship and the penultimate round of the 2025 National Championship season. Been a fantastic weekend of racing. Yesterday was pretty tremendous. Today has been... certainly had its moments, but as the field naturally thins out due to attrition and endurance racing, imagine that. We're left with just these 1 or 2 battles here in the final 36 minutes or so of action here. Of course, WRL will be back in 2026 at the Sebring International Raceway. Third weekend in October. Whole Hours is third weekend in March. Fall Sportscar Classic will be third weekend in October there. October the 17th. Across that weekend of action here. Sure, the goal will be to get that weekend open for spectators once again. Invite you all back out here to experience everything that WRL has to offer. And if you're watching remotely, of course, our last race of the season kicks off in about 4 weeks' time. We'll have qualifying coverage from Circuit of the Americas, just like we have on Friday afternoon, 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern. Some GT and GP qualifying. Then we'll go racing in the same format we have throughout most of this season. 8 hours on Saturday, 7 hours on Sunday. Determine our 2025 World Racing League national champions in all 4 classes and an overall points champion as well. I invite you to join us for that. Tell your friends, tell your families, and share what is going to be almost certainly the biggest, baddest event on the 2025 WRL calendar. 90 cars around the only permanent venue, permanent circuit, grade 1 circuit in the United States down there in Austin, Texas. Should be an awesome weekend for us all. Here's part of the World Racing League Traveling Circus.
Yeah, that reminds me to give a shout out to La Bamba Racing. They're hanging down there in Green Park.
Is that right?
Yeah, their usual spot, turn 11, up by the oak tree.
They posted fences around down there, I noticed, JT.
They did.
Yeah.
A bit more of a spectator walkthrough there.
Yeah, so the big open pad that used to be part of the marshalling side of things underneath the oak tree is now a spectator area under the oak tree. It's very cool.
Yeah,
really threw me for a loop when I went to go put that camera up on Friday. Expected to be able to pull in that open area under the tree to turn around, and I got there and it was a big fence across there. What are you going to do?
Yeah, no, it's continue to open up new areas, expand a bit more. So yeah, now we just need more access for turn 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a tougher one to get a viewer mound up in that area, being that it's all pavement, all old concrete from Hendricks Field.
Yeah, I remember when we were there for the 24, they had a small set of stands there.
They still do.
Okay.
There's one very small, like maybe eight rows high sort of bleachers.
Yeah, let's just, leave those there. It might sacrifice 2 RV spots, but it'll be worth it for the fans.
Or just put up more bleachers, make it a seating area, and then have the RV spots extend down, that run into up to turn 3.
Yeah. Maybe put some bleachers, proper bleachers on the inside of one, at the expense of maybe the Lexus Corral.
Is that where that is? Inside of turn 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a gated area. Usually have a security guard sitting there on it, blocking normal access.
Hamofa leaves the pits. It'll be the final time this weekend. Great to have Hamofa Motorsport with us this weekend in that number 419 M4 GT4, visiting from Belgium. Participants in 24 Hours of Zolder earlier this year, back in August. A particular event of interest to us here at DriversEye Live. Love to get over there someday for that. It's kind of, I don't know, JT. Are you familiar with the history of the 24 Hours of Zolder?
I am not, no.
So the Belgians used to have this fascination with old GT1 cars, like C5s, C6s, like Chrysler Vipers.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bell car was very open to GT1 and GT2 cars. So as they would go up for sale to privateers, the Belgians would buy them up and they'd go run the Bell Car Endurance Championship, or what's now the Bell Car Endurance Championship. I'm just Bell Car. And have 10-hour or 12-hour races around Spa and Zolder. And I don't know if they went into the Netherlands as well. Anyway, so that 24-hour event around a bull ring kind of track like Zolder, with these giant, big horsepower, heavy GT1 and GT2 cars was pretty epic. Fortunately, the event became less popular, less sustainable in the identity that it had there. The GT1 cars became too expensive to operate, and eventually the class died out altogether. GT3 cars came in for a couple of years, and they were too expensive, and so they kicked out all the GT3 cars and basically said, okay, you can bring anything you want other than an FIA GT3 car. And you got these Wolf-type prototypes like we used to see at Thunderhill.
Yeah.
GT4 cars, Porsche Cup, BMW 235s, and other, garage-built BMWs, pretty popular over there as well. And it kind of created, something not unlike what we've got here in the WRL, centered around this event that's got 40-something years under its belt. Over there is the other 24-hour event in Belgium. Pretty cool. Late summer tradition over there. Anyway, GTU lead battle, overall race lead battle, 18.1 seconds. Roberts Racing going out ahead of the round 3 racing number 10. That time through round 3 actually pulled a couple of tenths back in again. But yeah, we're beginning to run out of time here, JT, and expecting that Roberts car in here in about 4 laps.
Mm-hmm.
The 669 is, I actually hadn't noticed it's who we were on board with. 669 is circulating again.
Yep. Yeah, they came back out, I believe, during the interview with Cole.
Oh, cool.
All
right. Oh, man. That could have been race defining for the number 10 down there at turn number 3. I think that fast track 927 was preoccupied with the other 2 cars coming through on the way out of turn number 1 there and failed to realize there was another NPO1 on the way. Definitely could have had the move done, but really heads up work by the driver of that number 10 NPO1 to realize that he was not seen at the turn-in point there for turn number 3. Locked the brakes up. And
just barely avoids, yeah.
I mean, it was so close. So close. And that absolutely would have taken more than just a dive plane off that NPO1. I mean, that would have, like I said, race defining potentially there. But everybody gets away with it. Sometimes the margins in endurance racing really are that thin. Roberts responds with an 18.8 last time through. Round 3 will be a bit slower than that this time around. So I think you'd say here, JT, that since we went back to green at 2:05 with 55 minutes on the clock, with a little more than half of that time remaining left, they've built up a little less than half of the margin they would need to get this splash done and retain the lead, has Roberts. Another 18.2 from Roberts this time. Now we'll get the updated margin back to round 3. Roberts goes around again. Round 3's fuel window, by the way, if we're going to assume they can do 25 laps, which it appears that they can, last in at 143. You'd anticipate them being able to get to 168, excuse me. And having just completed 156, we think we have 12 laps to go or fewer? Gonna guess it's fewer.
Let me do some math real quick.
Leader came across the line with about 26 and a half minutes to go.
Should be currently around 11 laps, give or take. Reports that the 10 spun in turn 5. What?
Oh, no, 10 spinning continue at turn 5. Whoa.
Again, with the right behind them, again, the fast track BMW.
So after giving up 5 seconds on the last lap and putting in a 2:23.7, now not all of that was their fault. It was actually 5.5 seconds. Not necessarily their fault. Part of that due to what happened over there at turn number 3. What appears to be an unforced error in a self-spin up there at turn number 5. Now, how much time did they lose here? Put them right back out in front of the Stanton Barrett number 130 and, as we said, the fast track number 927. So I don't think they gave up a small amount of time here. Leader comes across the line, 19-1 that time from Roberts, but previously when the leader came across the line, the number 10 was halfway down the back straight. This time they were smack in the middle of 15 and 16. Was that the moment that just gave Roberts the breathing room they were going to need here? I mean, they've still got to keep the pace up here, no question about it. That 109 has to continue to lap pretty rapidly, bearing in mind they've got a fuel stop to give us before the end of this. Number 10 crosses the line, 2:35. They gave up 15 seconds on what they've been doing through most of the stint, and the margin is all of a sudden from 18 out to 41.2 seconds. See what their green flag pit stop time was like. 2:31 in lap, 3:49 out lap. For number 18, on lap number 118. Oh, wait, that's a round 3 car. No, wrong one. 3:22 was their fuel-only lap on the in-lap and a 2:39 on the out-lap. So, give up 20... maybe it's more than that. Maybe that's out closer to a minute. Now, it's not going to need multiple jugs, well, more than maybe 2 jugs of fuel anyway, to get through to the end. So it might be closer to needing 50 or 55 seconds, which is kind of what we envisioned when we started having to predict all this out at the final safety car. It's been a really, really consistent effort from that Roberts Motorsports number 109 team. I mean, since Shane Roberts got in that car with somewhere around 2 hours remaining, consistently in the 18s, 19s, 20s, no mistakes. And while I personally would have made a different decision at the most recent safety car, I absolutely would have come in and topped off. They've done everything else they needed to do, bearing that in mind. Try and grow this margin out. It's not quite there yet with 21 minutes on the clock. Still more work to be done here. But so far, the trends are all matching the requirements in trying to build out this margin with a little help from the number 10. But, I mean, JT, to some degree, they put the pressure on the 10. I think everybody down there at the round 3 camp kind of realized, like, hey, they're going to take the fight to this. They're going to make the decisions they're going to make, but they've got the pace to do it if they can do it consistently.
Yeah, and I mean that's the gamble they went with. I mean they could have came in, they could have topped off, they would have caught up to the 10, and then they would have either tried for an overtake or would have kind of been stuck for a bit, running the same pace as the 10, and they might have still had to come in and top off. Whereas staying out, they've been able to effectively run their own pace. And, try to gamble that they can build enough of a gap that, if they come in and splash, they can come back out and still fight for the win.
Yeah. 18.4 last time for Roberts, 2:21.3 for round 3. It goes out another 2.9 seconds there, up to 44 even. I mean, I think I'd say here, you're not going to get the margin you need before you're due in. for that splash if you're Roberts. Are you better off just making that stop now and pushing through to the end?
I'd say
normally
you'd want the clear track right now.
Yeah, which I suppose is what they've got. Maybe you just wait for that traffic to present itself and say, okay, on that lap, wherever we catch that group of 2, 3, 4 cars, then you duck in. But I think you have everybody ready for the driver to be able to make that call.
Yeah, you don't want to wait too long just in case. But you do want to try to maximize your speed advantage.
Yeah. And as Dustin says, and you put your visor down.
I mean, you got to make sure because they already have their one warning for a visor.
Yeah. Yep. This of all places, right? We mentioned the fatigue earlier, JT, right? Mm-hmm. Where, you can't make those mistakes. You are more likely to make them, right? Because everybody's tired. We've done this 14, 15, 16 times. They are in.
There we go. They
Race
need a
leader
perfect
is
stop
in.
now. If I recall correctly, one can of fuel is 12 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see if they only need one or if they have to start a second one.
There you see the kind of snorkel light coming to a stop at the end of pit lane. Number 10 is...
They're out of pit lane?
Oh, they're out. Wow, they've already come and gone. There's the number 10. So as the 109 exits through the shot at turn number 1, the number 10 arcs its way into the first corner, and they are now nose to tail with 18.5 minutes on the clock out of the pit lane. It should be a fair on-track fight to the finish between Roberts Motorsports and the 109, Round 3 Racing in the number 10. They work through the first sequence of corners here up to the GP2 class leader. Number 146 just holds up the number 10 there for a moment on corner exit. And with clear road out in front of the number 109, let's see what these two have got in a head-to-head scrap. So far, the pace advantage over the last hour or so has been with that all-maroon number 109. But having that carrot dangling out in front of you for the driver of the number 10 can make a difference.
Absolutely. You can see it directly in front of you. That's a big motivating factor.
Oh my gosh. 109, 1 lap penalty, speeding on pit lane. The one thing you couldn't have was a pit lane error. And having done everything else right over the last hour and a half, it's going to come down to just what we said you couldn't have happen. As you said, JT, they already had their penalty or their warning earlier on in the race for a pit lane infraction. And barring something extraordinary here, it's going to slip away. That race win or the potential for a race win going to slip away on a pit lane speeding penalty.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too different with what we just saw with the 10 not too long ago. I mean, it's a mistake where you're pushing to a line, and unfortunately you're hustling and you cross that line, and it bites.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's another discussion to be had there over how much do you have in hand, right? How hard do you need to push up to that limit? You need to go that extra 30 feet, in the braking zone for pit lane, 20, 30 feet in the braking zone for pit lane. Are you trying to maximize hundredths? Are you trying to maximize tenths? Do you have enough in hand that, okay, if I focus on no mistakes here, you're still in with a chance to fight? I don't know if you remember, JT, back in 2010, there was an extraordinary season finale weekend in the V8 Supercars Championship at the Sydney Street Circuit at Homebush, which was around Sydney Olympic Park. And right before all 3 leaders crashed in the wet at the same corner off of a safety car restart on slick tires, Neil Crompton and Mark Scaife both said, if you're in anybody or in the camp of any car that's competing for a race win, the question you ask is, can I afford a crash? And the answer for all three of the cars that were in the championship fight was no. Absolutely not, right? And so, you know, if you're in that Roberts Motorsports camp, what can you afford? Can you afford a mistake on pit lane? Can you afford the potential for a pit lane speeding penalty? No. Can you afford to give up a second, braking slightly earlier for pit lane and making sure you don't speed? In retrospect, yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. You could have afforded that second. And it bites that, you know, the difference between first and second place is likely going to be, you know, braking 20, 30, 50 feet too late on the way into the pit lane or exceeding speed in the middle of the pit lane. But this is racing. You know, you push the limits as closely as you can or as closely as you think you can. And sometimes it just you get on the wrong side of it and it really bites.
Mm-hmm.
So the margin, not quite a lap, but let's call it around 10 or so at the moment. Looks like it's what we're going to get here through to the end of the Sunday 7-hour finale at the Fall Sportscar Classic. A bit anticlimactic in the way we hadn't maybe anticipated, but I mean, what's the phrase, JT? WRL going to WRL.
Always.
Just when you think you've got it all figured out and that you've got all the math done and you understand how we're going to get to the end of this and what the result is going to be, sometimes it seems like a foregone conclusion. It has a way of throwing a final curveball at you that just throws everything into chaos in the final minutes. Here we are again. No obvious fights elsewhere. A late, ACP 14.1 seconds behind the off-leash number 40.
Yeah, and 13 back Stoic, who had just finished their best
19-1.
lap.
So maybe this is going to come together here for second place in GTO. They're not closing hand over fist, but, you know, 12 seconds is within shouting distance. There is the number 87.
Yeah, but
incidentally with the class leader behind it.
A second a lap's not going to do it at this point. Because let's see, Moorhead is going to be coming across the line here with probably 5 or 6 to go. Yeah, probably 6 to go.
Yeah, off-leash comes through, does a 221.7. ACP Tangerine, 219.2. Stoic, 19.3, so actually gives a little bit back there. So, if anything, it actually seems like the more likely battle to come together is the one for second, with off-leash and number 2. Not a definite, but yeah, more likely. I'm not sure that Stoic, likewise, is actually going to be able to close down the margin, even though it's lapping in the same sort of pace range as the number 2. It's twice the distance back from that number 40 instead of being 11.5 seconds. About 23. Let's keep an eye on that green and black Mercedes and the blue multicolored number 2. Make sure that all these cars can get through to the end without a stop. 29 laps was the last run for car number 40. We're last in at 141. Get them to 170, so all good there on the number 40 front. I'd assume that it'll be all right for the number 2 as well. They did splash under the full course yellow despite having been in under green. They only did a 20-lap run, though, which is a 92 to 118. That's 26 laps. This is their longest run of the day for ACP. 26 and 142 gets them to 168. 7 more laps. Yeah, they'll be all right. That splash under full course yellow was enough for them. I think if you're in that Roberts Motorsports camp, and I wouldn't normally say this, but we did actually literally have the chance to talk to Shane Roberts earlier on today, who seemed pretty committed to the idea that they were going to go chase down, a podium spot for GTU to those round 3 cars. And, at the time, I don't think any of us really had an idea. Oh, 40 goes up the inside of the BSI car, really close to contact there, but I'm not sure they actually touched on the way into turn number 3. At the time, we didn't know the Stratus number 60 was going to have its issues, and we didn't know that what the 109 was actually going to be battling for here was a class win. But for all of the effort that they've put into that car and that team, trying to rebuild, literally redesigning the back end of the NP01, trying to make it more reliable, trying to make it more consistent, and bearing in mind they don't run every race like Stratus does or like Round 3 does, or Automatic for that matter. That despite, potentially losing this race on, it wasn't on the pit lane speeding penalty, right? It was a combination of that and the warning they picked up earlier on today, which was for the visor up on the fueling. Either one of those things doesn't happen, and today theoretically turns out differently. But for the amount of resources that team has, just sharing, the running costs of the car and the weekend expenses, coming up, putting yourself in a position to take the win, and on the road anyway, being able to do that in a straight fight, but being 1 or 2 slip-ups away from being able to actually make it happen, there is a real silver lining there, right? You've beaten the semi-factory type cars, the team with all the resources. You've proven you and your design, your home-built design, are reliable. And I think there's some real value in that.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to see that right now, but it should still be really celebrate the fact that the team has, back-to-back podiums this weekend.
Yeah.
Mistakes happen. It's part of racing. There's so many factors, every moment you're out on track that you're dealing with, so many variables. You could also look back at yesterday. Roberts managed to, finish ahead of the 1 and get that podium position. But at the same time, the 1 also lost 1 lap because of avoidable contact earlier in the race. So it's, there are going to be these chips that, do knock you down a bit. But you just got to move forward, put your head down, get the job done, address it after the race. In this case, just focus to get into the end of the race here. Make sure you get that podium after the race, look back on it, address it so it doesn't happen again going forward. But, you still need to celebrate the fact that the 109 has been very competitive all throughout the day, has been fighting tooth and nail with the 58, with the 1, with the 10, with the 908, and has done exceptionally well.
Yeah.
And ultimately, some tiny mistakes, is going to take away the win, which ended up being in their grasp. But at the same time, they worked their butt off, and they do earn the podium that they are on track to receive.
I'm with you there, JT. If I were going to reverse engineer this just ever so slightly, and I realize that the world is not full of, it's full of what ifs, but you can't go back and do it all again. Maybe a less pressure packed pit stop under full course yellow there, putting in the splash under the last safety, what ended up being the last safety car of the day anyway, and trying to stretch your margin out on fuel rather than on pace. Maybe that would have been, created less risk. Maybe I think playing the pace game was still probably the right one, but as you go back through the decision making and what ended up coming out of today, maybe just playing the margins a little bit differently would have been enough there to change the outcome. In any case, it's not going to. Round 3 racing in that number 10 is likely to cruise home here over the last couple of laps with probably this lap and 2 more to wrap up this Fall Sportscar Classic weekend at Sebring International Raceway. Worth noting as well that the penalty for that number 109 has handed the overall race lead back to Moorhead Speedworks. Well, the pit stop and the penalty. I suppose that Roberts was potentially well positioned to go get the Ginetta on track. But as it stands, we're watching the white Ginetta headed down the front straightaway now as being the overall race leader. Sails it off into turn number 1 with just over 5 minutes on the clock. So actually, I think we're going to get 3 laps here, JT.
Yeah.
This lap.
It's
this
going
lap
to be
and
actually
then,
pretty close.
Well, 5
By
minutes
10
on the
seconds.
clock. Exactly. Yep. Maybe 20. 5 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes, 20 lap times for that Ginetta.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be
40.
this lap and then 2 more. Some follow-up questions there as to whether or not that 1 lap is going to be one too many for the round 3 number 10. I think their window's about 25 laps. They were in at 143, so that pushes them out to 168. Tell you what, it's going to be close. But that car has been not quite on the 2 minutes 17, 18, 19 kind of pace over the last little while here, and I do just wonder if they backed out of it a touch, make sure they don't have to make that stop and you know, theoretically anyway, put themselves at risk of another penalty. I mean, think about the margins here, JT, and how fine they've been on this GTU fight in particular. You know, what is probably going to amount to being 1 or 2 miles an hour over the pit lane speed limit is going to end up costing Roberts Motorsports the win. But also, I mean, that 10 car was about 4 or 5 inches from having its nose ripped off over at turn number 3.
Yeah.
Not so very long ago. And only some really heads-up driving by the driver of the number 10, locking the brakes up and slotting in behind that corner or that car at the apex of turn number 3 prevented that contact and not just the damage, but potential penalty that may have come with it. Pretty dramatic stuff inside the final hour of racing here from Sebring. Ginetta crosses the line again with 2:50 on the clock. So, yep, 2 more laps. Roughly 7.5 miles. .669 with a quick spin and continue over at turn number 10. Elsewhere up and down the field, the battle in GTO, ACP up to off leash. That is the blue BMW up to the black and green Mercedes, down to 5.9 seconds. The extra lap may do them some good here. See what the margin is when they come back through. I don't think they've come across start finish yet, have they? And over at turn 13, according to our producer. So they'll get 2 more laps. And with that margin having been cut in half from 12 seconds down to 6, possibility is there for that to be an on-track fight, wheel to wheel, inside the final 2 minutes here at Sebring. GP2 being led, meanwhile, by BRD. That's a lap still in hand, almost a lap still in hand, over the BSI Racing number 167. Rebel car number 222 has slipped away a bit, 1.5 minutes behind the BSI Toyota. No fights in GP1 either at the moment. Off leash comes through 2:19.3. They've stepped it up. ACP does a 19.1. That stays at 5.7 seconds. That might just be enough here. With 2 to go for those cars, off-leash Mercedes to hang on to this. Second spot in GTO. White flag is in the hands of the starter as the Moorhead Speedworks number 291 Jannetta G56 exits Sunset Bend, turn number 17, begins the final 3.7 miles. This Fall Sports Car Classic weekend, and what a classic it has been. Drama, drama, drama inside of the final hour or so. That featured more twists and turns than I think any of us could have possibly anticipated. But in the end, Roberts came up a touch short, and heir apparent to the GTU race win, the round 3 racing number 10, after, I mean, Cole said it himself, right? Has been a really difficult year getting those NPO1s up to speed. Maybe not in terms just of pace, but reliability, consistency. Brad was pretty beat up about the whole thing back at Utah. Watkins Glen went better, but you know, so far, the race wins have been basically all Stratus. Yes, Automatic 908 took a win at Utah, but that was still a Stratus-driven car in that instance. And we're going to go on technicalities here. And a case to be made that this represents the first non-Stratus win in this much expanded GTU field in 2025. It has delivered in all kinds of ways. Having more of these NPO1s is almost today on its own, this weekend on its own, delivered in ways I don't think we anticipated, but boy, have I really enjoyed it. I hope that continues well into the future. Likewise for Moorhead, the car took a race win early on in its existence down at Eagles Canyon from memory back in 2024, and it went downhill in a hurry. That car, lots and lots of work has gone into it. It was on its roof last year at Road Atlanta after an incident in the S's from parts failure. It was on fire this year at Daytona. They had to withdraw the second car due to safety concerns in the pit lane, but after a long time away, Moorhead Speedworks in the number 291 Jannetta G56 will exit the final corner, and after 7 hours of racing, wins the Sunday 7-hour enduro at the Fall Sportscar Classic at Sebring International Raceway, overall and in GTO. Next across the line will be the Roberts Motorsports number 109, second place for all of its troubles here in the final couple of minutes here in GTU picks up another podium. One step and maybe 1 mile an hour away from the potential for a race win. Round 3 racing, and the number 10 comes across the line to take the checkered flag and wins in GTU, second place overall. 32 seconds in arrears of taking this one outright. We await the arrival, so it'll be here, but the number 40 and number 2 battle down to 2.9 seconds after a little bit of a slower lap from that number 40 Mercedes. Let's see if we can pick that up. Dustin, somewhere around turn 13 maybe, would be my guess. For the black Mercedes and the blue BMW M4 GT4, 2.9 seconds. The margin looks a little bit less than that there, but only a handful of corners to go. They'll exit turn number 16. This exit of Le Mans will be important, but I think that as they head down towards the final corner at Sunset Bend, that the Mercedes from Off Leash Motorsports has just enough in hand underneath the WeatherTech bridge off of the final corner to hang on to a second place finish in GTO. Yes, absolutely. Number 40, Off Leash Motorsports, second on the podium in GTO. ACP Tangerine comes up about 2.5 seconds short in another drama-filled finish for a podium position. Your GP1 winner came across the line not too far behind your overall winner. PC Racing in the number 44 wins the Sunday 7-hour enduro here at Sebring. Palomar Racing in the number 38 comes home second, a lap off of that number 44. Fast Track Racing, the number 927, in a fairly up and down weekend for that BMW M2. Wraps up the weekend with a podium. GP2 is BRD Motorsports, after a pretty remarkable weekend that ended in them running a second car that did not qualify and did not take the green yesterday, is going to come home with a 2-lap margin of victory in GP2 over the BSI Racing number 167 GR86 Cup. Rebel Racing in the number 222. Yesterday's winner will come home third today. Minute and 37 seconds behind the BSI car, and still 2 laps off of that class winning number 146. JT.
Yes, sir.
I think we've done a fair amount of work here to cover this one over the last hour and a half or so. It looked in the middle to late stage portion of the race here like it might not come together. And then all of a sudden, it kind of popped there from the safety car onwards and really reached kind of a high point of drama there with the what ended up being the race deciding penalty for that number 109. We don't have to rehash all of that, but we can begin to kind of close out this fine, fabulous weekend of sports car racing from Sebring International Raceway with some thoughts on what we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, classic WRL endurance race. You know, both days. Just there's been battles up and down the field. Everybody's had somebody to race. You know, very minimal issues in terms of like contact or anything like that. A lot of great clean racing up and down the field. You know, it's once again it pays to stay out of trouble on, you know, pit lane or reliability issues. We saw some really good recoveries. Blaze Racing managed to climb back for a top 5. We got to see, you know, as you talked about BRD Motorsports, you know, having that issue with the first car yesterday, came out with a different car today and, you know, managed to grab the win. BSI Racing did fantastic with their new Toyota GR Cup in WRL. Yeah, just another great weekend for WRL. We've got one more to go. So yeah, big shout out to everybody who helped make the weekend possible. You know, everybody involved with WRL staff, especially on pit road, corner workers, all our safety team out there. It's been a very good weekend.
Yeah, in retrospect, you know, you always wonder what kind of show we're going to have here, bearing in mind that WRL really isn't about the show. It's just about the racing and action in the teams, their ability to execute across, you know, 2 really long days of endurance racing. And when you put it in front of spectators, will it be engaging? Will it be interesting? Will it be dramatic? And, you know, what is becoming, I think, you know, we're not setting any attendance records here, but it is still becoming a popular weekend for people to come out and experience what the World Racing League is all about. I think yesterday and today in particular really kind of delivered in droves. The drama inside of the final 2 hours or so here in GTU in particular, with that wide open door for somebody to go and grab what Stratus dropped and left behind, is really compelling stuff. And I hope that the couple of hundred folks who turned up yesterday and again today, or camped throughout the weekend, really enjoyed the opportunity to be here, check it all out, and that the storylines were worth following and being a part of. And we thank you all for being here and being a part of our Fall Sportscar Classic weekend here at Sebring International Raceway. You know, more to the racing, JT, exactly what you said is true. We said it earlier, WRL going to WRL. You know, we're not all professional drivers, professional team owners, crews, whatever. There's some variance built into all this as part of the nature of what WRL is, which is still, for my money, the top level grassroots and amateur series in the country. And I think you could say that in terms of intrigue and interest, it delivers on a level that sometimes even IMSA doesn't do for us. And so with all that in mind, just a huge thank you to everybody involved in this weekend. Thank you to all the spectators who came by, who spent some time with us in the YouTube chat. My thanks to JT Tammy, and of course to Dustin Ollis, who was on the buttons for us all weekend remotely in production. It's been a long but really interesting and really exciting weekend of racing from the Sebring International Raceway. We will see you, dear viewer, in 4 weeks' time, a little less than that now, from Circuit of the Americas, December 5th, 6th, and 7th, the iconic date for what will this year be the U.S. Endurance Championship, National Championship round of the 2025 World Racing League season. Live coverage will kick off on Friday, December 5th at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern, and we'll go racing at 9 a.m. and 8 a.m. local time there on the 6th and the 7th. 90-car field around the premier road racing venue, Formula One road racing venue in the United States. Do not miss a minute here on DriversEye Live. So for JT Tammy, for Dustin Ollis, and those who joined us as guests right the way through the weekend, my name is Brendan Kazmarek. Thank you for being a part of the Fall Sports Car Classic weekend here at Sebring International Raceway. We will see you in just a couple of weeks' time from Circuit of the Americas. Until then, take care.